All right, folks, buckle up and get ready because tonight is the night. It's about to get real. It's about to get raw and it's about to get therapeutic. You know what time it is? It's the evening therapy session brought to you by the Fearless Podcast and co-hosted by the one and only Ronin Travelers. You already know when these two legends get together, it's nothing short of electrifying. Expect excitement, information, fun, and yes, blunt, unfiltered truths. But wait, hold up. We're bringing in a heavy hitter tonight, folks. Joining us live from Atlanta, Georgia, we have a true Southern belle who's got the brains and the credentials to shake things up. She's got a master's degree in therapy and she's an expert when it comes to relationships and mental health. So if the dating scene has you confused, upside down, and sideways, you're in the right place tonight. We're diving deep into the psychology of love, dating, and everything in between. This is your chance to hear it all from a female therapist's point of view, what's really going on inside everyone's head. But don't get too comfortable yet because she's about to introduce herself in a one-on-one interview with Fearless and Ronin. And trust me, you don't want to miss the special guest joining later on. So grab your popcorn, grab your drink, and get ready to take notes. Tune in live, and let's get into this conversation that'll make you think, laugh, and maybe even change the way you look at relationships forever. That's tonight, only on the Fearless Podcast, co-hosted by Ronin Travelers. Get ready because this is one therapy session you won't forget.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, Miss Georgia. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. I know you there in Atlanta, and y'all might be feeling some kind of way, but we're gonna try to get through this therapy session together.
We're not gonna talk about it.
Don't worry about it. Tonight we want to hear things from a female perspective. So we have always done things from a male perspective, and a lot of people say, well, you know what? What's the female perspective? We get the comments that the women come in and say, well, that's not true. You guys are exaggerating. This was what would really happen. So we want, just like any good prosecutor, you got to put on your defense. We want y'all to defend yourself. Now, this may not be as therapeutic or more therapy, so you don't have to give a medical background or anything like that. You can just give your open opinion. So you're not the only one that's going to be on the show. We're going to bring up a few other people. But as we say, you get grilled. We're going to ask the tough questions. And as we say here, how I feel, well, we fuck your feelings. We want the facts. We want to know what's really going on. So stay tuned. I'm going to do a countdown, let the people know what the show is about, and then we're going to bring you back. And if you got some wine or some straight hard liquor, you might want to take that time to get that.
Okay.
Is that all right?
All right. I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Welcome to tonight's live stream. Get ready because we have a special guest joining us, mental health expert and relationship guru, Georgia. She's here to dive deep into the real talk that women wish they could have with men. And trust me, this is going to get interesting. We're unpacking those unspoken questions that women are often dying to ask, like, why do men get so defensive when we ask, who hurt you? And why is vulnerability such a struggle for so many men? But that's just scratching the surface. We'll talk about issues women are constantly seeing in relationships, the silent treatment, the impact of toxic masculinity, and the question on every woman's mind, why do men shut down instead of opening up? George is also going to explore what women wish men knew about them. For instance, did you know many women wish men understood that just listening, not fixing, can be more powerful than any solution? And here's another one. Women crave emotional intimacy just as much as physical, and yet so many feel that their emotional needs go unrecognized. Plus, we'll dive into some of the biggest relationship challenges women face, like how marriage and parenting dynamics can feel one-sided, or how traditional roles still put pressure on women to do it all. If you're ready for an honest, vulnerable, and maybe even controversial discussion, you're in the right place. This is going to be one intense conversation, so grab your seat, lean in, and let's get started.
First, we're going to bring the men's up. We're going to
Yes,
bring
sir.
you right here. Don't worry. You're going to have some female backing in here. Don't worry about that. First, I want to start off with this because we want to do something from a male perspective just for the first 5 minutes. So Shannon and Melissa, we do see you in the background. We will be bringing you up to come to her defense here momentarily. But here's some questions I just want to ask prior to getting them on the show, and then I will ask them when they get on the show. The first question, me and Ronan happen to go to a rival show who's for some reason always says that we say crazy things over here. He's more of a male feminist and wants to see things always from a female perspective. And I
say that 3 times real quick, Georgia. Male feminist.
Male feminist. So some of the questions that we have or some of the issues that he has with us was one broadcast that we did. Well, let me just play this and then I'll get back to you and bring you up on the background.
I would have to possibly move on.
Chris, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Have you been intimate with this woman?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Well, hold on. I'm a gentleman. A gentleman never tells. So
Because you've already told.
So that's a no.
And the question was no, because you said she has tattoos that you've never seen.
Let's move forward. You listen to a lot of my podcasts.
You're with a woman. Hold up. Let's go back. You're with a woman 7 months. You have not been intimate, so you don't even know if there's sexual chemistry there. And you spent thousands of dollars dating this woman.
Let's not talk about the money, please.
Yeah.
The savior.
Wait, not talking about. You said you draw the line with. Wait, Ronan, you draw the line with money. Is this conversation with being uncomfortable?
Well, I just don't think he needs to bring up how much money you possibly have spent.
No, it's the money is the least.
I mean, if you're not sensitive to it, then that's fine.
The money is the least disrespectful. The problem is Fearless. Like I said before, every woman, not all women have the same requirements. So I know with you got to get in bed with her by the 3rd date. You're really kind of like.
No, let me address that, Chris, before you go on. Hold on, Chris. I'm going to address this.
By the 3rd date.
You got to let him get it out, Fearless. Hold on.
All right, get it out. Then I'm going to address it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, get it out.
Fearless has chapped lips by the 3rd date. He's looking like what was that? What was that Dave Chappelle one? The crackhead one? What was that?
I know who you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah, he's looking like the Ashy Larry. He's looking like the crackhead guy. So, like I said, I'm a patient guy, Fearless. I've never done this before.
So now let me explain this, Chris.
I did this for a woman because I respected her boundaries. I wanted to. I'm a gentleman. I'm not going to force the issue with a woman. And I made that decision, and I knew what I was risking.
So let me address this because
sexually.
Let me address. Yeah, he doesn't know. So let me address this since you always considerately put words in my mouth. Before he addresses that, my question is. If a man dates a woman for 7 months and he's spending $1,000 to $1,200 a month going out on these dates for 7 months and still has not been intimate, is that a sign that she has no interest in him, or what would that be? I can understand if it was for religious purposes. If you were younger, you're 18, you're like, hey, I really don't want to do that. I'm saving myself. But if the woman is 42, already had life experience, and you dated her for 7 months. I just want a perspective. I don't want to put any words. I just want your perspective as a woman.
So are we focused on the dollar amount, or are we focused on the time? Like I'm kind of confused on what the question. Are you saying because he spent all this money?
Both.
Okay. So if they've had a conversation up front in the beginning and she's made it clear that she has no intention of being intimate with him until they either engaged or married, or just,
But she's already married to someone else.
Okay. Well,
yeah, that's an important variable there, Fearless.
Okay. Yeah. So that's on him. That's ignorant. What's the goal? What's his goal? So if his goal is to have a relationship, clearly she's not available. And does he want a relationship with a woman who is cheating on her husband? And then
she's going through a divorce. To let you know, she's going through a divorce. But he's dating her and spending money on her. But He says he wants to be married and have children.
Okay. Are you worried about the amount of money that he's spending on her?
That too.
Okay, to me, the amount of money is irrelevant. If he has the money to spend, that shouldn't really factor into the equation. However, if his goal is to be intimate with this woman and she says she's not going to, then that's on him. The money, I don't understand where the money comes in. It doesn't matter. If he has the money to spend, then spend it. But if he's in this and she has no desire and has showed no intention of being intimate with him or being in a relationship with him, then that's his loss. He's got to take the fall for that.
Reason I say that money plays a part into it is because, to me, this female is getting all of the boyfriend, everything that a boyfriend would provide. He's not getting anything that a girlfriend would provide.
Well, hold on. Because you're only focused on the sex. She didn't say she's not providing.
Oh, all right, provide.
Let her finish her answer. Come on now.
Okay, because I interrupted you, but you're saying that he's not getting anything out of it. Well, that's not fair. They're just not being sexual. That doesn't mean that he's not getting anything out of it. He's getting her time. He's getting, companionship, all that other stuff. He's just not having sex with her. So it's not fair to say just because he's spending all this money, now she needs to have sex with him. And then
I would never say that. But my issue is he's always talking about individuals going out of the country paying women for those same things, and that is unfair. And I'm saying, well, basically, you're doing the same thing, because his thing, he's like, well, she gave me a housewarming gift. And I was like, well, bro, after you spent $7,000, you should have gave you a housewarming gift. Mm-hmm. I guess I look at it as though, if I'm doing that for you, man, are you like cooking for me? Are you cleaning up my house? Are you coming, are there other things that you're doing, except it seems to be a one-way relationship where I get to take you out. And because I'm taking you out, I get to have conversation with you. And she's.
So let me say this real quick.
You may be a good therapist, but ain't no fucking way I'm paying you $1,200 a month to talk. I'm not doing it.
So let me say this real quick. It's counterintuitive for a man that says he wants to remarry and also have children to be dealing with a married woman that still has not divorced yet. So this is what I got on him about, was how counterintuitive it was. If you say your next steps are to get married, remarried, also have children, you're already in your 40s, but you're dating a woman that's a couple years younger than you. She's in her 40s. She's still married. She hasn't processed the divorce yet. She hasn't gone through her closure on the divorce to get ready to get remarried, to also get ready to possibly have a child, which right now we're talking about grandma pregnancies and all kind of difficult things that are going on. So really, what are you wasting your time on with dealing with a woman when it doesn't hit your objective of what you want out of life?
I won't have to play the rest, but what I broke down was this, and maybe he says I'm wrong. We went on what we call a 3-date rule. My 3-date rule is this. The first date that I go out with you, I'm not spending a lot of money. I'm not leading with my wallet. I do not have to show that I'm going to impress you, because the first date to me is to get to know you. I want to have a conversation with you. I want to know that we have some type of chemistry and compatibility. And, if I'm just saying, hey, I want to leave with my wallet, I don't know if you're with me because of the money I spent or because you actually enjoy me. Now, later on, I may spend a little money on a second date. By the time we get to the third date, because I only know me, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, a woman usually knows within that first date and that second date, I know by the third date if she wants to sleep with you. Usually a woman knows when she meets you, it's just like, yeah, I can sleep with him. It's a guy that usually messes it up. We do something stupid that throws it off. But if by that third date, not necessarily we have to have sex, but there has to be some sexual chemistry. You have to be attracted to me. Maybe a kiss, something, but I have to know that if the opportunity had presented itself, that we could have been intimate. No, it didn't, but if the opportunity would have, we could have gone there. If not, then what are we dating for? Am I just going on the 5th date, the 6th date? How many dates do we go on until you say, yes, I'm sexually attracted to you?
Why are we focusing on sex when we're
Because why are we focused on sex? Because why are there strip clubs in Atlanta? Men are visual and sexual beings. Just like when you say, hey, I want a man to protect, that I want a man to provide, we say, I want a woman that I can be sexually intimate with, that I'm sexually attracted to. That is how we are. That's how we're built.
Okay, but what do you know about that woman by the third date? What do you truly know about her? What does she truly know about him by the third date? So it doesn't make sense that we're counting dates on whether or not she's going to give it up. That doesn't make any sense.
No. I didn't say we had to have sex, but we actually have to be sexually attracted to each other. That we could if the opportunity presented itself.
Okay, but sometimes, no, most times women want to be able to connect with a man emotionally. And the more you date that person, the more attractive they become, the more you get to know about them, the more that he is paying attention to her emotional needs. So, there's women out there that by the third date, they're like, I don't know. But as they continue to grow together, then, she's like, I'm in love with this man. And you're willing to be intimate with him. But by the third date, do you really know enough about each other to say, okay, let's go to bed with each other? Because most times when that happens, it doesn't last much longer after that, because that's lust in the beginning. It's not love.
I'll be lusting a lot. I'll be
stupid as hell.
I guess for me as a guy, I have found that I have dated women and I have not been intimate with them for a long time. I have dated women that I have been intimate with immediately. Neither one of those determined how long I was with that woman. Meaning, if she said, "Oh, I can hold off, I can do that," it didn't determine whether I was going to be with her. Because sometime at that point, what a guy will do is say, "Well, I've been with you 6 months and I ain't got none. Oh, I'm gonna get some." Now he's only staying with you because he felt that he put in the effort and he deserves that. Where sometimes, and I don't know about your past, you've been intimate with someone somewhat immediately, and that didn't determine whether you were with them for a long time or a short time.
It factors in because you two are truly spending time together and getting to know one another. And to me, it's a very juvenile way of thinking that you're thinking, I spent all this time with this woman and she hasn't given it up yet. I just, at what point are you truly getting to know the core of the person? Because at the end of the day, men as they get older, they deal with ED. It's not always going to work. So what do you have? You don't know much about it.
The question would be this: if it was reverse, me and you were going out, and I say, Georgia, I don't want sex. I'm not going to talk about sex. Sex is off of the table. But you have to plan everything. You have to pay for the dates. You have to plan the dates. And you have to do all of that until you say you're ready for sex. I won't talk about it. I won't bring it up. I won't try to kiss you. I won't do anything. But you're paying and planning until that time that you feel comfortable enough to want to have sex. You pay. You plan. You pick me up. Would you be fine with that?
If that's how I chose to date, I would be fine with that.
Have you ever done that with anyone?
Absolutely not.
No,
That's not how I choose. That's not how I've ever chosen to date.
But what I'm saying is, the reason I asked you that is I'm putting you in the position of a man, because that's what we do. We plan it, we pay for it, we do all those things with no expectation or any time limit that could start.
But the way you're saying it is, there is an expectation.
Right. It's like you're going out with this woman and in essence, you're buying sex. You're not focusing on growing with each other and truly knowing each other emotionally. You're thinking, okay, when can I get her in the bed? Then what's the goal?
So I want to ask the men, maybe I'm wrong, guys. I don't know. I don't want to be out here on the island. When you meet a woman, is one of the first things you think about is when I can have sex with her?
I need to know if I like her before I even want to lay down with her.
Correct.
You can lay down with some demons. You know what I'm saying? What did they say? Lay down with dogs, wake up with fleas.
You have to have a physical attraction. Meaning, if you see a woman I'll just speak for me. If I meet a woman, I have to visually say, yeah, that's somebody I could be with.
Oh, absolutely.
That doesn't mean I'm going to be with her at that moment, and she could say a whole bunch of crazy stuff that would turn me off. But initially, I have to be sexually attracted to her before anything goes. And I can say, yeah, over time we may grow and all of that. But what happens is then that lust, I'm losing it because I want to, as a guy, you lust. Of course, later on, her personality, everything else accumulates and makes her more attractive. But I have to have an initial attraction to her.
But your
and
initial
she does to you.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying she does to you, but at the end of the day, what makes her stay and what will make you stay is the bond more so than the sex. From getting to know each other.
Right.
The sex, once you get it, it could be trash. Then all of a sudden, well, I don't like her just because of sex. Not like you can't teach her how to treat you and what makes you feel good.
You can't teach him.
Right. Vice versa. But if that's what the end goal is, and once you get it, it's trash, then all the stuff that you took in order to get there, that was wasted time.
That's
and
how
at the end of the day, when we get older, we're in our 50s. We're not ashamed of that. As you get older, when like Georgia says, things start to fail. If you can't have a conversation with the chick, guess where she gonna be? Outside. While you stuck in the house in a nursing bed or whatever, she ain't gonna tend to you. She's gonna leave you by yourself. If that's what you start off with, that's what you're gonna end up with.
Correct.
So when you seen your Filipino girl, you didn't say them hips, them lips, and all that. It wasn't that attraction.
I did not say the initial attraction is not a key. It is a key. But once you get into it, if there's no pair bonding, then all that is for nothing. Because
that's
like I said, it could be trash.
That of course. But my thing is, I'm just not wasting that time. I've done that. And it was just sexual act. But there was no sexual chemistry. And it was like, look.
Let's put it this way. There's no way I'm waiting 7 months for sex. There's no freaking way I'm waiting that long for sex. You're playing games, especially if you're married, especially if you've been in a relationship with a husband. It's not like it's something brand new. Right. Now, I can see if you're a young woman and you're new to even intimacy or any of those things, you're going to bring her up and you're going to be patient. But when you have a woman that's already aged in a good way or bad way, it doesn't matter. And she's of a certain age, playing the sex game is really, that's what it is. It's playing she's using sex in order to control what she does or does not get from you. Yes. So if that's the game she's playing, then that's wrong. But he's an idiot for dating her for 7 months without a clear defining issue with that thing, which is, look, we've been dating for a while and intimacy hasn't come up. Now, I also remember him mentioning that this chick said she wouldn't even cook for him if they were together. Oh, I'm like, dude, you seeing all kind of red flags right here. Been 7 months, you done spent over $7,000+ on this person, taking her to lovely dates. You're saying you're enjoying yourself. That's great, wonderful, and everything else. The woman says she wouldn't cook for you. You're talking about you still want to have children, and you would consider marrying her after she got out of divorce. Divorce is not final. It's going to take anywhere from 6 to 9 months for the divorce, her to get settled in, and all these other things.
Let me play this. And
go ahead.
You can point to that. Let me
play this probably until they're 40 or they're 50. They might have been on the fence, but if you really want to have a family, you should not waste decades, Fearless.
Why did you waste decades?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
You keep pointing the finger at other people, but you never point the finger back at yourself.
I do all the time, Fearless. I'll tell you, I was with a married woman on the last date, the one that we actually heard live, 1/3 of it. And I told her at the first part of this, when we went to the
if you want to have a child, why date a married woman?
Let me finish. You're asking another question. You're taking me off the question. Let's get to the first one. You said, why did I wait so long? I told the married woman on the second of 3 dates, at the dinner table, I told her, you know what? I regret not having a child with my ex-wife, because if I would have a child right now, Fearless, I might be one and done. I might just say, you know what? I don't even want to have any more kids. I just want to co-parent. I mean, I just want to have a blended family and just be done with it. And the problem is when you meet people like the married woman, you who is on the fence about having additional kids biologically, is open to having, is open to adopting, is open to surrogacy, but that surrogacy stuff is extremely expensive. That's really out the window. Unless you guys want to do a GoFundMe for me. What I'm trying to say is, I regret this, Fearless, and that's what I'm saying in terms of transparency. Like, I'm 42, and I'm trying to. I tell them on these podcasts, yo, starting a family at 40 is not what's up. It's really not. I have lost time that I will never get back. So they always try to tell it like, oh, women got to have children by.
They should be better.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing to make that change? Meaning you still have not put yourself in the best position to accomplish the goal that you want.
What you mean?
You're dating someone who is married. They have to get a divorce for you to have a child. Why put yourself in that position to even start that? If your goal is to have a family, why not seek a woman who is single, fertile, younger, single, and ready to have a child?
Yeah.
So what is that conclusion? Am I wrong for saying that? Meaning, in my opinion, if you're saying my goal is to be a father, and I'm saying, well, that doesn't seem, I think it was a quote that I had to say, and I'm gonna find that quote. But if your goal is to be a father, why are you dating someone who is your age, in the 40s? So they're kind of having geriatric pregnancy if they go. Married, usually a person who's married has to get a divorce. And usually when they get a divorce, they're not like, hey, I want to get pregnant or get married right away. So it didn't seem like to me that it was wasting time. And that's what I said. So when it comes back, when you say, oh, about the sex, I live by the Shannon Sharp rule. He says, I wear a watch to let you know my time is valuable. I don't think that she values his time, nor does he value his time, because it's just dating. There's 7 months has gone by. We're not intimate. We're not doing anything. You're still married. When are we going to have a child? If she gets out now, that 42 went to 43, went to 44 to 45. And now is there impossibility? Am I wrong or right? Because I can be wrong. I mean, I'm usually not, but I can be.
Okay, so there's so many things wrong with this situation. Number one, he has entered into a situationship with a married woman. It doesn't matter if she's divorcing. She's not available. If he wanted to marry her today, she's not available. On top of that, why is he making plans to have a family with somebody he can't even marry today? Why did they even enter into this? Because it sounds like he's just paying her bills. And then at some point he's expecting a relationship. I mean, yeah, we can talk about age, this, that, and the other. Science has come a long way. So marrying somebody in their 40s, babies can happen. But the whole idea that he is investing this time and money into a woman who's not available, the whole situation is flawed.
Correct. And what I told him was he wasn't moving with purpose.
Correct.
As a man, you move with purpose. So at this point, you're kind of sabotaging what your real purpose is if you're entertaining this woman, knowing the situation that she's in and how long it would take her to even transition out of that situation to even deal with you 100%. And even when she can't give you exactly what you want. So then the discussion of bringing somebody else in, adopting, which came up also, he was willing to adopt. I said, well, why wouldn't you want to have your own biological? Because you're only 40 by marrying a younger woman. Why are you stuck with, I need to date within this age range? As an older man, you're entitled to be able to marry down in age to get some of the things you want because of the fact that you dedicated your life in order to get stable with your assets and resources to be able to provide for not only a wife, but your children.
Okay, so you
and
said,
develop a legacy.
okay, I apologize, but you said something that I strongly disagree with.
Go ahead.
This whole idea of marrying down in age because
Mhm.
of a woman's fertility, that is so unfair to women who are ready to be married and ready to have children in their 40s. Why are we taking them off the market?
Well, because medically we know there's a higher risk of women in their 40s having children. Yes, I mean, medical science has gone a far way, but it's still a risk to the woman and the child having some type of deformity or a developmental issue with women that are older.
Okay, but
Also, I'm sorry, Georgia. I think one of the issues is it's different when a woman has never had a child. Like if you met someone in their 40s, they never had a child, and they say, "Look, I've always wanted children. I just haven't been married, and now I can have it." But I think it's very different when you meet a woman. She had children, a child, say when she was 20. Now she's 40. A lot of women are like, I'm not starting all over. Now you want me to start, my child out the house, I've done this. And now you want me to start all over for you. I've always found that to be a little difficult.
I'm sorry. So you're saying that the woman would be questioning that start having another child at this age would be an issue for her.
Yes.
I'm talking about women who are in their early 40s, late 30s, who have never been married, never had children, and are wanting to do so. I think those are two different things.
Correct.
Right. But that's what I brought up earlier when you asked me directly, is the difficulty as far as pregnancy. Sometimes they have to have in vitro fertilization. There's difficulty
IV.
sometimes. IV. Right. Thank you. So sometimes there's issues when it comes to an older woman trying to get pregnant, even though there's science out there now, okay, to help an older woman have babies. But we know the prime time for a woman to be able to have children is in her early 30s to about 37, 38, and actually, obviously, older 29, like anywhere from 25 to 35, almost 40. 40's pushing it, So you're at your, and say they want to have 2 to 4 children. Now she's having a child at 40. They want to have another one. Now, by the time she's even ready, she's now 42, to have another child. Now you're going into risks to try to get to where you want to be, and that's what the issue is. And I know there's a lot of great women that could be older, but unfortunately they focused on the wrong things. Sometimes listen, and that's our opinion. They can say that they did everything right and for them. But when it comes down to the both of you, the timing is off based on the fact that she waited to get herself established in what she wanted to do with her life and her career. It's off when it sometimes comes to the men.
Okay, but I have an issue with the fact that you said focused on the wrong thing.
Okay.
She put her career before family.
Thank you. I believe as a man, for a woman to say she'd rather put her career first before family when she could do one and the same, and it's been done plenty of times. A lot of women disregard their optimum time to find a good man in college. Mm-hmm. A lot of women focus on getting their degrees and being highly productive in their careers way before they get married. And unfortunately, sometimes it's in our community more so than others. There's a lot of young women that are walking out of college not only with a degree, but also a ring. Mm-hmm. But in our community, they're told to be strong and independent, and they don't need a man while they're in college. So that by the time they come out and they get established in their career, it's a little too late. Now they got to be in competition with the younger ones that are still trying to get married. And now you're older. So the competition is tough. But yet and still the older established woman feels like she doesn't need to compete as hard because she's older and established.
Yeah.
And most men don't care about your established situation. They care about whether that child and other things can be given to them because they're looking for legacy right along with, being able to be a provider.
And I hate to say it like this, but what happens is a woman says, "Oh, well, I have my career. I'm this doctor. I'm this." And I try to give this example. if you were trying to become a cook and you told everybody how great of a lawyer you were, it's like, well, you really don't qualify for a cook. You're a great lawyer, but you don't qualify for a cook. To put that into perspective of a relationship, if you're saying, hey, I'm a woman, I can provide, I went to college, I got my PhD. And he's thinking, well, I'm looking for like a wife, like a good mother. I'm looking for, those attributes. And you're like, I'm a strong, independent woman. He's like, well, I'm really looking for a more feminine type, woman, a motherly like figure. So all of the things that you built up to become this boss lady does not equate to becoming a good wife. And that's where the issue lies. So a guy says, yeah, you did all of those things, but that's not the thing I'm looking for in a wife.
All right, so
And
let's shut up for a minute and let Georgia talk, because we've given her every angle possible that she can.
We got Shannon on the show. Shannon,
we're bring Melissa up in a minute.
Butt in, and in a few, when you get there, we're gonna bring in Melissa. Also, Georgia, do you have a time limit tonight? Because
no, I do not.
Fantastic. We can take the gloves off and get drunk. Let's do this.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Georgia. I know we've been talking a minute and kind of give you some context.
Well, you have, and so I feel like there are several different angles that we could go at. So I want to focus on the last thing that Fearless said about the woman focusing on her career and being the boss lady, strong, independent woman. And I know you told me I'm not the therapist tonight, but I want to talk about my experience in working with women and couples that come into therapy with either relationship issues or the woman just can't find anybody. And, I struggled with this whole masculine energy. And I think I referenced Samuel's the last time I was here. There's a lot of things that he said that were very relevant. Now, his delivery sucked and it was very off-putting, and a lot of women couldn't hear the message because of his delivery. But I do feel like there is such thing as masculine energy, and I'm gonna own my piece of that. I had masculine energy until I realized that I could actually let go and be a woman and just be okay with being taken care of. So I think it's really hard when you have women who are older, who have been by themselves and have had to take care of themselves, to then say, okay, you have to let your guard down and allow this man to come in and be a man and allow him to be the husband and the father of your children. That's a very hard transition for women who are older, who've been doing it on their own. It's a very difficult transition for them to make. It's not impossible. However, if you have a man who knows exactly what he wants and wants to be a husband and a father and wants that now, he is not going to have the time or the patience to date a woman and cultivate a relationship with a woman who has been independent for so long. So unfortunately, those are two individuals that just aren't going to align. It's not going to work out. And what I've seen in couples who come into therapy, they come into therapy because of communication. They're butting heads. She won't allow me to do this, blah, blah, blah. So 9 times out of 10, the marriage falls apart because you've got this strong, independent woman who not only doesn't know how to let go, but she won't let go. And she won't allow her husband to be a husband and lead. So I think there's an issue there when a man is looking for the idea of a wife and a mother. It's going to be difficult for him to go after that strong, independent woman and for it to work. Even short term, it may. Long term, you're going to run into issues. So I think that they're fishing in the same stream, and it's not going to work.
I agree, and I think what happens also over time, women are emotional, men are more logical. I think that the older a woman gets, the more emotional baggage and damage that she brings to that relationship. A lot of guys date younger women because, and please forgive me for this word, I just can't think of another word, they want to mold that woman to fit them. If you've ever worked inside of corporate, they always say there's a corporate culture that they want you to follow. You kind of get onto their program because they know where they're going in a certain way. And I think guys are the same way, where we say, I want you to be on my program. I want you to me be the leader and you follow. If it's always a power struggle and you've always done it your way, that becomes very difficult for a man to say, look, I'm fighting on two ends of the stick. You got to get with me. It just, in nature and in life, if you get with a type of alpha man who wants to lead, he is not going to be attracted to that alpha type woman, because he either has to dominate her, and she's not going to like that, and whether it's physically or arguing or something, because he has to put her in her place. And I say this to Ronan, it means I'm
didn't like that.
Yeah, I say this
Putting
to
somebody
Ronan,
in their place, not a good term.
if it would be very difficult for a person who is in their 30s or 40s to join the military. It would be very difficult for me to join the fraternity right now. If they're like, hey, you want to, I'm a freshman, I'm gonna join. I got too much life experience. There's no way I would like, man, yeah, right. I ain't running them 3 miles. You think I'm gonna do something like that? I mentally can't be changed. That's why it's easier for someone who is young to go into the military, young to go into fraternity, because it's easier to mold you to a certain way of thinking. The older you get, the harder it is to put you on that program. And there's something that has to happen to you to make you want to change and be that person. If not, we're going to be arguing, because you didn't need me. You went through 40 years. I don't need a man. And I'm like, well, as a guy, I want to have a woman to kind of have a need for me.
Okay, so Fearless, I struggle with some of the things that you say sound very it sounds abusive, it sounds domineering, it sounds controlling.
Yes. Controlling, yes, I would say that. Yes.
Well, it's very controlling, and that's troublesome when you are wanting a woman to feel safe and comfortable, and for her to be vulnerable, for you to have that mindset like you need to get on my program. It's not about getting a woman's program.
I'll give you an example before you go there. My program is this. I know in a few years where we're going to be going. I know how much money we're going to save. I'm financially looking for it. If I just said to the wife, hey, here go the check, it would just be spending. I'm going to spend this. I'm going to spend this. I'm like, no, I have a mission to where we're going to be. I have a 1-year plan, 3-year plan, 5-year plan, 10-year plan. And I'm making sure that we stay upon that plan. And I understand that there's things outside of that we want to do, but I know that there's things that we need to do. So I look at the vision to say this. Example, when you say, I want you to be on my program, when I initially got married, I left our hometown. I left it. I said, I got to come to Texas because I have to, I can see the future. If I don't come here, I may be stagnant there. I need you to stay there for about a year till I get things together. If I would have listened to her, I would have never left. I would have been stagnant because I could see the future. I knew initially that I would have made more money in our hometown. I would have made more money. But for the long run, I would have been capped out. I'd probably been capped out at like $80,000. I knew I couldn't have been in a high, good 6-figure income without leaving. So I had to say, you got to be on my program. You got to trust me enough to know. Matter of fact, you was on I won't give in too much. You was on a program.
Yeah. He's about to call you out.
Yeah. Where somebody in your life
said, did you leave my business out of this?
But you was on a program.
Hey, we're not on therapy sessions right now. This is kind of younger son.
This is how it's going to happen. You got to trust me. This is a temporary thing, but you on my program.
Yes. Yes. I was.
Did that person control you?
No, I didn't. But however, my husband's delivery was different. So
don't get mad. Y'all get mad. I don't understand that. Look, the words are the same. Why y'all upset about the
It's not the same because the way
you
come across It's very controlling and very domineering. It's almost like you're raising a child. This is your partner. She's not your child. And when it came,
I don't say it in a mean way. I'm saying it to you because I have to be more direct. Because I'm saying it in a direct way, meaning there's not a lot of time. But when I'm
in other words, he's saying I'm not going to be soft on the internet for everybody else to hear that.
But when I'm saying, I mean, you met me in person with the wife. What you mean? Did I look like I was like? I told you. You didn't see none of that. You say it's entirely different. But I have to be more direct and more to the point here.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, and yes, you know, my husband. We had an issue with the house that we bought. He bought the house. I didn't want the house. He said, if you give me 3 years, we were going to flip this house and we were going to have the house of our dreams. And I had to trust him. Was I pissed for 3 years? Yes, I was. Do I regret not understanding what his goal was and how he was going to go about it? Of course I do. But that was early on in our marriage. Now I know anything he puts out there, I'm going to trust that he can get it done. But that was time. That was us growing together as a married couple.
But I never if you were that strong, independent woman that said, "I'm not moving nowhere. You got to make it here. You got to do this," and I'm where would that have put him?
Well, yeah, I mean, he wasn't listening, so he did what he wanted to do, and I just said, "Okay."
And you basically had to get on code.
You had to get on his program.
It was going to be an issue with the longevity of your relationship.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, the man is expected to pull the trigger and make a decision that's going to further you guys down the road. What is his primary function? Protect and provide. If he feels like the provisioning is going to be better on his plan, then eventually you have to fall in line. And it's not a forced type of fall in line, but it's a kind of like, hey, you know how this is supposed to be set up.
Okay, so let me preface this by saying that I never got married feeling like I wanted to be in control. I didn't want to do this anymore by myself. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't getting married as a strong, independent boss bitch, this, that, and yet. No, I wanted to be married. I wanted to be a wife. And I knew we were going to struggle because we got married older.
But Georgia, I know something that you don't know that you said okay. So let's say this. Earlier, when you were younger, you were in that mode.
Yes.
So you had to age into this mode that you're in now.
Yes.
So we're talking about younger men trying to get with certain type of women that you know how you acted in your 20s. See you smiling. But we know everybody ages out of that mentality and into the mentality that you're in now, that I need to be a little more accepting and collaborative. Let's put it that way.
I like that. Thank you.
But imagine this. Now you just, and I don't want to say waste because that would be a bad term, but it was 20 years went by with all that time that you could have been building or something with that. But because of your thought process, because you didn't trust the man, because you wouldn't let him lead, you had to wait to get to that point. Now imagine if you were at that point when you were 20 and you met a good guy.
But it wasn't about me being at that point when I was 20. There was a lot of growth and healing that I had to do. And so at 20 years old, had somebody married me, it would have quickly ended in divorce. I wasn't ready to be a wife. I wasn't ready to settle down. I wasn't ready to be a partner in a relationship. I had a mouth, and you weren't going to tell me what to do, but that was also the healing process that I still needed to go through.
But do you think that those 20 years, and I'm trying to put, I just put, I go strong. Do you think, let me not say it that way. Samuel would say,
think about it first. Yes.
He would say we ride in a carousel. So I don't know if you know what that means. If not, I'll use a different term.
I don't.
Okay. Do you think 20 years with different relationships hurt going through that affected where you go now? Because what I would say to a woman is, don't go through all of that, because all of those relationships, all of those scars, you never really get rid of them.
That's not true.
You think you get rid of it?
Absolutely. And I think with my relationships, I grew and I figured out what I did not want in a relationship. So I think those relationships were each relationship I was in, and I wasn't in many relationships, but each relationship that I was in taught me what I did and what I did not want. So I think that those relationships were very necessary.
Do you think
I
if
call
you
those
had
life lessons, and how many times did you have to repeat them? How many times did you knock your head against the wall not getting that life lesson with the types of men that you were dating?
I didn't date like bad men. I dated men that we weren't compatible, but I actually had really good relationships. I didn't have these horrible relationships and I hate you when it's over.
Okay.
We just weren't compatible.
All right.
Shannon, Nicole, you don't have to be quiet.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to open up the panel for everybody else to interact. We said that we're going to hold you back for at least 45 minutes. That's over with. So welcome to the panel. We have Shannon. All these women know Georgia, besides from Melissa. We invited Melissa. She's a regular person that's in the chat. So we felt like she could contribute to this conversation today. So we have Shannon, Melissa, and Nicole. If you guys want to introduce yourselves real quick, we can start off with Shannon. Then Melissa and Nicole. Unfortunately, you're down at the bottom. That doesn't make you any less. Then you can go.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't know what you all like want in a form of an introduction.
I mean, you could just say your name, your age, whether you're in a relationship or not, married or not, and children, you know.
Okay. I'm 48.
Okay.
I am married and I do have one daughter. She is 24 and she is in her final year at Michigan State University in East Lansing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Melissa.
Hi, I'm Melissa, 42, never married, no kids, and I, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Nicole.
Hello, everyone. Nicole, 49, single, never married, no children.
Wow. That's interesting. We're going to talk about that later.
I posed this question, and I posed this question because we actually had a video that we did. It was called the 3-Date Rule. And on that video podcast that we did, it was showing a lot of women where they were like, yeah, I went out with him and he spent some money and but I just didn't like it. I just didn't feel it. I just didn't do this. And we kept saying to guys, why? Because a lot of guys nowadays try to lead with their wallet. They try to lead, I'm trying to impress someone. And I say, if after 3 dates, that woman isn't into you, why go on date number 4? Why go on date number 5? And the analogy that I gave was this. How long did it take you to get your job? How many interviews? Most people say it's 3. I say, well, let's just do this. You go on that 3rd interview and they say, hey, that was great. We want you to come back in and we want you to interview with the other boss. You come back in and interview. And they say, well, hey, we want to see how you feel, how you are in action. Come in and work this week. We're not going to pay you. We just want to observe how you work. And you're paying, you're showing up on time, doing everything. And you go there 10 days and then they say, well, I still don't know if you're the employee type, but we want you to just keep working and maybe we may hire you. To me, that sounds ignorant. No man would do that. No woman would do that. Because you would say, you should know already if I'm a part of the crew that you would want to hire. You've already kind of vetted me by my resume. You've brought me in. You've seen my personality. Am I worth hiring? I use that to say in dating. I've never just like dated with no attraction, without something there. And I know as women, a lot of you say, oh, it has to do with sex. Yeah, well, guys are sexual. We are attracted.
Believe it or not, so are women. But we're going to back off of that for a second. Go ahead and finish your statement so we can get their answers.
The women that I know and the women that I have talked to and the women I have dated, they know immediately whether they want to get with you or not. We mess it up by something stupid we say. And it may not be we're going to do something, but they already know, yeah, he's a nice guy. He has some character to him. I like to get to know him. but there's already that attraction to him. And I have found that women who get attracted to guys over a longer period of time, yeah, they may get with them, but it isn't that fire and that lust. And they may be loved, but eventually sometimes they seek that lust elsewhere. I may be wrong, but I have been the cleanup man a whole lot of times in my life. So
Lord Jesus.
I know what they say because I've been that person to run to. I would like your opinion on that. How many, I don't want to say how many dates because that sounds bad, but my question would be, do you know immediately if you're attracted and maybe even sexually attracted to someone? And like this gentleman, if you were going, would you go 7 months dating and maybe, I wouldn't say intimate. When I say intimate, not necessarily sexual, but at least have a sexual attraction to him?
We'll go ahead and start with Shannon.
Yeah,
Did
first.
you understand the question?
You got married. How long were you and your husband going out that you could say, oh yeah, I like
Lord
him.
Jesus.
He's
It's
that,
kind of a
man.
tricky question.
So the backstory with my marriage is, so we just celebrated our 1 year anniversary, but
Congratulations.
thank you. But we also have history too. And this actually is not my first marriage. This is my second marriage. So I got married, I think I was like 20, I think I might've been like 22 when in my first marriage, and that didn't work out and divorced. So I went a really long time, obviously now being 48, to remarry. But I don't necessarily disagree with the attraction part. I think naturally when we see people, we're visual. We're at least I am. I'm a visual person. So I think initially, yeah, if you're looking at a man or a man's looking at a woman and you find him or her attractive, that's one thing. That's like one piece. But as you go on those dates and as you're getting to know that person, for at least for me, I could find you to be the finest person in the world, like in front of me. But if you start talking and and you start saying things that I don't find myself being compatible with, then the attraction starts to go away. It doesn't last.
Shannon, if you listen to what I said before, I said a man will mess it up. I mean, he can have
but
woman,
I think that goes both ways too. I think women can mess it up too. I think women can mess it up too. We can, to me, it's as you're starting to have those conversations and you're getting to know that person, both people can mess it up. She could say something that is off-putting to him, and he can say something that's off-putting to her. And then it just, depends on if you still stand in that lustful, place, or if you decide, you know what, yeah, he's fine and all, but I'm not really feeling what he's saying, so I'm good.
Did you make your husband go on 7 months worth of dates before you felt it?
No, I did not. No.
Okay.
If you would have, if you would have, do you think that you would have been attracted? Not him. Let's just say any other man. Y'all dating for 7 months. He's taking you
Would
out.
you even have respect for a man that you dated for 7 months and he wasn't even broaching the conversation? Like, yo, what's going on? I don't understand why you're not attracted to me in that way.
I would definitely, yes, I would have some, I would be curious as to know, like, why hasn't the conversation, come up? I mean, whether you acting upon it or not, I think that those conversations, there's nothing wrong with those conversations coming up early,
Right.
as you're getting to know a person. But if the conversation never comes up during the 6-month period and nothing has happened, then yes, I that would be like a head scratcher for me, for sure.
Thank you. Let's get Melissa in this. And Melissa, what do you think about the 3-date rule? Are you pretty early in the getting to know somebody within a date or two, clear on whether this guy is somebody you're attracted to in a sexual way or attracted to in something long term versus, nah, this guy is going to be a friend zone type of dude. We might have fun, but that's about it.
Actually, I wanted to speak on the thing that she said that women can mess it up too. but we can mess it up too. But the men are still gonna want to screw. So
Yeah, we do.
so, but see, that's why the 3-day rule or 3-date rule for them is, or for men is, it seems like the the more appropriate for y'all, because even if we mess it up, you guys are still gonna do it
No, but
with us.
usually what happens is a woman
you guys,
after that
the
just says,
longer.
I don't want to deal with you.
Yeah,
It's
too
usually
long.
the woman that disconnects it.
If it takes too long for us to do that with you guys, then you guys end up messing it up, is what you're saying. So that's why 3 days is probably the max for y'all.
Right.
So
and one of the reasons why we asked this, and I'm gonna let you finish. We all know, and if anybody's listening to Kevin Samuels, he's very accurate when it comes to that part, is women control access to sex, men control access to marriage. So women literally have to kind of give you like choosing signals and other things to let you know, or let us know that that's the road we're going to be able to travel down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, what the doctor was trying to tell us was that if you just want to, screw with a person as soon as you see them, or instantaneously, it doesn't really last.
Right.
And then that
I
kind
agree.
of
Wait.
wait. And that kind of
Let her finish. Let her finish.
That kind of attraction kind of leads to men wanting multiple women. Isn't that correct, Fearless?
No. Look, I'm gonna let you know. And this I kind of gotta get a little personal. No, she's not in. She's not in Georgia. I don't see her in the background. She got to take the link. Who you're talking about?
Okay.
I have dated women who said who did that 90-day rule or something crazy like that, and that didn't work because what happened. This is how a man thinks, and I'm sorry, this is like that. If you okay, I'm going to use an analogy. Georgia, I really like you. I really like you. So we're going to go to McDonald's a lot. We're just, McDonald's, because that's how we're doing it. Now, Shannon, I don't like you at all. So I'm taking you to a steak dinner. We're going to go to the steak place and Ocean World, Land, whatever it's called. Does that seem backwards to you?
Yes.
All right. So if you tell me, I got with Pookie on the first night, I'm giving it to Pookie right away. But I like you, Fearless. That's why you got to wait 7 months, because I really like you. Me, I'm thinking, don't like me. Because you've just shown a guy that you have no feelings for, that you can be intimate with. And then you're telling me you like me and I have to wait. As a guy, we feel that is so stupid to us. It's because now we look around and say, why am I waiting? The hell? You making me.
Why are we paying for the sins of the Pookie when we're the good guy?
That would just be like, let me put it in your monetary terms. I just hired you, Georgia. I'm paying you $100,000, but I don't like you at all. You're the worst worker that is. Shannon, you here every day on time, but you only getting 50. Would you question that? Would you say, I'm
no, let her answer, man. Let her get it out.
I think
you're stacking question on question. Let her get it out.
I know.
Go
You're
ahead, Shannon.
firing them off.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead, Shannon.
Shannon?
Yes.
Go ahead. I know he just barraged you with multiple stacked questions.
Right. So which question do I need to answer first?
I mean, whichever one you prefer that you understood. You don't have to repeat it. She heard you.
No, I'm not repeating it, brother. I'm putting it in a phrase. I'm just summing it all up. The time that you say, let a man wait has no bearing on how he likes you. And as a man, if you gave someone and were intimate with someone that you were not attracted to, but you make a person you are attracted to wait, we feel slighted. How do you feel?
But I'm confused as to why you would feel slighted.
All right. You like me, but you don't like them.
But I'm confused also. I'm also confused too as to why a woman would give it up to somebody she doesn't like.
They do it all the time. What do you mean?
But no, they don't do it all the time.
No, they don't. That's not true. I don't agree with that.
Let them talk.
So Fearless, you keep using these analogies that have nothing to do with what's going on. So
let me ask
stop. Let her clear it up. Let her clear it up.
Let me talk.
Let her clear it up.
You keep saying that she doesn't like him, but she gave it up to him. Women go through different seasons in their life, okay? They go through the season like, you know what? I don't want to be in a serious relationship. I just want my needs met. She likes him sexually. She's not just picking somebody up off the street and sleeping with him. There's something about this man that she's attracted to, and she's saying, you know what? I want an intimate relationship with him. When a woman gets into the season of, you know what, I'm ready to settle down, I'm ready to be married, or I'm ready to be in a serious relationship, she's looking for something different. She's not looking for that one night stand or somebody who could just meet her needs when they arise. So they're two different things. And she's attracted to the man regardless. A woman's not going to lay down with a man that she's not attracted to, period.
I'm not saying not attracted to. What I'm saying is this. Have you ever had sex with someone? And I'm going to ask you directly because I already know the answer.
You're not going to ask me directly.
I'm putting it out there to anyone. Have you ever had sex with someone that you like, but you knew you were not going to be in a relationship with? And then the person that you enjoyed had all the characteristics of a relationship. You made them wait.
She's looking at you like, and you expect me to answer that on the air?
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
give it up. No,
I've never made anybody wait that I'd like to know.
Because I know that women say this: I like him and I want him to respect me. So because I want him to respect me, I'm not going to be intimate with him. This guy that I don't like, I like, but it's physical. We can do all of that. I know women that say this: I'll have a threesome with this guy because I don't like him. You know, he's not my future. We can have a threesome together. But my boyfriend, we can never do anything like that. And as a guy, we say, wait, hold up. So the Pookie gets all of the rewards, and Tamisha, she can come back up. He gets all of the rewards, but you like me and I get none of the reward? We just don't follow.
It's two
men will
different
sleep
seasons.
with them. Yeah. But.
Okay, so listen, let's do this. We wanted a woman's opinion on the point of view. Fearless, you are talking too much right now. Don't make me push this button on you because I will do it to a host too. We need to hear from the women on the panel. We have yet to hear from Nicole. So I want to get other people involved. So Nicole, based on what you're hearing so far, what is your opinion in this topic?
There is so much to unpack here.
Go ahead and unpack it however you want,
okay.
And in any order you want.
Okay, so first off, do women have sex with men that they don't like, right? That was a question.
That's true, yes.
So absolutely not, because
that don't clear it up. Let her say it her way.
Hold
Come on now.
Can you mute Fearless?
Yes, please mute him.
Don't like. That is unfair. I would say don't want to be in a relationship with.
Okay, that we don't want to be in relationships
But
with.
you got to allow her to answer it her way. So let her see it and you can rebut later. But go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, so the answer
Mute
is
yourself, sir.
Because if we may just literally be in that type of a relationship because it's strictly physical and that's it. There's other situations where this is someone that I'm interested in dating. I'm dating with a purpose. And am I going to make this person wait? Not necessarily. It just depends on the situation. It depends on how are we vibing. It just depends. I think that in relationships, it takes a good 6 months for you to get past that person's representative and for you to actually meet the true person that you're dating. So for myself, again, it's about vibes. It's about where we are. But at the same time, I need to know truly who you are because I need to get past your representative. And it's different for every woman.
Okay. I appreciate that. So you're saying in your time of dating, You've waited 6 months before allowing a man that you might have been entertaining for a longer term relationship. You made him wait that long?
No.
Okay.
Some yes. Others no.
Did you make the man that you married?
Did you make them wait for the simple fact that you were still trying to fill them out and you weren't sure? Or they didn't want to push the issue?
So my thing is this: sex tends to cloud our thinking. And I don't want to go into anything where my thought process is clouded because the sex is great. So
is that a bad thing?
No, it's not a bad thing at all. But at the same time, I don't want to be with someone because.
But you waited 6 months. So by the time you delved into that portion of your relationship, it should be getting heavier and you should be bonding even more, because now you know on an emotional and a physical level, y'all are vibing.
But he could be sleeping with a lot of different women, though.
Well, she should know by 6 months whether he is or isn't.
Absolutely not. How would you know that?
Exactly.
You guys don't vet as hard as we vet. You don't think we're vetting y'all? We don't think that you don't think
you guys are
you don't think that we know that y'all have at least 10 guys on your phone right now. You can call if your car breaks down, if you want a nice little dinner, but you know there's not going to be anything after that. We know y'all got a list of guys that y'all can call at any given time that will simp to whatever need you have.
We do, but I don't do that.
Correct.
It doesn't matter whether you do or don't, you still have it.
So what's the problem?
I mean, yeah, but that goes both ways. That's both sexes, right? Men have it just like we do.
But again, y'all choose who you can sleep with or want to sleep with. We have to wait until you say you do.
But y'all will sleep with whoever will give it to you, though. You don't even have to like the girl.
Right.
Yeah, we're people of opportunity.
We have to be, because we don't control access to sex.
Since you guys are saying, the way you guys are saying it is like, I gotta get to know him. He's got to be nice. He's got to do this. So you wait 6 months and then find out he has a small endowment.
Multiple partners.
What do you do then? He has everything you want, but he has a small endowment.
Is that a disqualifier?
I'm cool with that.
Who said they cool?
I did.
Now listen. Without going too personal.
That's actually what I prefer.
Because, I mean, isn't sex part of the relationship? And if it's not after 6 months, if it doesn't hit like it's supposed to, y'all gonna lose respect for the man.
That's not true. See,
not necessarily. I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna retract the respect word. Y'all might still respect them, but the overall feeling of saying this is somebody I can deal with might wane if you have a certain requirement when it comes to endowment, sexual pleasure, if that's a major love language for you.
I don't agree with
that. I don't agree with that. Like, why is there so much weight being placed on the sex part? Like, there's so many other components that
I agree
that make women attracted to men besides how they put it down in the bedroom.
Well,
I just don't. I'm so thrown off by that.
Here's the reason why we say this, and here's the reason why it is a factor. If you look at statistics right now, the majority of women are going in to file for divorce or filing for what? Irreconcilable differences or financial reasons. So, irreconcilable meaning you're just bored.
Is that what it is? Is that what it means?
Think about it.
For the woman or the man? Because the man can be wanting to go
No,
outside
the majority of the majority of the filings are coming from women, and it's at a 70 percentile.
Because he might have been cheating.
That's not the reason. That's not the reason that's recorded.
Oh.
I just told you the two reasons. You can't speculate on something that's a fact.
Well, what they're saying is that sex it seems to be the biggest factor for you all, and that's probably what the problem is, because we're not going into a relationship looking for just sex. We want real companionship. We want real compatibility.
No, we're not either, because we want peace at the end of the day, and sex is not just about peace.
Y'all want peace.
I'm sorry.
A lot of you want multiple partners, and a lot of us are not okay with that.
Not a lot of us want multiple partners. I've never wanted multiple partners in my life. So some of the people you might be in a group with might, but the majority of men do not want more than one wife.
Really?
Really?
Fearless, can you attest to that too? And the other male on the panel? All the other males?
One headache is big enough for me. I don't need two.
Wow.
Okay,
really?
well, as long as
You're addressing them as headaches?
No,
wow.
I'm saying I did not feel.
Black Man Travels. Have you ever had a reason to want more than one wife?
Wife? No. Sex partners? Yeah.
Okay, bye, guys.
Well, you have.
What you mean? You're gonna tell me most of the guys always want more than one sex partner.
I was a guy who wanted more than one wife. I'm sorry.
Go.
No, I want you to chime in, please, Tamisha. Welcome, Tamisha. Am I saying that? Tamasha.
Everybody.
Sorry.
It's Tamasha. That's okay.
Okay,
I
Tamasha,
dated
can you
a
go ahead
guy.
and introduce yourself real quick? Your age, if you're married currently or were married, and are you in a relationship?
I'm 52. My name is Tamasha, and I am not married, have never been married, and my last relationship ended about 2 years ago, and it was with a guy who wanted multiple wives.
Okay.
And he was trying to bring me into the fold of that with his, at the time, he was married but separated. And he was hoping that they would reconcile and that he could bring me into the fold and to join the family.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did you entertain that for a minute?
Never. But he was so sure of himself that he thought that once he shared the lifestyle with me and, you know, educated me more and showed me more things, that I would come to an understanding of, okay, I could see how this would work. I guess because he convinced his wife that it was a good idea.
Black Man Travels, we did not hear you. So if you're messing with your mic, we did not hear you last time. Go ahead. Sorry, Tamasha.
No, that's it. He never convinced me. However, I think he thought that he would be able to over time.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So
that's
just usually, you know, usually a guy, you know, I will say this, you know, I know that guys do like different sex partners. So, I mean, that's the nature of
that's a lot.
It doesn't necessarily mean we cheat. Doesn't necessarily mean we go out and act on that. But we are physical beings. I think you're trying to take us away from our biology and how we are. If you go to Atlanta and you go to a strip club, majority of the people that's going to be there are going to be men because we are visually attracted to women like that. Women may go visit a strip club, go for a bachelor party, but that's not something they do all the time. You're never going to see rarely a woman calling an escort for sex. It's always a man.
That's because they don't have to. They don't have to. Like I said, they grant access to sex. They got that phone book full of 10 guys. They can call anytime that's temping.
Wrong, Ronan, because here's the thing. If you take someone like Charlie Sheen, multimillionaire, they still
no, I'm talking about women don't have to.
Hold up.
You misheard me.
Escorts, and they can have women. Because
you misheard me. I said women don't have to call for sex because, I mean, they don't have to pay an escort because they're the ones that grant access to it. They have the 10 simps in their phone already. All they have to do is say, I'm momentarily weak from my boyfriend. I want to deal with you.
There are men that can have sex easily, and they still call escorts. They still do it. Not because
sometimes it's a headache to deal with.
They just want to get what they gotta get and go. They paying for that. They paying for you to leave, not for you to show up.
Thank you. Please say that out loud, because a lot of guys don't understand that either. Some guys want to fall in love with the ones they paying.
Oh no, the ones you call the prostitutes and all of these people, the escorts, you paying them to go when their time is up.
Women got it down right. Why don't the guys?
I don't know.
Understand that. It's crazy work.
But what y'all kept bringing it back to is to keep saying, why do men talk about sex? Because we are sexual beings. That's why a guy can be like, what you do today? Oh, I just went and play basketball. I hit this chick. Then I went to the store. Like, it was like just a simple in a conversation where It was just something as a pass by. Where women may get more intimate, and yes, there are women who can have sex and not have emotional attachment, but men are completely different. You know.
And this is another issue that I have with you continuing to make blanket statements. Not all men think the way you do, Fearless. That's where you're messed up, and I think that's why you get so frustrated. Is because you put all men in your brain, and that's not the case. Not all men.
All right, what man do you know that isn't attracted to isn't sexually attracted? I call them feminine, because every alpha man I know, they like women, they enjoy women, they look at women. You know, if you were, I always say this, and men and women like men who other women are attracted to. The analogy I give, I know you hate it, but if there's a line, there's two stores next to each other. One has a long line, nobody's in the other line. Everybody tends to go to the store where there's a long line. Why? Because it's like it got to be something good in there. That's why everybody goes there. So you can say, and I think this is where the line for men and women go. I think you're seeing it from your perspective, and I wish Black Man Travels would not just chill and hang on and just leave us out here, you know, brother, join the show. Or I'm gonna have to open up the panel to some other Black men, because I'm looking in the chat. And everything I'm saying, every man is agreeing with, so it's not just me. I think there's a line where women think one way, men think another way. And you think because you think like that, we don't think like that. We do that from this.
I think we do know how you think. I think we do. I think it's you guys that have us confused.
Yeah, pretty basic. Pretty basic with what you need.
We even say it's basic. We say, look, what is the thing that men wants? The 3 S's.
Sex.
Definitely sex. I was thinking a man needs if a man is getting sex, if he's getting fed, and
don't we have a video queued up about that?
I give it to you: sex, sandwich, silence.
Oh,
silence.
You know
okay.
And what that means is a man wants to be intimate, he wants to be fed, and he wants to have peace.
You guys can buy a cook, and you guys can get a doll. But women are too complex for this.
Unless we,
no, you can get a cook, and you don't need one woman for that, right?
We say that. We say that. Men say, if I had a woman who cleaned my house and I had an escort, what other benefit would a woman bring to me?
Well,
I say that all the time.
Maybe the independent woman came out of that idea that that's all you guys want. So maybe it's a little scary to have just men that think like that. So I would understand. I understand why women say they want to be independent women, because the men that are like that, like we're on rocky ground. We don't know what you guys are going to do next if that's how you think.
And what does silence? I mean, what does silence have to do with peace? I
was getting ready to ask something like that.
I'm so confused by that.
What happens is, and it's not silence, just means the 3 S's. A lot of times, men are bombarded with the realities of life. And Chris, if you listen to people outside, they make
so are women. So are women.
Thank you.
They make comedic. No, how often does, and I'll say this because Chris Rock said, he said as soon as he came through the house, his wife was like, "Hey, what you doing? Where you date? And it's like, why do you think men have men caves? So they can unwind. A woman can just talk, they keep going, and the guy's like, man, sometimes I just need to the pressures of life decompress.
Chris Rock also said that he likes new pussy and women at home. New pussy, women at home.
Okay, I don't know what's wrong with that.
Wait, I didn't, Melissa. I didn't hear what you said.
That Chris Rock also has a joke that says "new pussy, woman at home." New pussy, woman at home. So men want new pussy. That's something that's normal for them. And he just said that he doesn't know what's wrong with that because I guess he agrees with that.
Because guys always they said the best punani is new punani. That's
so
not
you guys
something
don't need wives.
But that's not something that I made up. That's been there. That's been there for way decades before I've gotten there.
So you got to have all of the good ones?
No, I've had some bad ones. So but
the ones that are good, you got to have them all?
No, because what happens is when you get older and you become, and I've said this before, I was on the lead attorney show. I said, the more money that I've gotten and the older I've gotten, the less sex I wanted and the less sex I needed. Because what would happen is the sex was just not sex. I knew everything that came along with the sex. And I knew that I had to vet the women and say, okay, is this someone that can destroy my life? If I sleep with them and they get, what are the consequences to that? If I sleep with them and they won't go away because it can't just be a sexual relationship, what are the consequences with that? And so I have to make sure that that person that I am being intimate with, that if something does happen, that I can at least spend some time with them. That I can
These
at least
guys are on fire.
That's why I like the older men. That's why I look for an older man, because I hope that I find one like that.
Well, as we get older, it's not about quantity. It becomes about quality.
Correct.
We don't want a whole bunch of one. We just want one good one.
And I want to open the panel to some other men, because BMT, man, I brought you one because I thought you was going to talk, brother, but you went an hour and a half and you ain't said one word. You ain't helping us out. You putting us in the corner.
Can't hear you.
I put the I put that.
Can't hear you. I don't know what's going on with your mic, man. Damn.
He's gone. So
I mean, we can drop the link for a brother to come up, and we can get this conversation going in two ways. But I'm of the mind at my point in my life that I just want one quality woman. But I've been through all the other things, dating multiple women in between my marriages. And, I've never wanted to be married to two women. I never wanted to have two women other than just one experience of doing that. It becomes a hassle trying to keep up with. And I'm not a good liar. Sorry. I'm not a good liar to keep people's names separated from each other. I'm going to mix up your name and call you somebody else's name. And that's going to start a whole fight. And I just never want to deal with that. You know what I mean? So I left it to just staying consistent with one at a time. But believe me, it was if you broke one of my rules or something that I couldn't deal with, it was on to the next. If you know anything about Libras, I mean, that's just what we do. We're not that attached.
Tamasha, if you caught the beginning of the show, there was a gentleman who's dating a woman in Atlanta. She's married, He's been dating her for 7 months. Said he spends about $1,000 a month on dating and going out, which I could probably believe in Atlanta, but there's still no intimacy. Do you think that that's okay?
Facts.
Do you think from a guy's perspective, what would be your opinion if you dated a guy that long?
I think it would definitely depend. If there's no intimacy on her part, she maybe really does like him possibly and want to respect herself. Some women have their own rules for themselves, and how many, like you said, 7, how much per month and how many months again?
1,000 times 7 months, at least $1,000 to $1,200 was his budget for dating. Come on.
Ooh. And she had no intimacy, like no hugging, no cuddling, no kissing.
I don't know about the cuddling and hugging part, but he said something about there's tattoos on her body I've never seen. That's a dead giveaway to know that you've never seen.
She seemed like she might be a little shady.
And she's still married.
Well,
and she's still married,
Tamasha.
Yeah, she's still married.
She's still married.
Well, that's the big red flag right there.
Thank you.
Yeah. She's still married and she's carrying on. It's not right. I don't think it's right if she has intentions of not following through.
Okay. I'm going to say this real quick before I bring this gentleman up. I want to let you ladies know that we're a safe space here. So if you feel like you're being attacked or you don't like the kind of questions or the tone somebody's using, and I'm telling you fellas right now, if you come up here and you have the wrong kind of tone, you will get kicked out of here immediately. Okay, so
That's
be
so
respectful.
kind. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mercy, welcome to the panel. You come to a lot of panels. So what do you have on the topic that maybe you can dig Fearless out of this perilous hole that he might have dug himself into?
I mean, I think he's spot on a lot of things he's saying. I think he hasn't fully explained it though. I think most men want one woman, like has been stated. However, the likelihood of that happening probably will never happen. So men get women for different purposes. But they don't say this. Men never say this. But they may say, "Oh, this one lady may provide this, my piece. This other lady may provide something different." So I think that's what men end up doing. But men are just not vocal about it. We don't share our strategies, but that's what ends up happening,
Okay.
And women are more vocal about their strategies. That's why we're shocked. We're like, did she really say that? We're not shocked by she thought that. We're shocked that she said that. That's why the silence. But men don't understand. It's not about what she said. It's about how she thinks. But men think the same way. But I don't know. We just feel like women shouldn't think the way we think.
Okay.
I want to ask this question because it seems like I think that they think that I'm all about sex. So my question is, how do you feel when it comes to being intimate? Meaning, do you wait? Is it that you're sexually attracted to women? I mean, what is when I say that? What is your idea, or how do you think I'm stating that? And I'm going to ask the same of T Mac because they say, "Oh, you're only thinking about sex."
I think the same thing applies with women. They're just surprised that we say it. We're more honest about sex. But women, I think they hide it because society, in some ways, make them hide their sexuality. But I think women, a lot of times, they're sexual, but that's how they end up pregnant, and they don't know who the daddy is. See, they be doing their thing too, but it gets hidden. They hide. See, women are very good at hiding their stuff. So,
Facts.
I mean, that's just what it is. And
if there was a ninja school, all women went to it because y'all sleek and silent.
Wait
Y'all
a minute.
do
He
not-
just said that we had our strategy. We're not secretive about our strategy. He just said that right now. Now we're hiding things. I don't get it.
No, he said
it's certain things about certain things. Like sex is the thing y'all want to hide. Like about sex. I'm just saying certain things. See, we do different things. Men are more honest about their sex. Women are not. Because society pressures. They're just not.
Mercy. So I will say, history has shown that when women are open about their sexuality and forthcoming, quickly labeled as whores. Quickly.
Mm-hmm.
No, hold up.
Let her finish her statement. You can't discredit her life, her life. So let her say what she wants.
If there was a woman that had sex with two people, we don't label that woman as a whore. If she said, "Yeah, I was sex with two people," nobody labels that a whore. And it's not, it's women that have multiple sex partners. And here's the thing: women are embarrassed about it because I can ask you how much money you make per year, and you'll say, "Hey, I make $50,000." And I say, "Well, how many people you had sex with?" You're like, "Oh, I can't tell you that."
Well, wait a minute, but wait, Fearless. Why are women so quiet and silent and ashamed of their sexual history?
Because other women shame them. Because other women call a woman a slut in a minute. You don't think a woman?
We do too.
Mercy
we
just
do
said
too.
right now.
We do too. We shame them as well.
No, we shouldn't think
We
like
do
that.
shame them as well. If they had too many high body count, we will shame them for having a high body count. I'm not.
Hey, ladies, let me help fill this out. It's like looking at the Carfax report. The more owners, the more mileage, the value goes down, right? Would you say the value go down the Carfax report, Fearless?
We're not cars.
We're not cars. Thank you, Melissa.
Hey, real quick, I'd like to let T-Mac jump in here. T-Mac, you're going to have to jump in here like hopscotch, man. This conversation's going fast and wild, brother. You got to get in here. Semper Fi, this is my brother T-Mac. He's also a Marine too. And I think I believe he lives in Colombia right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead, brother.
So let's give a little bit background. So I've been married, twice. So I've been married like 20 some years of my life, but had 2 divorces. So in terms of like sex, I do believe is very important for a man, and it became very important when you actually get married and you have a very active romantic relationship, but that stops when you like have kids or you've been married to a woman. So I had that happen to me too, and it was a different experience, and I think a lot of the views that women have, it has to do with the like the cultural or the society that they live in. Because I noticed like down here in South America, and I'm not talking about any type of pay for play or anything like that. Just a normal average, like everyday woman compared to the U.S. is a lot different, different thought process. I'm not saying that it's better or worse. It's just different. But I just don't see like the like the debate like we have on the stage right now. It just doesn't happen like down here in Colombia with the relationships I've been with or been in, recently. And I think sex to me is very important. But like Fearless was saying, I agree with him 100%. And also what Roland was saying about peace is something that men, I think we value more even than sex. So we can give up on sex a little bit more as long as we have a woman that brings peace to our life. So that's my input.
Yeah. And I've said it before that we will date a 6. When I say a scale of 1 to 10, we'll date a 6 over a 10 if her attitude is correct. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Matter of fact, I got a little video that talks about that. Let's go ahead and play that video real quick, just so we can take a little bit of break.
No problem. Before you play that one, I'm going to play this one because this goes directly to Mercy, and I want to show what Mercy was saying. Give me 10 seconds, guys. What is it called? Man, I hope this one's it. Give me 2 seconds. And what I want to do is I'm not trying to be harsh to y'all, but I think what happens is you guys don't see the barbershop talk that we do. Y'all see the nice guy. Hey, yeah, we're out there. But that's not how guys talk when they're in the barbershop. That's not
all men.
The way we talk.
Not all men. Not all men.
Correct. Not all. But here's the thing. Not all men voted for Trump. But it's a generalization when you say the majority is. So when I'm using that, I have to use the majority. And so when you do a polling, you only poll 30 people in a place and you say, oh, the country's leaning toward whomever, because that's how that poll goes. So when we always use generalizations to make a point, but this is for Mercy.
Well, here it is.
I love this car. I want it.
Great. Before we do the paperwork, I gotta let you know a few things. Okay. This car has had plenty of owners in the past.
Okay, that's the past. What's the mileage?
A lot.
Oh.
But there's good news.
Okay.
This car comes with 2 mini cars, 2 different manufacturers.
Oh, wow. So I get 3 cars for the price of 1?
You can say that.
Okay. Do I get to drive them?
Absolutely not. That's very illegal and inappropriate.
But I'm responsible for the gas and maintenance?
Yes.
Can I get the car without the mini cars?
No.
So what is the point of the...
Wait. We actually have another car, same model, 1 owner in the past, very few miles. No mini cars.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. I want it. Why would anyone in their right mind take the first car? Oh.
Oh, Carfax. That was for you, Mercy. Carfax, baby.
Let me play this one real quick because this goes to the point of what men would
respond to that at all. They can't respond.
No, I don't have a response.
Nobody wants to respond to
kind of confusing.
Well, because first of all, I continue to take significant offense to the whole Carfax.
Yeah.
Comparing us to cars. I think it's disgusting.
The inanimate object.
Agree.
I think that women should be able to be just as sexual as men without being assigned, being called a whore or whatever else.
Okay. We see you on the back, Buck and Uncle Krusty Rico. Hold on for a second. We'll bring you up in a second. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Georgia.
So I'm struggling with the fact that has to stop. That whole dialogue needs to stop. The whole narrative needs to stop. Women should be able to be just as sexual as men without being called whore, sluts, whatever. It doesn't diminish who women are just because they are sexual beings. Men are sexual beings, so are women. But women are literally villainized for being sexual and being open. Why is that? Why is it that a woman, her value has gone down, but a man is perfectly fine? A man can be out there sleeping with 50 women and he's still somehow on the market in somebody who is
considered high value.
High value. But a woman is now, she's not worthless. She's been ran through this and the other. Why is that? I think that narrative has to stop. Why is it's not the same across the board?
Should it be?
Absolutely.
Medically, should it be?
So do you believe in gender roles, and do you believe in chivalry and all this other stuff?
What does it have to do with a woman having sex?
I don't get the relation.
Let me do this analogy. Not my analogy, just my thing.
Here we go with the analogy.
I can grab this cup all I want on the cup. I can grab it.
Run and play the video.
I'm gonna put you on mute if you keep saying that. I can grab this cup all I want. If I put so 10 people can grab this cup and I can wash it. If I put my hand inside of this cup and 10 people put their hand inside of the cup, you still drink it. Not my analogy. I just said it was something I seen. Not my analogy.
Well,
let's see. You want to bring Krusty and Buck up?
Yeah, but let me play this video real quick. Goodness.
Okay. All
Most women don't like most men. The first reason is due to inflation of options, right? The grass is always greener due to social media, dating apps, which have really, really boosted women's egos. Also, not to mention the 90-10 rule due to those options, meaning that 90% of the women are usually going after the top 10% of men and what they find the most attractive in the realms of looks, money, and status. And then average woman versus the average man. We have seen it time and time again. The average woman has access to higher status, more attractive men, versus the average guy really doesn't have the same access that even an average woman would have nowadays. And because of that, it's kind of skewed up the dating dynamics, which overall has made it harder for men just to land a single date.
Do y'all believe what he just said? Women first. Anybody can chime in. Georgia, you quiet, suspiciously quiet over there.
I'm struggling with this whole thing. I really am.
So you think he's not right? You think that's not what women do? They're not looking for the upper echelon of 10% of men. So hypergamy is not a real word. It's a ghost thing that people say, but it's not reality in women's nature.
Not all women.
Not all women are hypergamist? Are you really saying that to us?
I'm gonna let somebody else chime in.
I honestly missed a little piece of it. I missed a little bit of it, so I didn't catch everything. Give me the gist of what he was saying.
He was just basically saying that hypergamy plays a role with women's decisions on what they want to deal with when it comes to men, which they're always trying to deal with the higher echelon of men, the top 10%, where 90% of the men are looked past and looked over. And even if a higher value man decides to look at a woman that might be an average type of person, the minute that average woman gets a hold of a higher value man, all of a sudden her perspective is skewed. And now she's going after the higher value man when it might have been just a lucky night for her because he was desperate.
He probably showed her what the possibilities were.
And now she's locked in on that all the time instead of understanding where she's supposed to be at.
I mean, if you look at nature, let's take the Lion Kingdom, for example.
Right.
You know, I agree we're not cars, but we definitely are closely related to some of them animals out there. And think about how many male dogs are trying to get the female dog, you know, and she's only selective about who she lets get it because it's about the offspring. You know, in the jungle, the gorillas, they don't want the weak gorillas over there laying got his ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? So I think we can look at nature when it comes to that. Of course, it's like it's inbred, it's in us to want to choose upper echelon. You know, if we're thinking about
the mission. You just basically shut down every woman and said that's not true.
Well, that's my opinion. I'm just looking at how it is in nature. You know what I mean? On average, I mean, to be honest, yes, I would definitely want a man who's more upper echelon. Why wouldn't I? Why would I go? Why would I go down, or why would I set my standards low? It doesn't make sense.
She said it, Georgia. Nobody forced her to say it that way. She said it.
No, I agree with what she's saying. I don't understand.
Go ahead.
Why wouldn't a woman aim for higher?
That's exactly what hypergamy is.
I understand that. So I missed the question then.
Where's the conflict? Is that a problem?
Right.
No, but y'all were just in denial about it.
No, I'm not in denial about it. I'm frustrated with the fact that you all are saying that now a woman's worth is now diminished by the amount of men she's had sex with. That's what I was focused on. But absolutely, when a woman is going out there and she is looking for a partner, absolutely she's looking for somebody in a higher social status. That doesn't, why wouldn't she?
Right.
Especially if she's considering having a family, she wants somebody that'll be able to provide. You know, at least contribute to taking care of. You know, it's not solely on the man these days. Times have changed, but you know, there are some women out there who might want to have 4 or 5 kids. And does it make more sense for you to go to work and me to be home with the kids? Are you able to afford that kind of thing?
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. We got some more members on the panel. I'd like to go ahead and let we're gonna let Buck go, and then Old Crusty, you can go next.
I'm gonna prefix by saying this, man. I voted for Trump 2024, Ohio.
Okay, what's that got to do with the price of beans? We need to stay focused on. Listen. If you miss my preamble, we're not going to have any shenanigans up here. We're going to be respectful to the young women. We're going to stay focused on the topic. And
okay, all right. So let me focus on the topic. So she said, why is it not acceptable for women to have high body count and all that? See, the thing is, when us men, when we are choosers and we want the best mother for our kids, we want a woman with lower body count or nothing. You know, so that's the way how men we always look for, like in a potential, the best higher quality of women. But for the women who have higher body count, we might have fun with them, but we would never ever settle with them. So that's the main difference. So when a guy's hitting you up in your DMs and saying, "Oh, I have all this option, all that," don't get it twisted. Most guys just want to smash and dash, but it just is an evolutionary thing. Man always wants something that is in a higher quality so he can produce a better offspring.
Okay, so this is my question. How do you know what a woman's body count is?
I mean, I can just tell, like, to be honest, I can just tell.
No, you can't.
The people she hang around with, how she carries herself, what types of friends she has, where she been, where she been,
what her body count is.
Yes, because if her friends are also, you know, like whores, like and they do like girl nights out and all that, then that's good. That's gonna be a good indicator who the type of person she is.
Oh,
you know?
Oh, honey.
Like I can instantly tell. I swear, I can instantly just tell, bro.
You cannot. Trust
I swear, I can instantly tell. I can trust me. I can instantly tell.
Trust and believe you. There are the most educated women out there who carry themselves like the most demure church woman who has 50 men on her list. So trust and believe, you cannot tell by who a woman hangs around what her body count is. You can't.
I can
Yeah,
tell.
I'm not
But that's
believing
A
all I'm
it.
gonna
woman's
say.
gonna let you know what she wants you to know. If she is truly considering you as a partner, trust and believe you will not be around her friends who have a high body count. Trust and believe. Trust.
But hold up. Why is that then? See what you just said. If you want it to be fair, then you should be able to have as many
We know
partners
how
as you
men
want.
think. We know how men think.
And so we know how women think. So that's why we do, and that's why we play the game.
So that's why when men settle down and marry a woman who they feel she hasn't been out there, she the biggest hoe in the group. She knew how to get that man.
No, I agree. I agree.
So you all are thinking, oh, I can tell by the minute a woman is ready to settle down, she's going to change her environment. She's going to change the women that she introduces her man to.
So is it wrong that if later on that man finds out she was out there, that he leaves her because of her past? Because usually, and I'll say this, a man is always worried about a woman's past. A woman is always focused on a man's future.
A man who has a sense of confidence in himself, he's not worried about a woman's body count.
Not at all.
How y'all think about that?
Doesn't even come up.
Pablo, think about that.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
Okay.
So,
basketball.
So I've been listening just for a few minutes, and I think maybe the ladies might have us a bit misunderstood. I can't speak for you guys, but I love hoes.
What?
Yeah.
You love
Yeah.
When did that come up?
I love hoes, man. They're fun. They are full of entertainment. We have great times together. They are very energetic. Hoes are fun, right?
I agree.
I can't speak for all of the men on the panel. I'm just speaking for Pablo. I enjoy the company of hoes. The only thing is when I'm ready to move in another direction in life, just like you said, when that woman is ready to, settle down and she's gonna move to a different environment. Guess what? When I'm ready to switch it up, I'm not picking the hoes for long-term relationships. Those are fun girls. They in the fun category.
You won't know that woman is a whore when she changes up what she wants to, the direction she wants to go in. You won't even.
So just a second. The other gentleman was talking about, he would know. I'm not saying I would know about a stranger or someone I had never met. But when you're in a social circle, and let me give an example. I was in college. There was a young lady that would always be coming through the dorm with the hoodies on late at night. And it would always be a new guy escorting her in and escorting her out. I went to an HBCU, so we had co-ed visitation, so you had to sign in your guests when you brought them in. So everybody would see this particular girl with this guy, that guy, other guy. And years later, when I'm living down here in Atlanta, and I ran across this young lady, and we had a conversation with her. I said, "Yeah, I remember you from school and this and that and the other." You know what she said to me? She said, "Yeah, you probably wouldn't date me now." I said, "Well, why do you say that?" You know what? She went silent and didn't say anything. I knew she knew why. She didn't respond because she knew that I knew. So, no, we know who the hoes are because they're in our social circle. So if you think you can hoe and not there not be a consequence, that's living in the mind of a juvenile, someone who is not, wary in the ways of the world. No, there are consequences for behaviors and reputation. So no, we enjoy hoes. Make no mistake about it. Every man on this panel has enjoyed the company of a hoe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
So,
man.
what is your name?
Yes, sir.
Pablo, I just want to say, this is what I want to say, and I said it before. When a woman is ready to settle down, okay, number one, she is not going to go fishing in the same pond she was hoeing in. Okay, that's number one. Number two, she is no longer going to surround herself around those women who have that reputation. So you keep saying you know the hoes. Of course you know the hoes. They want to be known.
She's basically saying they're going undercover to become wives.
Yes, and guess what? We're going to remove ourselves from the whole environment too. Yes,
Wait,
you're right.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
We are going to remove ourselves from the whole environment too when we're ready to settle down, just like that woman.
Okay, so why are you saying you know who the hoes are? The hoes don't want to be married yet.
You didn't get it. You didn't catch it. You didn't catch the catch 22 of it.
I didn't catch it.
Okay. You'll catch it later. Go back and listen.
Here's the thing. What both of y'all are saying is both of them are going to remove themselves from the environment where they're tagged as a hoe and where you're the guy that's buying the hoes or dealing with the hoes. They are both going to leave that environment. Once she's hidden within the regular environment of life and not hanging around those same people in that same environment, that club or wherever she was hoeing at, how are you going to be able to identify that woman as a whole if she's playing innocent little Miss Mary? Is what she's saying.
But I can answer that question.
Hold on.
I can answer that question.
Okay, one person. Go ahead.
See, the thing is, you got what's called a hoe mentality. You got that too.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I definitely
that's
agree,
not
man.
gonna
It's
change.
like,
And the way she thinks, that's not going to change.
One at a time. We're not going to double talk. But wait, go ahead, Mercy. Finish your statement.
And the way she thinks, that's not going to change because her attitude going to be, it don't matter how many people I done been with. That's going to be her attitude. And we see them on YouTube. They say this stuff. It don't matter how many men I slept with. I'm still going to get Prince Charming. And when she start talking like that, they're like, oh, you really think like that? Because they talk. You just listen and be like, oh, you really think? Oh. And they really think they're going to get a perfect husband after they done slept with 100 people. They really think that. And it just don't work out. Look at the marriage rates, how it's going down. Because you can be delusional, but then I'm factual. That's the difference.
Okay. So Mercy, what I will say is the woman who was out there bragging about her body count, she's not getting a quality man. She's not. So that's why it doesn't work out. You got somebody who doesn't value themselves, according to what men feel, who is now bragging about it in a social circle where there's a man who doesn't even respect a woman because he's willing to marry somebody who he views as a hoe. So what you're saying doesn't make sense. A woman who wants a quality man is not going to be out there bragging about her body count.
Let me ask you a question to these of the ladies. I want to make sure they're involved. So I want to start with you, Shannon, because you've been silent. You just said a quality man. Shannon, can you define to me what a quality man is or the attributes that you seek in a man?
Knowing that you're married, what were you seeking when you found your husband?
I wanted a God-fearing man. That's very important to me. I wanted a man who was stable, a man who was secure within his own manhood, that would not be intimidated or felt inferior to a woman who was successful. I wanted a man who believes in family. And when I say family, not necessarily about having children, but just, the way that they love on their mother, the way that they, love on their dads and their siblings. Like family is really important to me. Someone who's funny, who has common sense. I know for me, after being married, going through my first marriage and my divorce, and I think Georgia touched on this early, like I walked out of that knowing so much about myself and about what I was bringing to the table, but also what I wasn't going to accept or tolerate in my next situation. And I wasn't even looking. So my husband that I'm with today, I wasn't looking, but it just turned out that timing and where we were both at at the stage of our life, we were ready for that. And so it works for us. I was able to get what I was looking for, and the same with him. So, and I also wanted somebody that I feel like is like my best friend. My husband is my best friend. I don't look at wanting to do life with anybody else except for him, because
That's
not only is he my husband, but I mean, he's my best friend. We have fun together, you know?
That's awesome.
So what?
Because long after sex is gone, you got to have a friendship.
Correct.
So
look, she giggled at that, and I said it for a reason.
Because again, again, as I said before, I think there are other ways that you can still have intimacy and connection with your man.
But some people make it so big of an issue, as we know, that they feel like once they can't do it, all of a sudden they're useless.
I don't feel that way.
Okay.
And I don't.
But real quick, I just want to thank the people that super chatted. Dr. HP Black PhD, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said it's not a woman's worth that diminishes. It's not the woman's worth that diminishes. It's the desire the man has for said woman that diminishes. So over time, she's saying the desire for that woman starts to diminish based on whatever that situation is. So thank you for the $5 super chat. And then I want to read Melissa's $5 super chat, or $4.99. She says the body count of a woman does not determine whether she is going to be a good mother or not. All right, go ahead and continue with the conversation. Thank you.
I have a question for the ladies, if I could. Ladies, I have a question, if I could.
But before we go there, I wanted to go around because I wanted to ask them that same question to make sure that they're involved. So Tamashi, you talked about a good man. What do you consider a good man? And then Shannon, I want to go back in because you said you bring something to the table. I wanted to know what that would be. So what do you consider a good man? What are the attributes you look for when selecting a good man?
For me, just based on past experiences, I need a man who's definitely emotionally available. A man who's not afraid to express his emotions. You know, I'm okay with the man if he needs to cry because he's just hurt about something, then cry. Not a cry baby, but I need a man in my life who's definitely emotionally connected with himself and is not afraid to cry around me. You know, I would like a man who is not stuck on gender roles, someone who's not a machismo. You know, of course I want a man's man, but I want him to be okay with being in the kitchen and cooking with me if I want him to come in there, not necessarily sitting on the sidelines and waiting for the food to come. You know, now if that's where we are, you know, like he's at work all day and I'm at home, then of course I don't mind doing that. But in today's society, women want to go hard and chase dreams and build businesses just like men do. You know, so I want a man who's okay with that. Someone who's very supportive, someone who's not jealous. You know, I want a man who's willing to stand up for me and protect me if I need him to. Loyal, someone who doesn't care about how many men I've been with. You know, I mean, we all have a past, and these hoes ain't having sex by themselves.
Ha!
So, you know, it's not fair to think. It's not fair to think that when we go to Freaknik, y'all gonna be the only ones that want to freak.
Okay, here we go.
Right. So this idea of body count is insane to me. Like, this is not 1950. You know, women have made it clear that we're not little meat church mouses. You know, we have emotions, we have needs. Some of us have high sex drives. So, you know, this body count thing is crazy to me. But yeah, that's what I look for in a man.
And I'm glad because you hit on topics that I want to revisit. And if we don't get to them today, you got to come back because I want to talk about gender roles, body count, and a man crying because we're going to do that. But one question then, can your man make less than you?
Can my man make yes?
Okay, and that's not a problem.
You're marked as a unicorn right now in this world.
Yes, as long as he's supportive of me, he can make less than me if he's not in a jealous energy and wanting me to feel bad because he makes less than me.
Because I have found through talking through women that a lot of women want the men, in order for him to be what they call that provider, leader, whatever, he has to make more than them. And we don't have to, we're going to visit that. So I just want to put that in your thought process. Georgia, can you answer that same question? Then we're going to bring Uncle Rico up.
Repeat the question, please.
What qualities do you look for in a man? Because
what is a good man, in other words?
Correct. And I say that because what we think may be, as a man, what we think may be a good man. For instance, a lot of men believe in gender roles, body count. A lot of men do not cry, not vulnerable, don't open up. All of those things that you guys said are fine. A lot of guys are saying, hey, no, that's not even me. So what, in your opinion, because I think a lot of times we talk past each other, what kind of man, what is a man to you? What qualities do you look for?
What qualities? I'm going to focus on my husband. The qualities that I looked for in my husband. So first off, I want to say that I met my husband on Match.com.
That was a while ago. You telling on yourself.
That was a while ago. So my good friend met her husband on Match. Tamasha's familiar. And my husband's good friend met his wife on Match.
And my ex-wife.
So the qualities I was looking for, number one, was somebody who was willing to just have conversations. You know, let's sit down and let's just talk about everything. Somebody that cared about family. You know, one of the things that drew me towards my husband was that at the time that he and I met, he was caring for his ailing grandparents, and that just touched a part of me. Somebody who is willing to allow me to be me. I never felt like I had to, and some people might be offended by this, but I never felt like I had to dumb myself down for my husband. My husband's very confident in who he is, and I never felt like I had to portray myself as less than when he and I met. And really just somebody who allowed me to be me, truly allowed me to be me. So those are the things that I looked for in my husband.
All right. I want to show this.
Can I say this real quick? And I appreciate everything you said, Georgia. I just want to say one thing, and for a point of clarity. When you say your husband allows to be you to be you, a lot of women take that to the extreme, and they think they can go out and do a whole bunch of disrespectful stuff, and the man is supposed to do that. So there's a limit to him allowing you to be you without disrespecting him. Because some women take that to the nth degree, saying you should let me be me. But you all out here with your pants and these lace front kind of clothing with these bikini, underwear underneath of them, and they're going out with the girls. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not you being you and being respectful.
No, well, see, I think I struggle with that anyway, because that doesn't have a place in a marriage. That doesn't have a place in a serious relationship. So when I say allow me to be me, my husband, he knows if I'm going to plan something, a get together, he knows I'm going to the next level. He knows that, this is going to be top notch on whatever I'm planning. He knows that if I am, whatever, when it comes to decorating the home, when it comes to my job, he just allows me to be me. And if I need him, I'll pull him in. But other than that, my husband is very good about not giving his opinion. If I want to talk to my husband, now this is something that we've had to work on. If I want to vent to my husband, he now recognizes, like, I don't need to fix this. And I think that was mentioned earlier. She just needs me to listen. So he truly allows me to be me without trying to change who I
am. All right. I just want to show this. And I think this is where guys are taught what they're referring to. So there's two studies. I'm going to share. This is one study. So it's the the number of sex partners toward the number of divorces. So women with one sex partner is 4%. Because someone in here said, and I'll get to his comment, and the more sex partners you have, the higher the divorce rate. That's one. And here it says the divorce rate based on sexual partners. So women with 10 or more sexual partners have the highest divorce rate, while women with 3 to 9 have a lower divorce rate. So women with 2 actually have the lowest. And I bring that up because the gentleman here said it's interesting. There hasn't been a discussion regarding the psychological association relative to high body count on men's or women's with the psych panel. So one of the things that a lot of guys try to say is women with higher body counts are unable to pair bond because I'm only putting the state. Don't do that. And then we're gonna bring Uncle Rico up.
No, I brought up the pair bond conversation when she said it.
Well, can I address that?
Go ahead.
So
Yes,
so Fearless had stated at the top of the podcast that I wasn't coming on as a therapist today.
Right.
So
Right.
I'm coming on as a guest. So when we are talking about body count and men versus women, absolutely there is a backstory to why a woman's body count is so high. But I'm not coming on here as a therapist. So my hope is that we'll have a separate show on trauma that will address why women have high body counts, because it is absolutely associated with trauma. But that's not what we're talking about. So don't.
And that's why you shut up the last time I said something.
Right. So don't do me, whoever just called in. Don't do me. I'm not on here as a therapist today.
Because I could bring up Michael Termanism too, but I'm not going to say anything about that either.
Okay.
So just so everyone knows, tonight is the non-therapist Thursday. I think our previous panels, we kind of ganged up on the women. Kind of, we're doing that now. But I really wanted to have their opinion because I wanted to see things from a woman's perspective. A lot of times we see things our way and we talk in our echo chamber and we think of one way. And, you know, if we talk amongst ourselves so long, we start to believe what we're saying is true. So, you know, some things I'm just saying is crazy. Georgia knows me and we have fun. So, but, you know, we bring the conversation out. Let me have Old Krusty go. I know he has a lot of opinions. So, Old Krusty, let's go.
No, let me just say this. I'm going to try to take it back to the title of the stream, which is about, I think it says, why do you keep attracting toxic relationships? And if I think of toxic relationships and I'm assuming in the non-clinical term, we're just talking about people who describe people as crazy. And to me, I would say men and women keep attracting toxic relationships because we're toxic people. I think just period, we look too much outwardly and not enough inwardly. So we're sitting here and I hear men always frame it in this reference, like women keep asking for toxic relationships. I'm like, because men are seeking toxic relationships. We all do. Whether it's what we ingest, what we drink, what we eat. Men writ large, we are creatures, and it's not just men, it's women too. People. I just non-clinically, I would probably say 80 to 90% of the population deals with on a spectrum of toxicity. Now, when you're on the outside and I'm pointing at, say, Georgia or you, Fearless, I'll say you're toxic, denying the toxicity within myself. So when we say what's attracting us to it, it's within us. And that's the one thing we never look at. We always look at the toxicity in people outside of us rather than the toxicity within us. So I think if we just starting there, I don't think it's fair. You know, as men, I get it in this space. We want to bang on women, and women do it. Absolutely. I try to tell men, we fucking do it too. We like it. I'm sitting here now with a drink. That's toxic. Alcohol is toxic to my body. Most of the food we eat is toxic to us. Whether you smoke cigarettes or something else, it's toxic to us. We do it. So let's stop kidding ourselves about that. When it comes to the body count conversation, this just blows my mind. It's just silly beyond belief. I think for men, you want the knowledge. I'm not saying that I think promiscuity is a good thing for anybody, men or women, but it is something that we both practice in. Let's stop bullshitting it. So if I think of a woman having 100 or 200 bodies, and I say that that makes her a bad mother or a bad wife or a bad lover, then I have to ask myself, how does that not have the same effect on a man? Why does it not make him a bad father, a bad husband, or, whatever the case may be? So I don't think a woman expressing, now, again, I'm not a proponent of it. I'm just saying I can't demonize it when I look at it through the lens of the human condition, man or woman, and our natural biological desire to engage in sexual activity. I'm just like, it's bullshit.
Krusty, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think the consequences of promiscuity are the same or equal for men as they are for women?
No, but and I'm glad you asked that. But I think so you're absolutely right. I think the consequences are greater for women, but I think that's a socialization rather than a biological thing. So I think socially, we demonize women at a much higher rate, and I get it. I do it too. I don't think that's biological.
Well, you don't think it affects women more biologically than men?
You would be wrong.
Based on women being emotional creatures versus men being analytical?
No,
how we're more detached when it comes to sex?
Hold on, let me finish.
Yes, that is.
I'm not talking about emotions and feelings and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that that women are more have a higher rate of infection for sexually transmitted diseases like HIV than men?
Okay.
And the reason why is because women's bodies were made to be receptacles of those bodily fluids. That's how they get pregnant.
Okay.
There's not the same exposure for men that it is for women.
For straight men.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. No, hold on, Dr. George. Hold on, Dr. George. So you said it's not the same. So what you're saying is you're not saying
they have a higher risk.
Okay. So what you're saying is
he's breaking up. Hold on, Rico. He's still talking. He's just breaking up because he's in the car.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying they have a higher. Maybe if I turn my voice down a little bit, it can get feedback.
Well, you're in the car, so you were just breaking up at the moment that you were talking.
Okay, but women, this is medical science here, not my feelings. Women have a higher risk, a higher infection rate of sexually transmitted diseases than men. Also, women, and from the sociological side, women have and always probably will face more social judgment for promiscuity than men. I keep hearing the women say, it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. No, it's not fair. But we didn't make it that way. It is what it is. And it's
you didn't. No, men did make it that way.
Well, it's exactly change is what I'm trying to get you to realize. It's not fair that men are expected to provide economically for your needs. But it is what it is. Homeless men don't get a lot of options in women. It's not fair.
Pablo, can I respond to the biological part? Because I agree with you. I don't disagree with you. I do agree that the women have a higher risk. But when we talk about risk, that's to what degree? That doesn't mean that men have no risk. It just means they have a lower risk. So when we're talking about STDs, We're talking about it only takes a singular occurrence. So whether I'm in the low risk or the high risk, I still abstain. The risk is still the same. It's just to a lower degree or a higher degree. So I don't disagree. What you said is absolutely right. Women have a higher risk of contracting the STD. Men have a lower risk, but to what degree? They both share a risk of contracting STDs. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. And then I do agree 100% with the socialization. It's not fair. I agree with everything you said, but I'm saying that that's socially, that's not biologically. And that was all my point was.
Let me piggyback to the
Hold up, one at a time. And before we do that, I just want to ask Shannon a question. Shannon, you did say you have a daughter. Am I correct?
I do.
How old is your daughter? May I ask again?
She's 24.
If body count didn't matter, would you tell your daughter to go out and bust it down with whomever she wants, however she wants? Or what would you tell her? The only thing that's open after 12 are legs, and keep them closed.
I'm not going to tell my daughter to be out there like that.
Exactly.
I'm not. No.
I think that's an unfair question, Fearless, because what mother would tell her daughter?
See, let me tell you what my father said.
But hold on, but you can't out-talk the host, brother. You gotta wait.
Another way. What advice would you give your daughter? Meaning, if your daughter had the option to have 20 sexual partners or 5 sexual partners, what advice would you give her going forward?
My advice to my daughter has been to, number one, wait until she's ready, and to make sure that she understands, her worth and her value before just giving it to just anybody. I think women, I think that's important for us to understand that we have choices, and we don't have to jump at the first thing that comes into our space. And so that's how I've raised my daughter, is to love herself first and foremost, like herself enough that, it's okay for you to wait. You don't have to jump at the first thing that gives you attention, and make sure that you're ready and be smart about it.
But let me say this real quick. Inversely, if you had a son, okay, and your son was dating an opportunity of dating 3 different women. One you knew was pretty much a very good woman, raised by a good family, and had little to no body count, versus one that was running the street amok. You knew the type of woman she was, and it could be to your son.
Well, don't say it like
that. She had a high body count.
Let's put it even. Let's just put it even, because then you skew it.
No, because sometimes good girls can be the worst ones. You can't skew it like that.
No, I'm just saying your son is dating 3 different women.
I didn't change your scenario. Let me get my scenario out the way I want to.
Say, she running the street, and the one in church, of course. So I'm saying everything being equal. One is a virgin, one has 10 body counts, one has multiple body counts, but they are very attractive, very nice to him. What advice would you give your son?
That doesn't equalize it. What would equalize it is to tell your son to be judicious with himself as well.
No, but we're talking about a female.
Y'all don't flip my whole scenario around for your own purposes.
The son needs to be virtuous.
Can I answer? Can I ask my own question without y'all flipping out my whole scenario, please? Then y'all can follow up with your little change ups. I'm just asking a simple question. If you had a son and he was going out there and you wanted the best for him, because I have an 80-year-old mother and I know the right answer. Okay. So you tell me, what would you advise your son? To date the woman that has a less body count or the one that has a higher body count?
You're asking me that
yes.
question?
Yes.
My advice for how I raise my kids, whether I have a daughter, but even if I had a son, it's gonna be the same. I think you have to. I understand that there's these social rules or whatever that we put out there for how men need to show up, but I mean, men need to respect themselves too. They need to understand their worth and their value, and also understand that they don't have to go, sticking the first thing that comes in front of their face either.
Right.
I just, so for me, my message would be the same if I had a son.
Thank you.
I'm just not interested in raising
Now,
children, or
now I'm going to tell you the truth.
this is out there.
My
like that.
80-year-old mother, I've had this.
Me.
Listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. My 80-year-old mother, I've had this conversation with her, and I asked her, I said, look, you taught me how to be a perfect gentleman. Taught me how to open doors, roses on the first date, all the things I needed to know in order to date a woman properly. Taught me how to cook and clean for myself. You taught me how to prepare myself for life. The one thing you negated and neglected to teach me was how sneaky and conniving women can be. And you know what she told me? I wanted you to figure that out on your own.
Okay, so Rona, you said this.
Yes, I did say this.
You said this the first podcast
Yep.
I was on.
And that's why I'm repeating it, because I'm not lying about it.
Well, okay. But clearly there's some stuff that you have not healed with.
Why?
Because what I'm saying is
no doctor this time. I don't want you to go to
yes, doctor.
No, we'll wait. But I do have a question on this. Because, and this is for the women and for the men. A man can get with a woman and she does not know how to have sex and has no experience, and we're fine with it. I've rarely seen a woman want to get with a man who doesn't know his way around a woman's body. So that's why I say sometimes a woman would admire a man with experience, where a man does not necessarily need a woman with experience if he's going to marry her. Do you agree or don't you agree?
To me, that sounds like a form of control, than wanting to be in control.
No, so you always say, well, he can't find it. He don't know how to put it. He can't put it down. Whatever terminology y'all use for me. Do you admire dating a man with more sexual experience? Not necessarily sexual partner, sexual experience. And because a man can date a virgin who doesn't know anything, and we're willing to teach them. I don't know a lot of women who are willing to teach.
Georgia don't like that.
I did. My son's father wasn't extremely experienced. Granted, he is 9 years younger than me, but when him and I got together, and by the way, I have a 19-year-old son, and I can chime in on that part because he goes to college right here at UNLV. As far as body count.
Yeah.
But my son's father was not as experienced as I was at the time that we met. And I never considered judging him for not being, I just kind of taught him what I wanted him to know. Now, I was mad when he moved on and other bitches was giving me.
They got the benefit of your tutelage, right?
Exactly. But I never judged him. I never once said he didn't even know how to do this, that, or the other. It was never a thing for me. And to hear you say that, I had to think about it. And I'm like, well, damn, I did teach my son's father quite a bit of things, but it was never an issue for me that he wasn't. I just taught him what I wanted him to know.
That was great on your behalf. Now, what did you tell your son about body count and women?
So last night, ironically, his dad was here visiting and we were all just in a discussion. I don't even know how we got on the subject, but the subject went to my son. My son's dad was like, you're in college, you're around attractive women. Like, and my son kind of got offended because his dad was like kind of judging the girls and how pretty they were. And he's like, Dad, they're my college friends. They're this, that, and the other. And his dad was like, well, I'm not going to have sex with them, but that don't mean you shouldn't. And so to me, it was like, he was like, you're in college. Like, he was basically like, this is your time to smash. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I said to him, would you tell your daughter the same thing? And he said, no, absolutely not.
And we are like that. But now here's what I will say, because I did say it, and this is from experience. I have told my son, I would tell my son, and I would tell any other males out there, that though we think that sex and sexual partners only affect women, it does affect men. Because what happens is, it's just like where I've experienced. It's like a drug. You always want something more, more, and more. That's why you say, a guy said, man, I want, the richer they get, you can have everything you want, but you're not sexually satisfied, because it's like a drug. I need a threesome. I need group sex. I need all of these other crazy things. So I think even as a guy, having a lot of sexual partners can start to skew you and start to lead you awry.
It traumatizes you.
I say that to my son or to any males that say, hey, don't skew your sexuality, because then what happens is you don't enjoy sex anymore.
You get the Diddy effect.
Yes, where you need some other type of dopamine or something like that to do it. And a lot of guys, which you don't understand, when you say they suffer from erectile dysfunction, it isn't that. It's that they're just not turned on anymore.
Well, that's not true, because there's health reasons that also.
No, I understand that is it. But all right, if you take a 20-year-old dude and they're like, I can't really get it up. Not that they can't get it up all the time. Sometimes it's mentally that they just not stimulated. They've watched porn. They have shown studies that they have watched porn so much. When they're actually with when they're actually with a female, it's not sexually satisfying, because they are doing all the things that the porn star is doing. So it affects men.
So before you answer real quick, I got a $20 super chat from Drew. And he said, would the view of promiscuity be the result from our country being Christian majority? Also, promiscuity isn't tolerated in the Quran or Torah. Promiscuity has been tolerated thousands of years. Salute to the panel.
Can I disagree with that, Ronan?
You can disagree or agree. It doesn't matter. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Drew. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Drew. Only thing I would point out is when he pointed out the promiscuity wasn't tolerated in the Quran. I'm not sure about the Torah, because I'm not Jewish, and I'm not Muslim either. But they practice the Quran is of the Muslim faith. They practice multiple wives and harems and things of that nature. So I would say promiscuity is not tolerated for women.
Correct. Yeah.
In certain
but even in the Quran, there's a correct way of marrying multiple women.
Right,
first, you have to be able to afford them. It has to be done properly. You're not allowed just to go around and screw people. So there is a limit to how you actually do it. So it's an order and a standard. So promiscuity is just doing it all willy-nilly.
Right.
So there's an order to their harems or their multiple wives system.
Right. But I would say basically even in the Muslim world outside of marriage, they have concubines and things of that nature, even in Asia. So
but we know as of 1800, even in America, multiple wives are outlawed, but it was legal here too.
Right. I only pointed because he said for thousands of years. I'm just pointing out historically that's absolutely was not for women, but men.
Absolutely. Yeah. Women were still held to the promise of virginity for safety.
Yep.
That's the way it was traded off.
That's it.
But again, the families benefited from it because there was always some kind of a purse that had to be given to the family for the woman. The woman stayed chaste. She stayed protected in the family until she was proposed to, and the gift of the marriage gift was given to the family for that man to take that wife. So there was an order to those things back then.
Can I disagree a little bit? I'm not agreeing with what you said, but I'm just disagreeing with what he said. That is, women have always been hypergamous. They already knew this. That's why the king got all the women. They already knew what the women wanted. They wanted some resources. They wanted to be taken care of. So they had a system to make that happen. It's only in America we act like we don't understand what's going on, and we think it's free. You do whatever you want. You live, but that's not reality. Women are hypergamous. That's why in those systems they got it set up where the man on top can get all the women.
That's what I said,
It's a
Mercy.
question that I've posed before. No, Uncle Rico, I've posed this question. I said to women, would you rather be the mistress to a king or the wife of a peasant?
Ooh, that's a good question.
You know what they chose, right?
That's a great question.
That's a good question.
Go ahead, ladies. Take your time. Shannon or Tamasha or Georgia.
That's a difficult one because it's like, how am I being treated? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's how are you treating me? Is the king treating me like a queen, or is he treating me like an object? You know,
but even as an object, you got your opulence and everything else that goes with that king.
Yeah, but I still need to be treated. I need to be treated well. I don't care about the monetary, you know, the tangible things.
So you would live with the peasant.
Treating me like I'm your piece of property. You know, we've seen those scenarios, even if it's on TV, where a woman is with a man, he got a lot of money, but he treat her like shit.
That's fact.
You're not content with
why is it that Nick Cannon, Future, all of them women know when it, you know, they the number 5th girl, the number 6th girl, all of that. It seems as though they've chosen to be with the king and the mistress when there's good guys that would treat them well.
No, they've chosen to be with the paycheck.
Yeah, that would be it. Correct. I don't disagree. That is true.
But isn't that similar to what a king would have been?
Yes. That's exactly what it is.
Can't discredit it.
They had courts and harems. So you could be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, see them once a week.
Most women didn't want to live in the pig farm. They wanted to be in the castle. Around the knights and everybody else, and the opulence and the gold and whatever the king wanted to shower him with them, versus being out there on hard labor. We ain't talking about modern times. We're talking about back in those days. What would you settle for? Would you want to be in that wooden hut where the wind's blowing through it on winter nights and y'all have to have fires, or y'all want to be in a stone castle?
Definitely back in then times, and I hate the cold. I want to be in the castle.
Yeah, y'all thinking of modern times where there's modern conveniences. In those days, there was a choice to be made.
But Ronan, the worst part was even in those days, it wasn't even so much being in the hut. It was like, say you had children by the king, and the first wife, their children was in line, but you and your children, 2nd or 3rd, wasn't in line, and there was risk of you being killed.
Oh yeah, because you were still blood lineage to the prior king.
I got another question. Do you
That's what they
guys
called you bastards.
and women and men should get paid equally for the same job?
Absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
Without a doubt. Why wouldn't they?
I agree.
So my next question would be this. You and I are both teachers and we both make $50,000 a year because we're both paid the same. Why is it that if we go on a date, you expect me to pay? Why is it that you want me to pay the majority of the bills and things like that? If you fight for equality, yet it seems that you're only wanting equality when it benefits you.
No, and okay, so
Making
these blanket statements. Not all women.
Okay.
So first of all,
do you want the man to pay for the first date?
I think the person who asked to go out on the person who said, like, let me take you out should be the person to pay.
No problem. But how often do women ask men out?
It happens, but on the flip side, like, you know,
it's the exact thing that Georgia told me I couldn't do. You just generalize, and you know that don't happen. That doesn't happen. That's very, very rare that a woman is asking.
It is rare, but ultimately, a woman, you know, we were raised to be the prize, to be chased.
But here's the thing: now you're leaning on your feminine side when feminism says that we are equality. So now you're leaning on that side where you can take advantage of your femininity and not be equal to us in every way.
So why are we putting a woman making the same salary in the same conversation as dating? Why I'm not understanding that. First of all,
because you fought for equality. And you only want equality when it's benefiting you. If you are saying that you and I are equal, that means you pay for half the date, I pay for half the date. Somebody breaks in, you gonna fight them just like I'm gonna fight them.
Can I ask a question then?
It's gonna happen.
So are you guys, this is where I get confused, and I see what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense. But then not the flip side of it is, because that's a gender role. I always hear y'all talk about gender roles.
Oh, no. Tamasha just said she don't want a man with no gender roles. So that means if somebody break in, that dude saying, look, you go down and check it out, baby. I'm saying.
But that's fine. And in that same conversation, then the woman can lead.
Okay.
Right. The woman can lead and the man can follow, right?
Yes.
Because I don't hear that in these spaces often.
Well, no, gender roles would be no gender roles. That is fluid.
Right.
That means that she can pay as much as him.
So, and I agree with you. I don't think the man should pay. I'd pay 100% because I just like to. But if you want to do the 50-50, I agree with all that. But then I also tell the man, then that means she can be in charge.
That's a good segue right there. Since we got 3 women in the room, do y'all believe in 50-50 or contributing to the bills as much as the men that you're with?
Yes.
I believe in it, but the last man that I was with, he didn't want me to contribute. He didn't want me to pay. He didn't want me to break out my wallet. That was just.
So what did you do with your money in that case? What did you do with your money specifically, Tamasha, in that case that the man didn't want you because he's like Uncle Rico and myself, where I paid all the bills in the house? What did you do with the money to help contribute to the house in your way?
I typically bought the food and cooked and cleaned and. You know what I mean? Bought those kinds of things, the towels and the sheets and you know what I mean? The stuff like that the house needed. I typically did that with my money. I cooked a lot, so I would buy the food. I didn't expect him to go get the groceries and then bring them home and I cooked them, you know. I would go and, okay, I have this money. Let me make this meal.
Same thing my wife does, and I love it.
Hey, she's the winner.
Okay,
he's the winner.
So I will say that I have an issue with that whole 50-50 thing. And I'm going to be transparent and say this is something that my husband and I had to work through in counseling. 50-50 isn't 50-50. 50-50 is 50% of her salary and 50% of his salary. If a woman and a man don't make the same, why is she contributing 50% to the bills when she doesn't make 50% of his salary?
No, if you remember how I set it up, and you both are teachers making the same amount of money. I made that a caveat because you fought for equal rights.
So yes, that's 50-50. That is 50-50.
You guys are making the exact same.
My husband is making $200,000 a year, and I'm making $75,000.
Well, that wouldn't be fair to you to do that to him. That would not be fair. But it would have to be adjusted based on your income. He shouldn't be able to leave you house poor, basically, to pay the bills.
Correct.
But that's wrong.
The way I looked at it, when I hear 50-50, and when I even think of the concept of 50-50, I think of the concept both people throwing in to meet the needs of the household. Period. Mm-hmm. So if, like you said, if my wife only had $5,000 to put in, and each month it costs $20,000, I'm gonna throw in the other 15 if I'm capable. I'm not looking for an equal. I'm not looking for an equal number. It's we both put in the same amount of work. So
I want to hear from Shannon real quick before we go any deeper. Shannon, what would your response be to that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily subscribe to the 50-50 either. However, I also don't have an issue with contributing to my household. My husband takes care of the majority of things, and
so what do you do with your earnings that you have? What do you do? What do you do with your additional earnings that you have if your husband is taking 100% of the ownership on all the bills? What are you doing with your money?
And I apologize. I can't I'm sorry. I don't remember her name, but similar to her, groceries, things for the house. I've even, covered cost of like expenses for any of our travel. I mean,
that's nice.
Stuff
that's good.
Bother me. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome. Now, here's the thing. Let me say this is why I'm saying this. I'm like Uncle Rico. I'm old school. I pay for all the bills. But I believe a relationship is 100-100. It is not 50-50. In a relationship, each person should be putting in 100% of who they are and what they are in a relationship. And sometimes, one person is weaker than the other. The other person should be wanting to be able to pick up the slack and help that person out and not say, well, that's 100% supposed to be your job to do. When you go 50-50, that means you're already planning your parachute away from the other person.
Well, hold on. We were talking about 50-50 financially. We weren't talking about contributing.
No, I know, and overall relationships, right. But yeah, as monetary, I don't believe that a woman should have to pay, but I believe a woman should contribute to other things in the house. If I'm paying all the major bills, then yes, the woman should be applying their earnings to something, because I just saw a meme the other day. This young brother had helped his wife do a lot of things, and he allowed her to keep all her money. She went and brought an investment property with multiple apartments on it, and she went to go show him this property as it's being developed and said, by the way, we're going to go ahead and get a divorce. She took 100% of her money going through into something because this is my new beginning. My new beginning. So these are the nightmares that some men have to deal with when they try to go faithfully into the night and do the things they're supposed to do as a provider protector. And
since it was gathered when I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but since it was property that they obtained while they were married, you still would be entitled to half of that. It doesn't matter that, even though she used like her money.
Oh no, I know it's still a dramatic thing to watch that brother realize this woman just did that to him.
And I wanted to chime in on that. So I pay most of the I would say probably like 80% of like the household responsibilities. And even though separated and completing the divorce, I still pay for the house because I value the fact that my my ex-wife, she's a good mother, and I want her to be stable. I noticed, I know in Southern California it's so expensive, and what kind of man am I to set an example, letting her mother struggle? Well, even though I'm basically retired, I still make a lot more than she does, and she has a good career, but I don't want my ex-wife to have to worry about trying to struggle to pay for a mortgage while I want her to focus on being a good mother to my daughter and to be able to contribute to her needs. And so even though we're not together, I put my daughter first in that regard. So even though I think sometimes women want it both ways, but I think as a man, if we want to be a leader in a relationship, I'm kind of like you. I like taking care of the responsibilities of the house. And even though it's not tilted fair in a financial aspect, she does contribute a lot more than just financial. She does so much more for me since I'm a disabled veteran and I have mobility issues and everything like that. When I had to take over some of the responsibilities when I'm back in the United States of taking my daughter to all of her responsibilities, I was like, I wonder how this woman does it. Works a full-time job and does all that. So to me, I don't see that it's necessarily that, financial responsibility is the end all. So I don't mind, doing that. And I don't think a woman necessarily needs to give up half her income. And I think as long as you work together and it's agreeable to both parties, I think it's fine.
Correct.
And I want to say this, I know Shannon is going to have to go momentarily. I want to give her at least some parting words and share her opinion. And what I would hope is maybe once a month, because like I said, it's mostly men on the panel. We talk maybe in an echo chamber. We want to talk to more women and get their opinion. So maybe you guys also can come back once a month. I'm not kicking you guys off. I'm just letting Shannon know.
Please don't go.
Yeah. Do you have any departing words for yourself? Because then when you leave, we might have to grill these ladies.
We're not going to go.
Well, first, thank you for allowing me to be a part of the conversation. It was great. It was very interesting, very enlightening. So I do appreciate being a part of it. My biggest thing is I think communication is incredibly important in relationships. And I think if both sides do more talking and listening and sharing what their life's aspirations and goals are, I think you can really break through a lot of the minutia. So I'm just a big proponent on communication and being clear about what you want for yourself, but also what you're looking for. And if that person doesn't meet that, then they don't meet that. But I think that there's someone out there for everybody, but communication is the key. And if you're not communicating, you're not going to be successful in your relationship. So
your homework, if you decide to come back, is this. I want you to ask your husband, does body count matter? And would if you told him your specific body count, whether that's high or low,
Lord Jesus,
would that have had any bearing on your relationship?
Why would you start that kind of mess in her household?
Just say, does body count matter? You're just curious. You heard it from other men. Also about gender roles, and then ask him, would he feel comfortable crying on your shoulder because his favorite food?
Oh no, he ain't gonna do
Don't
that.
ask your husband none of that shit he just
I
said.
don't know
Do that. Yeah. Don't ask him one of those
Did
questions.
he cry with you? I want to know. That's like vulnerability.
He don't need to know.
Man to cry. So I want to know.
Don't get yourself in trouble behind this man right here. Don't get yourself in trouble with your husband. Don't do that.
I'm not gonna get myself in trouble with my husband because, as I said, communication is important. So we've had a lot of these conversations. I'm not gonna disclose that on
He's gonna look at you
right
like
now,
this.
but we've had those conversations, and I don't think there's anything wrong with a man being vulnerable and crying. I just don't. So
You're not gonna think of him later like that and diminish his manlyhood over it.
No,
I remember you cried on my shoulder over some bitch ass.
Because I think it depends on the situation. Like now, obviously, if he was like crying every single day, I'd be concerned. But no, I think it depends on the situation, the circumstances that is pulling out or drawing out that emotion. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with a man showing his emotion. I don't. To me, I think it shows that you're human.
What if he cried after sex? I'm always wondering. I know women that cried after sex. I wonder if, as a guy,
too much.
I don't know. I'm always the guy.
He is, isn't he? Ridiculous.
So I'm going to leave on that note.
Bye,
Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We have a few more clips, and I do want to play some clips because I want to have your guys' opinion on it. One is about, I think, women changing. I got to find out which one is that. If I can find that. This is why high value women. Let's see.
When you look at yourself, when you're dealing with the opposite gender, what would you say you need to improve? Because I know you're not perfect, girls. Let's be real.
What do we need to improve on?
Yes.
I don't think there's any flaws. I don't really have any
Nothing
flaws.
to improve.
You don't?
You know what? I think I'm a top-notch woman, to be honest. Top-notch woman.
You got a boyfriend?
No, I don't have a boyfriend.
Then you're not a top-notch love.
This.
Damn. That's devastating. I don't have a boyfriend, but I don't think I'm not a top-notch woman.
Right.
And
Delusion. This is delusion.
When I've talked to women, what women will say is they've been in a relationship and they break up, and then they say everything about this guy. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. He was this. He was late. Whatever. Everything they say, and then I ask them, "Well, what is it that you did to cause y'all to break up?" And they would say, "Nothing."
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about that? Because that's how we see it. That we get the blame for everything. And when I say blame for everything, I'm saying we even blame because Trump won.
Yeah.
You know, we misogynists. We get a lot of the blame. So, do you
really?
Oh yeah, you didn't see the meme?
Can all the men collectively say that they get the blame for the failing of relationships? Really?
Oh,
in many cases, yes.
I'm gonna say it in the words of Obama. Yes, you can. Yes, we do all the time.
Women file for 80% of the divorces.
Okay. And you feel like if in their minds, if their men hadn't done a certain thing outside of infidelity, if a man hadn't, like, I'm just trying to figure out what it takes.
They file is for irreconcilable differences,
meaning they're bored. You need to entertain a lot of these women. They don't know how to entertain themselves, and they're not happy with themselves. So they all of a sudden say, "This ain't what I wanted. I really didn't think it was going to be like this."
Phyllis, that's a trash stat.
It's a real stat, though.
No, well, I'm gonna tell you why it's trash. Because the filing of a divorce is an administrative step. That's not the constructive ending of the marriage.
Thank you, Krusty.
So as she says, again, I get it. 80% of women actually file for divorce.
Yo,
That is factually
everybody,
true.
he has to keep his SIM card full
No,
and
no, what I'm
active.
You know, I told you, Rona, I don't like that word.
No, hold on for a second, because this is what I'm saying is I'm okay with being Georgia. I'm okay with being called that, because I just try to get men or people to look a little deeper. The overwhelming majority of divorces are not filed within the first year of separation or the end of the marriage. It's typically 2, 3, 4, 5 years after the separation. So who gives a shit who files for it?
Correct.
That's what I'm saying, why the stat is trash. It could be 100% of women. That means they decided to fucking end it legally. And I tell any woman, if you're not with your husband, it is in your legal interest to end it, because guess what? If he go out there and commit a crime or do something financially, he can append that to your marital assets as long as you remain married. So quickly dissolve the marriage if you're not living as husband and wife as soon as possible. It's a true stat, but it's a trash stat. That's the issue. And that shouldn't be that difficult to consume or for people to understand. But if it makes me a simp, I'm happy. I like to read.
There's nothing wrong with that.
So this still goes back to the question, though. Why is it? And you got friends. I know y'all got friends, and y'all grew up together. I know y'all been friends for a long time. Where they say, that dude, what he didn't do, and when you've had probably conversations with each other or your other friend, you're like, "Oh, girl, he ain't do this, he ain't do that," and you looking at her like, "Shit, I know what you was out there sleeping with somebody too. What you mean?" You looking at her like you crazy. Why
Now,
is it?
I agree with you here, Fearless, because it goes back to what I said in the beginning. They're looking outward and not inward. So they see everything wrong with the other person and nothing wrong with themselves. The reason why they're perfect, because you ain't looked inside to see how fucked up you are. So I agree with you there. These women who look outside and see all the blame in the men, it's like, oh, you may be correct. But when you look inside, you're going to see a bigger monster. That's also true. That's the point. So I agree with you 100% there.
Well, let them answer. I'm curious about that.
What's the question?
The question is, why is it that women tend to blame men, or see a lot of their imperfections, but when you ask them, and you've been watching Kevin Samuels, Georgia, when you ask a woman what they rank 1 to 10, and you've been watching Kendra, she can be thrown up, ground up, and she be like, "I'm a 10," but baby, you 260 with 4 kids. On your head, I'm a 10.
And don't
Hey, I
buzz
mean,
on
you
me.
can't knock the girl's confidence.
Correct.
If she feel like she's a 10, then she's a 10. It's all about how you feel about yourself. Forget about what everybody else have to
See,
say.
that the key word you said was feel, not reality.
And
But
that
you
is
in that Disneyland la la world of feelings.
Correct.
And not
That's her
actual reality.
though. That's her
And
reality.
No, that's not reality. You know why?
That's projected her reality. That's
right
not
here.
real reality.
This is an initial cup. Got my
Oh,
name.
here we go with an analogy and pictures again.
Shut the fuck up, man. You sipping just like him. If I say this is valuable to me, this was given to me by my great grandmother, and she took it from the master's house on the plantation, and to me, this cup is worth $1,000.
Can you have your great grandmother come to the next stream? Because we want to hear from her. We tired of hearing from your ass.
But I'm saying, to me, this is
she's
priceless.
talking
This
through
is $1,000. And then I take it to the pawn shop, and the pawn shop say, yeah, that's $1. And I say that to say this: it has no bearing on how much I think it's worth. It's what the market is willing to pay for it.
Right.
So that woman can think she's worth a 10, but the market is not purchasing that. The market does not say that. So yes, it does matter what someone thinks about
Water
themselves.
Buffalo are on clearance on aisle 5, please.
Because it makes a woman delusional, and they become so delusional that they say, I'm a 10. And I've seen that because women.
Life might have to kick her in the ass a little bit. You know what I mean? Because if she thinks she's a 10, but she can't seem to meet anybody, that may force her to look in the mirror and be like, well, damn, am I a 10? You know, I thought I was a 10, but I've been single for 30 years, so maybe I'm not.
Well, she got that delusion because Super Tyrone ran up on her one night when he was just drunk and just without anything to hit on. So she just fell in line.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's delusional for the rest of her life that she can get a Super Tyrone anytime she wants.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question to Fearless and Roman?
Yes, ma'am. Here we go. How many of these are we going to have after therapy for? I just want to know how many after therapy lessons are we going to have after this one? Because you're not a therapist today. So I already know we're going to get it later. You already psychoanalyzing us.
I absolutely have diagnosed and everything else. I have a treatment plan for both of y'all. I feel that there is a lot of unresolved bitterness with the two.
What?
How dare you?
Look, you know me, I don't have no bitter. In reality, you know I don't have no bitter for women. I don't.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. One more time. Wrong answer.
I don't care about nothing they do. I have nothing. And I'm off the market anyway. I'm just doing toward observation.
Still think you bitter.
We're over here doing God's work. How dare you?
I'm observing.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
I think that there's a lot of unresolved shit that you two are holding on to because you make these blanket statements that don't apply to every woman. And you all have created women to be out to be monsters, these evil beings that are out to destroy all men. And I just feel like
wars were begun and ended because of women.
Can I finish, Ronan?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I just feel that there's just a lot of stuff that you all are holding on to, and you all have utilized this platform to make women out to be monsters. And you all have been running. You said you've been married and divorced twice, correct?
Twice, and actually going to be a third here soon.
Well, damn. So I think I answered my own question. You got some unresolved shit.
Do I?
So let me ask you a question, Georgia. I say this for those other men. So you knew me in school. At any time that I have a problem getting women, or did I have more of an overabundance?
You always had an overabundance.
So at no time when I talk about this issue with guys having those issues, that issue never was me. I always dated. I always had women. I never had a problem. To me, my problem was just finding a good one I could settle down with.
No,
I never had a problem like, oh, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that.
A lot of male whores.
Uh-oh.
Come on, knock it off.
Oh, the whore of Babylon.
But
Come forth. You are the whore of Babylon.
Saying you had an abundance of women does not discount the fact that you may still have a problem. That's what I don't want you to get away with.
If you can identify that I have some kind of problem, I will accept it.
Never bitter women. I see women for who they are, what they do.
I don't believe that. I believe that you are very bitter, and I feel like you are holding on to whatever shit you've been through, and you are making women pay for it. And I think I feel like this platform has been utilized for you to get your grievances out. You have not shared
self-projection.
You can talk.
You're self-projecting, Fearless. Stop it.
I'm finishing. Because there has not been any time in the past, this is now the third podcast that I have done with you. There has not been any time that you have shed women in a positive light. Not once. And Rhonda, that applies to you as well. You two have not shed any type of positivity in any woman's direction, period. And Fearless, you're married.
What?
And there seems to be so much negative energy put towards the research that you look for when it comes to women and their statistics. You don't talk about the men and their statistics. You look for whatever is going to validate your narrative of women.
I think
I find it very interesting.
You and Uncle Krusty need
No, I'm finishing. I'm not done. I'll tell you when I'm done.
Let her finish,
Ask
Fearless.
him to name one positive
it's
example.
I'm not done.
Okay.
Let her finish. She gonna get it. Everybody, stop it.
Because it's very interesting that, again, you seem to have dealt every woman in the U.S. and all of us are filled with hoism and hatred and bitterness, and that's not the case. Those are the women that you've chosen to allow in your circle. So what does that say about you?
So I'll answer it. I've had some of the best women that I've dated. Can't even blame, I would never blame them for not being with it. It was just at times that I was not ready. So the women that I dealt with were always nice, good, respectful. Those, and as I look back, I can say, man, every woman that I was in a serious relationship with, if I was in a different mindset, I could have married and we would have had a great relationship. It was just, I did not meet them at the correct time mentally for me, that I was prepared to be that for them. So I haven't had those same issues with that. I've never been like, oh man, I can't get that woman, or I'm depressed, or I can't do it. I've always walked in when I've been confident. I've always been very selective in the upper type of woman that I wanted to be with. I've never been like, oh, you can't do this or you can't do that. I've always been like the provider. So I don't feel like, oh man, it's sad for me. I'm just looking for what they've done. When I've made my choice on a wife, I looked and said, what qualities do I want? And I vetted my wife for those specific qualities. I wanted a wife who was more traditional, who was at peace, who was also educated, who was smart, who could bring those values. I think that is important. So if I have children, I don't want a dumb woman who can't do anything. I want a woman who can uplift, that she can look, that my daughter can look up to and admire and say that not only is she intelligent, but she's also educated and she can do more than one thing. I give my wife the power there is. If I did not want to empower someone, I would have said, I want you to be barefoot and pregnant. I made it when she came in, I said, there's certain things that I need you to be able to accomplish. I want you to get your master's degree in education. I want you to be proficient in the other language that you learn. Why? Because I want you to be a shining example, not only for me, but for other women. So to take it off and be serious, in reality, I don't put those women down. I want to see women strive and achieve. But the problem is a lot of the women that I've seen do not take, they look at a man, and we were just talking to a young man today, and the one we're going to bring on the show. Good guy, great guy, was a provider. And he was staying with his woman, providing everything. And what did she want to do? She wanted to go to another man who was a poopy, who wasn't doing anything. And I have to say to him, bro, do not change who you are. You can still be a good person. It's just that woman was not the good person for you. There is somebody who is going to look at those qualities and do it. I'm going to let you go, Uncle Rico. But what I have even found in my dating circle is when I have been extremely nice to even women who were nice. I'm like, man, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be that good guy. They look at you as though you're a square. And when I sat back and said, you know what, I'm going to be a dog, even if it wasn't in my nature to be a dog, it was much easier to deal with multiple women because they were attracted to that bad boy type. They were attracted to that guy that was out there and that. So when I look at it, I look and see, I understand why those guys are having problems. I don't have those same problems. I never chased that hood rat. I left that a long time ago in my 20s. I was like, I can't deal with that type of woman anymore. So the bitterness comes from listening to guys saying, man, and listen to girls, I need these 6 figures. I need them to be 6 feet. I need this. What I do isn't good enough. And when the women say, man, I'm working hard, she's just not happy with anything that I'm doing. She's going out wanting more. Because I strive for the middle of the road man. That man who is a hardworking blue collar man should be successful. That average man that's out there making $50,000. He should be the one that we should strive for because he's working hard every day. That's the type of man that I admire. The problem is women, a lot of women, not all women, do not admire that type of man. They say he's not good enough. He doesn't make enough. I want this, I want that. So they would easily be with someone who has 10 kids and it makes this money than be with that man who is, I want to settle down and be that good man. And it hurts the middle of the road man. You've watched Kendra, you watched Kevin Samuels, and maybe it is not all women, but when you see those people come onto the show, their expectations are so high that when he says, well, what about the average man? Could you be with him? No, I can't be average. Well, you're average. Why can't you be with someone who's average? You make $20,000 and your thing is, I need someone making $200,000. We showed you on the last show that the man who was a doctor, who went to medical school, the woman's like, you're not good enough. And so I strive to say, where are we at?
Delusion.
How much of a delusion do you see on a regular basis?
I don't see a lot.
But when you say bitter, it's not bitter. I'm sad that the guys are out here nothing changed. We are still expected to lie. And that's why I said about first dates. We are still expected to be traditional. Open the door, be courteous, pay on the first date, pay on the second date, make sure we provide and protect. You want that man who is that traditional man who does that. And when we say, well, what do we get for it? If you ask a woman, what do you bring to the table? What is her response?
I am the table.
I am the table. So it's not bitter to it. I'm saying that women have changed. You still want the man to be this traditional chivalrous man. And when the man says, well, what happened to your tradition? What happened to your chivalry? What happened to you doing that? Cardi B said, I don't cook, I don't clean, but I still got me a ring. That's what we deal with. But my booty hole black and my what's it? Like a brown booty hole?
That is what you choose to deal with.
I don't deal with
the quality. There are quality women out there who choose not to be out socializing. They are at home after they worked a long day. They don't want to be out there in the clubs. There are a lot of quality women out there that you just haven't run across.
How do you run across them if they're in the closet somewhere?
I'm sorry?
How do you run across them if they're in the home somewhere, shut in?
Okay, but I understand that. But then how do you continue to make these blanket statements about women when you haven't met all women? The quality women aren't out in the clubs. They're not. They're not out in these circles that you all are traveling in. And so to me, you continue to feel like the women that are coming in, or the women that you're coming in contact with are low value and they're, hoes, this, that, and the other. That says more about you than them. Why are you attracting those type of females?
Oh, I'm not.
Or you got married.
Wait. Hold on 1 second. You do have to know we project for the type of people that follow us, right? It's not necessarily our lives that we're speaking on. It's other people's lives that we actually are in contact with, mentor, and some of their stories we're sharing through the comments that we make. Mm-hmm. I have four sons. Okay. All between 26 and 38. I see their struggles in life. I don't struggle like them in dating, but they do, because if you look at the dating market and the way these women were raised, it's tougher for them to find those good women, and they ain't running the streets either. You get what I'm saying? They can't even find them in the church anymore, because some of those women that are young are running around with 2 and 3 kids in the church, and the pastor ain't saying nothing to them because those women are contributing to that pastor's pocket. So where are my young men, my sons, supposed to find? So when you hear me talking, it's not really me. I'm fine. I've lived my life. I have my legacy. I'm straight. But I'm talking in reference to my sons and people I know in this reference. This is what me and Fearless talk about. We can be happy in our bliss, but we can still speak for and with the young men that don't have the voice to want to talk for themselves. You get what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question, Ronan? The only reason why I will say is this, and I'm glad you said that, because that was excellent what you said, because I also have 5 sons. And I agree with you 1,000% My sons are killing it in the dating game. And I'm going to tell you why. It's not that my sons are any better than yours. It's the fact that my sons are killing it because they're seeking what and who they are. So in other words, they're dating a woman. What I'm saying, no, hear what I'm saying is, so I think that was excellent what you said, that you and Fearless are speaking not for yourself, but for your audience, young men who are saying, what I'm saying is your audience is not as virtuous as they're pretending. They come out here and they act like they're good guys and they're really not. So they cry about whether it's the Sexy Reds or the Cardi B's. I'm like, motherfucker, you are Sexy Red. You are Cardi B. So what this is, all I'm saying is what you're saying is 1000% correct.
Right.
But they're pretending to be something better than what they are, and they're looking for something better. What I try to tell young men is like, you will attract what you are. You can't keep saying you want this, and this, and you're none of that. You just, it's just.
Well, that's obvious, yeah.
But
men don't live in their delusions like that. I don't believe, and none of my sons do.
So I'll tell them your critique of what you see is correct. The only problem is you never looked inward to fix you. So if you fix you, you will attract that what you see. If you still living in your mama's house, you still smoking weed, you still playing PS5. Stop talking about what you're looking for, because you ain't looking for shit. You ain't looking for nothing.
Those guys are called incels.
Yes, but that's, we have to cultivate our audience.
But if you listen to us when we talk to men, it's not how we talk to women. When we talk to women, this is what we say. Bruh, stop making excuses. Stop being lazy. Go out there and get you an education. Work hard. Get your health, get your body right. You can't be sitting and eating bonbons all the time. You can't be worrying about if you can't complain. And we say there's a lot of guys that go overseas, and we say, bro, you went all the way, you traveled 1,000 miles to get with a hooker. What the hell's your problem? You could have had the hooker here. You say you don't want a woman who has children, yet you go over to Dominican Republic and go over to Colombia, and you get with a woman who got 3 kids just because she looked good, but she's a prostitute. So we come at men the same way.
With a BBL, weed, all that.
Yeah, we always do that. We hold them to a higher standard. I do consultations with men, and I say, look, and the first thing I say is, man, you're not going to make it. When I do consultation, they want to get into IT. I say, you're not going to make it. Why not? I said, because it takes a little bit of dedication. I'm going to tell you that in 3 months, you can be certified. And with that certification, you can go up in about 2 years, at least way over 6 figures. And I tell them this, I make them pay for a consultation. And I say, if you pass the certification, I'll give you your money back. You know how many people I've had to give money back to? None. Zero. Because they don't do it unwilling. And I say, you cannot complain about something.
You can't make that up.
And so to me, I say, if I'm a single man, I'm happy because I'm at the top echelon. I'm physically fit. I make well over 6 figures. I have my shit together. I'm not complaining, guys. I'm going to get the women. You are the people that's not going to get the women. You're the one that's going to be sitting there complaining. So if you want to stop complaining, make sure you better yourself. I also tell guys this. When they say, oh, I should go overseas and get a wife. Hell, I was on the show, and the first thing I said was, hell no, you shouldn't. Because you don't know how to vet a woman. You looking at the woman for a big butt and a smile. You're not looking for everything else that she can provide. You're not looking deep inside and how this woman can be.
No content, no character, none of that.
Correct. If you've been dating her for 10 years, for a couple years, she ain't put you on her social media. She's speaking Spanish, and every time you have to type her in Spanish. She has unwillingness to even learn English. So what makes you think that if she's a waitress over there and you bring her over here, that she's going to be anything but a person who's a waitress and never going to try to pick up the language? So I tell guys, you're not vetting correctly. You've seen the signs when you first started dating her and you chose to bypass them because you wanted to have somebody who looked good. And looks will fade. Pussy gets old. You got to do something different. So what you're saying is when I project this to you is because I want to hear a response to there. But that's not how we talk to our men. We tell them to get up and fly straight. And you know how I talk to my son.
Well, the only thing I would
I don't deal with the excuses. You talk to them excuses, they can go out the door because I know my circumstances. You know my circumstances. I know where I came from and what I had to do. So when somebody tells me they can't, I can't listen to that because you're talking to somebody who already been through all that, who done all of that. So if I said I can't, I wouldn't be. I know what I had to do to get there. So when a man tells me he can't, I said, man, that's just an excuse. Even when my son used to tell me when we wanted to work out, he said, hey, man, I get at the gym at 6 a.m. He said, call me. I said, the fuck if I am going to call you, because the time that you want to get there, when you want to get to the gym, as much I want to get
before the workout.
Be here 5:50. I shouldn't have to wake you up for something you want. You have to desire it more than
you
me.
You should be here with coffee, waking me up with bells on. Why am I waking you up to work you up?
So when you ask me how I talk to men, that's how I talk to men. I hold them.
Right. This is an act for them. This is not us. This is not who we are. This is something that we have to project, because you got guys in panels in other rooms where they say, will they talk to me if I show up there?
Mm-hmm.
What? Will they talk to you?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you asking that question? Will they talk to you?
That's razor.
Yes. Will they talk to me?
I personally think that we need to look at people for their individuality. You know what I mean? When I came on this podcast, I've been knowing Georgia for almost 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so she invited me to come to the podcast. Oh, yeah. So when I listen to you guys talk about all these different types of women, all I can think about is that I like our history. You know what I'm saying? I know her very well. Neither one of us have been perfect, but we're good women.
Right.
In general. You know what I'm saying? So when I saw the first couple of episodes, I remember talking to her outside of it all. And I was like, who are these women? Remember, I asked you that. Who are these women that they're talking about? Because the women that are in our circle, they're not those women. They're not these scandalous. They're not these scandalous women.
Right. Unfortunately, the women that these guys are dealing with are coming out of hoods. They're coming out of certain circumstances they're in. They're in their environments, and we're projecting that on the screen. We're not in those environments. We don't have those issues. I date in America. I can date all over wherever I want. You know what I'm saying? It's not my issue, but I'm trying to bring light and information to those guys that don't know how to ask, can't speak for themselves. So this is the projection that we give off. But I want to read this real quick because nice size super chat here from At Your Wife's House All Day, a 2,000 baht donation. Good morning, Brother Ronan, Fearless, Rico, and the panel from Pattaya, Thailand. Pop the Balloon is putting modern day women's true nature on display in 4K. We get to watch mediocre black women who are rappers reject established black men that are doctors. What the hell? I'm not going to say what you know what I'm saying, but thank you for the 2,000 baht donation At Your Wife's All Day. So have you guys seen this phenomenon now with the Pop the Balloon?
Yeah.
And these guys are going on the show and these women instantly prejudge guys, maybe even before they walk out to say what they do, just on what they dress. All of a sudden they're popping balloons and the guy could be a doctor. He could be a PhD. But because of his grip and the way he looks, they already preconceived judge him and instantly pop the balloon before they even know who he is. And that goes further down the line. He could say one wrong thing. He might have a pitchy voice. All of a sudden, they're popping a balloon. The guy could be successful. These are the personas and the things that you're looking at real time. That's the thing about the internet. It's real time. It's not makeup. It's not an act. A lot of these things are real. And if you're looking at the type of personality women are projecting,
Can I respond to Masha?
I don't really do social media like that, so I don't really know what I feel like I've seen it, but I never watched it.
Social media is a new TV. People, it's the Jerry Springer and the Maury Povich of the modern day.
So what is Pop the Balloon again?
Pop the Balloon is like an indirect dating show. There's a line of either men or women, and they each have a red balloon, right? So then
Think of it.
whoever's the one that wants to date one of those men comes up into the room. Instantly, the minute they either see who's going to be dating. Yeah, go ahead if you got one up.
Think of it like reality TV, Tamasha, like Love and Hip Hop.
It's a dating show?
It's a dating show. Like, you ever watch Kendra G?
Yeah.
Kendra G.
Here's Pop the Phone right here.
That's it.
Turn the mic up real quick. Turn it up.
Yeah.
Turn it up so you can hear how ridiculous some of the comments are.
I'm a chief of operations at a marketing company. Okay, yes, girl. I'm so nervous. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Get through, but
froze up plan, my trips. So
she doesn't like.
So you said you're starting out a marketing business. You already have like another.
And they'll go through and be like, "Oh, you just
want to cut it gold."
So yeah,
your name.
Some of the guys have already popped their
Why do we end up
balloons.
popping his? It's just I don't know. I just like the last two guys better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. All right.
So what does it mean if they pop the balloon?
They're not interested.
They don't want to. Yeah, it's a rejection.
They reject.
But what has happened is a lot of women who come out there, they'll have like multiple kids. They'll have they'll be a stripper or they'll escort. One girl had a business,
but
topless cleaning or something like that, and they would reject a man who was like a business owner.
But Fearless, you're conflating, because the thing is, usually they don't know that. So, but most people pop based on appearance.
Appearance first,
so
yeah.
The minute the person walks out, so it could be 10 people, the guy or girl can walk out and 5 people will pop their balloon. They don't know any of your background. They don't know your name. They don't know what you do. They know nothing. Then whoever didn't pop their balloon, they go to the people who popped the balloon and they ask them why. And they'll say, he's too tall, he's too short, he's too dark, he's too light, he's too fat. So it's all superficial. Then the people who didn't pop their balloon, they go and ask them questions. So it's sort of like a dating show. So it's like a combination between Kendra G and some Love and Hip Hop shit. It still comes down to what you said, like bottom of the barrel, nigga shit, where people that we don't even connect with, but that's where they operate. And it's entertaining. It's
okay. So how many marriages have this show resulted in? How many marriages?
Zero.
Probably zero.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't put too much weight in that.
It's a pretty bad look for women, though. This show, I see it. Most of the guys on there, you see it, they're pretty like cool and they are complimentary. But the women coming there are pretty harsh on that show.
But T-Mac, it's a pretty bad look for anybody that shows up on that shit. As a man, I wouldn't be caught dead going on there.
Okay, I'm just talking about the people on there.
Again, most men are clout chasing nowadays. Did he just freeze up? Look at that. That's just a bad position for him to freeze up like that.
I kill myself if I go to
Rico,
you just froze up for a whole bad second, bro. Mouth all open, looking like you were about to drool, all that.
No,
it's just a bad look for you.
I'm sorry, that's my internet. But if you have to go to pop the balloon to find a date, that's the ultimate desperation. I'm not.
So he's a dusty. No matter how you look at it, you think he's a dusty. He ain't trying to get clout.
No. I'm just saying.
Because here's the thing. This is the modern world. There was a time 10 years ago, 15 years, maybe, I don't know when that started. But if you met somebody on the internet or online or a dating site, it was like, huh? Now, that's 90% of how people meet.
But not a dating show, though, Fearless.
But it's evolved to that.
Man, y'all remember Black Planet? I met my wife off of Black Planet back in the day.
I met my wife off a Match. So shout out to Miss Georgia.
I met my wife off OK Cupid.
See?
I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
But
so is that the only way to meet? Am I doing it wrong because I can't get with the dating apps? Is it so that mean I'm gonna stay single forever? Like
Facebook is those options open. Not now. Facebook is good. You can do Facebook.
Tamasha, don't let me see your ass on Kendra G.
Do not get caught on. No, do not go on Kendra G.
No Kendra G. No,
I have not seen Kendra G. I've only heard her names and that other guy, the other Samuels, or what's his name?
It's a
Kevin
mess.
Samuels, rest in peace.
Yeah, I just don't pay attention to dating stuff and relationship stuff. I don't, it's hard for me to have the relationship conversation because it's a lot of why do men do this and why do women do that? You know what I mean? We know who we are. We know that men are very sexual beings. We know that women like to fucking talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we know that women are emotional. Like we know these things about each other as our genders. So I'm just always like, why can't we just find that thing in that one person that we love? You know, we're all individuals, and what might work for me might not work for the next person. What you think is attractive, I might not think is attractive. So it's just hard for me because there's somebody for everybody. I truly believe that. It's just about who you vibe with.
But Tamasa, to your point, we grew up in a different time. We're all Gen X.
Yes.
These kids don't get out like that. These kids are attached to computer games and cell phones. They don't get out of the house and do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying?
I'm Gen Z. If he goes to a girl and says, "Can I have your number?" They don't give the number. They'll give their IG one. And if they do give a number, they want to text. If he got a number from a girl and he called her up, she's like, what you calling me for? It's like it's texting is the whole thing. You don't even get that communication one-on-one. So when you say what is the problem going on today, a lot of the guys that we talk to are younger guys. So what happens is it used to be, hey, I'm a cute girl and I could get somebody. Now that cute girl is getting hit up by everybody in the world. She's going scandalous on IG. She's doing that. And she just thinks, well, if you won't do it, somebody else will do it. So the guy is saying, well, there's no thing in being average anymore. I can't be just a good guy. I got to be even more than that. I got to be this, and this. So just being a normal person doesn't get you anywhere.
But can I get a promo
Fearless.
for dating
I'm
app,
actually.
though,
Is it okay
Fearless?
if I chip in?
I just want to say,
Oh, I was asking if I could chip in because it's perfect how Fearless segued into this because I'm young. I just turned 24 in October. So I feel like I'm the perfect kind of guy to talk about that, about how the delusion is nowadays. Because firsthand, I don't hate women. I've been rejected by many, but I don't hate them. But just to give an example of what Fearless is saying, I think things have gotten so out of hand nowadays, because nowadays you have to be so perfect as a guy, because if I walk up to a woman, and this is why I'm saying, I think it's more of a cultural thing. It's a USA thing, at least from what I've seen. And, I've had the luxury of traveling, which not everyone has, and stuff like that. And seeing these other cultures, I think it's also the fact that, there's financial burdens in the US that some of these other people don't have. Like in Finland, the culture out there was so completely different because no one's financially, well, they're not millionaires by any means. It's impossible to be a millionaire when your tax burden is over 50% once you make over 10,000 euros a year, But I think it's just nowadays, even if you do go out on a date, the first thing they'll hit you with is Mastro's, a $400 per plate dinner, and if you aren't going to do it, well, then the next dude's going to do it. And then it's also a problem of, the job title matters too nowadays, because you can be a six-figure plumber and they don't want to be with you because your title is a plumber, and I've witnessed this firsthand.
So John, question for you. You as a younger guy, do you, and I don't want to say compete with older guys, but yeah, in a way, because you was younger, do they expect saying, a beautiful girl and she says, well, how much money do you make? And you're like, well, I just got out of college. I'm just starting my career. Well,
even when you're in college, they ask me that.
So they were asking you to pay for that stuff in college.
Even in college, yeah. Even when I was doing community college and stuff like that, they were still asking me, the first thing they would always ask is, before you take me on a date, where are you going to take me?
Wow.
If it's not Mastro's, they'll just leave you on red pretty much. And it's just this thing of where you're right, Fearless. It's irritating that you ask a woman for her number and the first thing she does is, let me get your IG. And if you don't have enough followers, don't expect a reply.
Can I ask you a question, John?
And the reason they're looking at your IG is because how back in the day we look at it's a status thing. Where have you been? What do you have? What do you
How many
dress like?
followers do you got?
They are vetting you just based off of your IG. How popular you are.
But
and that's why I
Felix,
said, Georgia, when you 1 second, when you say, oh, it's not me, and that's why I have this young man up to say dating has become so difficult because you can't just be an average person anymore. An average guy who just out like us going to Papa John's, on a Saturday, they don't have pizza, huh? Because
That's
if I'm
crazy.
pretty,
but can I ask him a fair question though, John? Okay, John, let me
Go
ask you
ahead,
this: how tall are you?
6'4".
Okay, how much do you weigh?
Above average.
No, I just want to ask him some general questions. You 6'4". How much do you weigh? Roughly. You don't have to be specific.
200.
Okay, so you say that you've been rejected, and I believe you 100%. How many 5'4" women that maybe weigh 250 have you know what I'm saying? Because the question is, it's a fair question what you're saying. But what I also ask young men when they talk about their rejection, I always have to ask them, it's like, there's no absence of women. There may be the absence of women that you desire, but how many women have desired you? Because you sound like an attractive man, 6'4", 200 pounds. Yeah, no Diddy.
No Diddy.
But I'm like, I'm pretty sure there are women that you have not desired that have desired you, that you've been the rejector.
I got a question.
That needs to come into the conversation. It's not just about men saying we're being rejected by women as if they're not also rejecting women.
1 second. We
fair,
got
John?
Akira here. And may I ask the age of Akira, please? How are you, Akira? Welcome to the show. You got to take yourself off mute.
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm 18. I'm a college student.
All right. So you as a college student, do you see a lot of your peers, like friends or people that go to college with you, where they say, oh, I need a certain status of man, or they want a man, even though they're in college, that's not good enough. The fact that they are trying to make it or on the route to make it, they want someone still already established, even while you're in college.
Honestly, not necessarily. I have a lot of friends who are looking to date and all of this. And honestly, for us, it's just trying to find a decent guy. He doesn't have to be a certain standing, but like, I don't know, at least with me, with my experience with college men, they're only looking for certain things. None of them are actually looking for any kind of, real relationship, like more like booty calls and all that stuff. And yeah, even just trying to build a friendship with a dude nowadays, it's hard too.
Why do you think that's hard? Is it just because they're looking for a specific thing out of women, or what would it?
Yes. Well, in high school, like I had a lot of guy friends, and then you try to do that in college, and if you're not giving them something, then they don't want that. Like the amount of times I've tried to make friends with a guy and him instantly, well, the second I tell him I'm not interested in anything, instantly just shut off and all this stuff.
So, and what I said before, no, I said this. For men, sex is important. That's how we always do it. And that does not mean you have to be sexually active with anyone. I always think that you should vet anyone that you're with and make sure that their intentions are very correct. But men are visual. And sometimes as men will say, well, if she won't do it, somebody else will do it. And that goes back to how women have been. If women just said, you know what, we got to all marry before we care. We're looking for a different standard of men. Men will pick up to that. We rise to that occasion. That's just how we perform. A lot of times we just go for the low-hanging fruit, which is bad. So here's the thing I say to you. Just like that man who doesn't make six figures right now and he isn't valued, At this point, maybe because if you are not sexually active, you are not valued. But in about 5 years, a little bit longer, you're gonna be the sought after cream of the crop. You're
Right.
not gonna be the person in the street that they want. And when those men say, "Man, I made my money," and they start looking around, and now they want to settle down, they're not trying to settle down with those people who they were promiscuous with in college.
They're trying to find you.
They're
So,
looking
Kira,
for.
can I ask you a question? In college, what does this do to your self-confidence as a young woman when you are faced with feeling like you have to be intimate with a guy that you meet early on?
Okay, for me personally, I'm pretty confident with myself, and so like, if a dude's not interested, I just kind of, I'm just like, okay, like, I'm fine with it, you know. It's just, yeah, I mean, that's just how it is, you know, and especially because I feel like I'm keep on meeting the same kind of dude. It just gets easier and easier every single time. If that's bad to go and say.
Easier and easier to walk away.
Yeah, so just honestly, like I said, if that's all they're wanting, then why would I want that, you know?
Now I'm gonna put
So
you on
you
the spot.
value yourself. She values herself and she knows what she
And that's
wants and she's
outstanding.
not.
Yes,
That's
that's
excellent. You're not
outstanding.
putting out just because that's going to make you the it girl in his life for that week.
But I'm gonna put her on the spot now.
What?
What type of men are you talking to? Because if you're just talking to those football players, those basketball, those athletes, those Kappas, those Omegas, guys like that, it's a different crowd. Are you going to the library to the nerd, the square?
I think with the guys I've talked to personally, they're all very different. Like you said, I have talked to multiple football dudes. I've talked
Yeah.
to, I've even gone as far as to talk to country dudes,
Yeah.
nerds and all of that. And I don't know, at least for me, like when it came to those nerdy dudes, um, they were able to hide it better, but the more you talk to them, that's when they slowly started to go and make that turn. Like they thought that they were being slick about it, but they weren't. They weren't. And so, like I said, I ended up experiencing the same things.
Are you in
Good
the
job,
U.S.?
Mama.
Are you
That's
in the United
good.
States? You're speaking with an accent. Are you talking about you go to school in the United States?
Yes, I do. I just have a speech impediment.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Mhm.
a foreign accent. No problem.
Hold
Let
on.
me read
So
this real quick. We got another super chat from At Your Wife's House All Day. What a name, bro. Damn.
I know.
These American women making rules for average men they find least attractive and then break those rules for the Chad who they find attractive. And these are and this is a trend that is not stopping. Traveling abroad is the best option for the blue collar guy. What do you guys think about what he's saying?
I got to agree with that. Being overseas as an expat, and I didn't come
Thank you
over
for
here
the
for
1,000 baht on super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't come over here for women. Actually, I started a business. I got a registered corporation before I got a visa here in Colombia, because I believe that if you take care of like your own financial house and you work on yourself, that everything else will fall into place. And that's what happens, But I definitely that statement was like is so accurate, because I've talked to women who said they have like a certain standard, like, oh yeah, I don't want like when you mentioned the Chad guy, how
Yeah.
they'll lower their standards and they go with that Chad, right away. But yet, when they meet some other guy who's I guess doesn't meet their quite physical standards, but might meet their overall standards, like long term, like being a father or husband, they want to make him wait a while. And I've seen that happen more than one time. I don't want to generalize and say that for like all women, but I have run into that on multiple occasions. And overseas, yeah, is definitely a different dynamic. So it's hard for me. The longer I live in Colombia, it's harder for me to relate to the conversations that's going on, because we don't experience the same dynamic here. So I can see what Just John was talking about how it's more like a cultural thing. So the challenges I faced in the United States, because I'm not that tall a person, I'm like 5'8". But down here in Colombia, women don't care, and they ask, what do you look for in a man? And basically, what they say, a person who's like stable that makes like $2,000 a month, and we believe that's like a good person who can be a future provider or whatever. So they don't look for like the 6 feet, the six pack, the six figure, and for like people who are like middle aged guys, they tend to put you in I guess you can say you're more attractive because of your age and your experience.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
I agree with that.
I think it's also a problem in my age demographic because here's the thing. It's like Ronan says, it's not what it used to be. You know, like me, for example, I'm still young and I'm not at the point in my life, I cannot get married. It's not financially viable for me at this age, this early either. I have not learned how to vet women properly, because it's too early for me to do that.
Wait,
I need
wait, I'm
experience
sorry. Just John, can you clarify what you mean by that?
by which point?
Vet women properly.
Well, as you grow, you need to gain more experiences in order to properly see red flags. Because if you're with one woman your whole life, and I'm not saying it's right to have a ton of women in life, but the only thing I'm trying to make or the only point I'm trying to make is that if you're only with one woman your whole life, and then all of a sudden she breaks up with you, you're back on the dating market. You have only been with that person your whole life, and you haven't been able to experience red flags that maybe you could have learned by being with other women.
Okay.
See,
Or
here's
having
where I'm
more
going to
experience
disagree
with
with
women.
you. Just John, here's where I'm going to disagree with you. The problem today is a lot of single mothers, and I'm going to put it on it, are raising children. So they're raising daughters that they want to be independent.
That's not fair, Fearless.
Yep.
You're not being
They're
fair.
also raising sons who are not going to be men. A lot of women are raising boys to be the men that they would not date. Let me say that again. A lot of single women are raising boys to be the men that they would not date. It is nothing wrong with getting married at a younger age, but how it used to happen is Akira's father would go to John and he would vet him for him. Akira would be able to find what type of man she wants by
Right.
looking at the type of father that a type of man her father is. And she could say, the way my father is the way I want my husband to be. That's why when you walk down the aisle, the father is there and he is saying, you're coming from my household and I'm giving you to this man's household. We don't do that today. We don't go to our fathers and say, look at this man, because me as a man, I can look at another dude and say, yeah, he ain't right. He a dog. He's this. Just like my wife could look at a woman and say, oh, that's a trick. She knows already because she knows how the nature of a woman. So you, John, should be able to take a woman home. Your sisters and your mothers and your aunts can vet that woman for you. Akira, you should be able to take a guy to your house. Your father, your uncles, your cousins can vet that
Your
man.
brothers.
So you don't have to worry about the red signs because the people with experience have already vetted them and they know that experience. But what we do is go out here half-cocked. We go out here blind, and how we learn is by making mistake after mistake after mistake. And we get more scars, more luggage, more emotional damage. And then later on, when you get older and you say, well, I'm ready now. Well, you beat up now. It's difficult for you to be with someone because it's that difficult. It's been that hard. So it's not the issue of getting married young. It's that we have started dating the entire wrong way. A woman should probably go from her house to her husband's house, and that man should be able
Well,
to.
I was trying to veer to the point to where um more like back then. You're right, Ronan. I'm sorry, you're right, Fearless. I'm not saying you're wrong. But I was trying to get more so to a different point in which, let's just say that I was going through a certain patch in my life where I'm still trying to get up to a certain level. A woman wouldn't Nowadays, a woman won't really stick around because she has these options that are already kind of made, in older men. So say like if I wanted to first have a certain amount invested to say, okay, I'm financially ready, now I can get married, that sort of thing. you wouldn't be able to say that at such a young age, no matter how much money you're making, because you're still developing yourself into that,
Let me put
into
you
a
in
certain.
Steve's words, just John. Basically, a woman doesn't want to build with you. She meets you at the finish line.
Correct.
That's what we say. So when you start off and you're trying to make it, she wants the LeBron James that's already the LeBron James. She doesn't want the high school kid that was in there sweat tears before he made it. That's where the issue lies, Georgia. A lot of women want the ready-made man. They aren't willing to build with him. And what happens when you're looking at these guys, so let's just take Just John. Say he's having trouble at this time. When he starts making money and he becomes successful, when he's in his 30s, he don't want that 30-year-old woman no more. That one that's just all crazy. Because he's like, hold up. You ain't, back then when I wasn't nothing, how does it go? Mike Jones?
Yeah.
Now something you want me? I forgot, my rap songs is messed up. But y'all know what I'm saying. And that's how you didn't want me when I was nothing. And now that I have something, you want me. And now you telling me I need to settle down and be this guy. Hold up. I was that guy when I was 24. I was that guy when I was 26. I was him when I was 30, and I didn't get the results. Now that I have something, now you're telling me I got to be this man? No, I'm going to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Usually because a woman is valued because of her attractiveness. So when she was 20, she could get on that yacht, get on that boat. She didn't have to have anything but her looks. And she was able to get through doors that he could never get through all through those times. And now when she's older and says, I've been ran through, I done had all these chads, and I'm ready to settle down. And she looks at John and says, I'm ready to settle down with you. And he's like, oh, no. The hell am I gonna settle down with you for? That's where the issue comes. This is forever cycle because we're out of.
And if you don't mind, I just want to I'll make it short. Just a quick example. I don't really like involving my family members in certain discussions, but I'll involve one here. My cousin, she went to school here, stuff like that. Now, of course, I'm trusting, that what they say is right. I'm not saying she is right just because she told me this, but hey, I'm just putting that out there. She wasn't out there running her body count up. She was preserving herself. And, as she started growing, she graduated from school, and now she's actually doing her PhD in England. So, right now she goes to University of Cambridge.
Wow.
And so basically she found a guy in Cambridge, who still was developing himself, and now that he has something, they're together. And that's the sort of building process that I'm talking about that nowadays just not so common, or they'd rather wait for Quavo to go in their DMs and then fly out.
Damn, you didn't just do that. No, that was smooth, just John. I like that, just John. That was smooth.
This is how I'm gonna say this. This is how we, and when I say we, because the majority of us are Black or African American, or have some type. Are
you sure about that?
Or Latino, y'all know I'm mixed. This is how we lose so much generational wealth. When they say, I think I've said, I forgot how the thing goes. They go to, when white people go to school, when they go to college, they go ring seeking. So they say, by my senior year, I'm ready to get married and settle down. So imagine that when you are 23, 24, you're married, you start your family. So by the time that you are 50, you're me and Ronan's age, your children are grown up. Y'all already had your house paid for. Y'all success is there. You've already put the money in the 401k. And now you have this generational wealth because you've built it. You continue to make that wealth older because you don't have the mistakes that you do. So by the time you die, you have everything that you can pass on to your family. Now your family has the wealth to pass on to their family. We don't do that. We all screwed up. We went to way late to get married. We don't have any. So then we in debt from all the student loan stuff we had to take out. We don't have anything because you paying rent at your place. I'm paying rent at my place. You paying mortgage. Everybody else getting money, but we haven't combined any of our income. So we lose out where they gain. And we wonder why our generations, every generation in the Black and Latino community, some of the Latino community, we start from scratch every single time.
Every
Hey,
generation.
Fellas, can I add something real quick to what you're saying? I've heard that said so many times, but you have to add context to that. Like, for example, there's a reason why white women go to college and they seek marriage. They're not seeking marriage with the basketball players. They're not seeking marriage with the football players. They're seeking marriage with doctors and lawyers but our women, when they go to college, they're looking for marriage too. But they're not looking for Brother Mercy though. Let's be honest. I mean, let's have an honest
Brother Mercy,
conversation.
you got a bone to grind up in axe to grind up in here. What you
No. What I'm saying is,
brother?
no. Listen, hear me out. They're trying to marry, but they want to marry a certain group of people, a certain group. So that's why we treat them as fun girls. I mean, that's what happened. That's what ends up happening. Because who they really want to marry is really the guy that they think is going to make it into the NFL or the NBA. Who they think, but a lot of times that don't happen. I'm just saying, but they think it, and they want to marry those guys. And I'm not faulting them. I'm just saying that's just the culture. If you disagree with that, you can, but that is the culture. Who they want to marry, they marry, but damn select people they want to marry.
We actually had a woman on a panel at one point, and we were talking about what, and it was a real subject. It was during the NFL draft, and we saw a lot of snow bunnies that were sitting with football players ready for the draft. A lot of women were saying a lot of different things. Well, we had a panel, and we just happened to have a woman on the panel, and we were talking about how that white girl might be buying that kid, some Starbucks or coming and rubbing his feet while he's helping them study and do all these things. And a brother asked this sister that was on the panel, would you buy him a Starbucks? She goes, no. Why would I pay for anything for him? He needs to be buying stuff for me. So then he said, well, you passed up a good deal because all you would have to do is invest a little bit of your time and $3.95 on a Starbucks and make millions once he signed the contract. But you're not willing to work with him.
She only wanted
already ready made.
She didn't want him when he was in college building it.
Right, because, and I can say this too.
That's the short-sightedness, unfortunately, of our community.
As a Latino man, I can say the same because I was playing soccer in community college, and you saw the same thing with Latinas. They'd come over, they'd buy their Gatorade, and then they come by, and then they give it to us during our breaks and stuff like that, and they'll sit there during soccer practice. And you'll just see them on the bleachers just doing their homework. And sometimes they'd be doing some of my teammates' homeworks. So
see,
you see a lot of that too.
But let me add this caveat. A lot of black men marry black women, but the only ones they mad about are the athletes. Let's be honest, that's the only ones they mad about.
You right, Mercy?
I mean, I ain't complaining about.
Wait, Mercy. What do you mean by that?
Because they get on YouTube talking about why these NFL players marry these white women. That's what they complain about. I'm just telling you who they complain about. That's what they complain about.
I have a cousin who went to the pros. I have a cousin. He went to the pros and he got drafted by the Chargers in first round in the 90s. But I remember when he was going to University of Tennessee. That's the Volunteers, right? Mm-hmm. He went to school there, and I remember talking to him a lot back then just about the dating scene and women and stuff like that. And he was a star athlete everywhere he went. And he spoke highly, as much as I hate to bring race into a situation, it's a reality. He spoke highly of the difference in how he was treated by the white girls on campus versus the black girls on campus. He talked about how the white girls on campus genuinely supported him when he got sick, when he sprained an ankle, they bringing him soup, and you know what I mean? Like, they were genuinely there, but he didn't have much to say about the sisters. He talked about them being, pop-off queen wasn't a word back then, but he talked about them and the jealousy and the, I don't know what that is, but there's some facts that there's some truth to that in the differences.
It is. Because I think what has happened is, like I said, a lot of women, single women, have raised these kids and they want to raise them to be strong. independent. You don't need a man. You can do everything a man can do. You can do it by yourself. And so even when I was in college, you start to get with a power struggle. It's like, man, why are we struggling over this? They don't want a man to be a man. It becomes a struggle over power and dominance. And you want a man to like, man, I got to be hyper masculine in order to be with you. And it's like, that becomes crazy where, and I try to say this, I know y'all gonna hate me. Please don't be mad at me. This is my experience. When women will understand that being in your femininity and being submissive is way more powerful than being masculine. Because a man will bend
Can I
over.
cut in on that too?
Yes, Riri, we're waiting for you to dive in here. Well, this is like hopscotch. Girl, you throw that rock down and start going.
All right.
Okay.
With all
Oh, do
the
you want to go first,
respect,
Joy?
with all the respect on everybody's views,
Mhm.
when it comes to masculinity for us women, we could be feminine if you men step up and be the masculine and be the leadership that you need to be and provide.
No.
Otherwise, we
First of
will
all,
not stepping up that way.
wait. Let her finish.
Otherwise, we will not be able to step up. And this goes to all my single mothers out there. They had no choice but to be a single mother. Why? Because either the father, aka my sperm donor, decided to have a different family, chose to have different family. So my mom had to become the mother and the father in my family. And becoming from an immigrant in this United States, I'm proud to say that single mothers out there, they didn't have a choice and still don't have a choice. The system has failed them big time. So
Now I'm gonna
don't
show you why that
blame
Wait.
the single mothers to be masculinity and not be able to be our feminine side. If the men would step up and be the ones to provide and lead, we would love somebody to lead us. We would love a man to lead us, but
Yes.
to the right path, to the right journey.
Let her
I'm
finish.
gonna, here you go. You shaking your head. This is what I'm gonna say to you. Hey, Riri, how you doing? You look so cute. I love your shoes. And I'm just like that. But if I meet the right woman who's like feminine, then I can be in my masculine. There's no way that a woman would date me if I acted feminine like that. You would only date me in my masculinity. So a man is never going to date you in your masculinity. He's always going to look for your femininity. It is a choice. It is how you raise. Femininity is not a switch.
First of all, hold on for a second. Riri, how old are you? Wait.
You just
how
said
old are you? Wait, how old are you, Riri, and where are you calling in from?
I am from Georgia, originally from California, Los Angeles.
Mhm.
I've lived in Georgia for 19 years now. I am 42.
Okay.
I've been married for 20 years, now
Okay.
separated, going through a divorce, 2 years now. I
Okay.
have a daughter and I have a son who are Afro Latinos. So I'm raising biracial children.
Okay.
So back to
Their
what I was
father
saying.
actually is in their life. So we teach them the real world out there that it's hard for us minority already. They already have 3 strikes on their back. They're not even experienced true life out there. But
What are the
society already
strikes on their
has
back?
3 strikes.
What are their strikes?
They're biracial.
That's not a negative.
I have a Black and Latino son, and I have a Black and Latina daughter, and she is a lesbian. Proud to be a mother of her. So,
What's the strikes? I haven't heard of strikes.
Meaning the strikes in society, we already as minority have a strike in our back. We have to perform 10 times as bad as much better as the Caucasian race. We have to prove ourselves.
I don't believe in the victim Olympics. I don't run the victim
That's
Olympics.
not fair. Fearless,
Look,
that's
that
not
is-
fair.
we always do that as a race. We always make that excuse.
But it's
This-
the
It's
truth.
the reality. It's not
the reality.
It's the reality.
This is listen. If you say you want to hear women's opinion, you got to let the women talk for what she just said. So it's our turn to sit back and listen to them and let them talk. So Georgia, take the lead on this one.
Let me say this before that.
No, Fearless, no.
If you are not raised by a single mother, you don't have an opinion. If you don't have not struggled, you don't have an opinion because you have not struggled like we have. I'm sorry, you don't.
But
You
as
may
a
have
single,
raised
you would
in
never hear a
different
single
types.
man saying, "I have to be the mother and the father."
Sometimes it's a voice that
We
needs
never
to be
say
heard
that.
and
We're
spoken.
just a father. We take on the masculine role because we are masculine. We don't take on the feminine role.
Why is it that you are so unable to place yourself in a minority woman's shoes? Is you're so quick to talk about how your mindset is, you will never be a woman, number one, you will never be a mother. So it's very interesting that you continue to say victim, this. You're never going to understand where women come from. I am a double minority. I don't care if you like it or not. I have 2 strikes against me when I walk in the door. I don't care what you think. I have 2 strikes against me. And it's
So
not
that's why,
fair
Georgia, you
to
should
keep
speak to this young
invalidating.
lady.
It is not fair for you to keep invalidating who we are as women and minorities. You will never be in that position.
That's why the young lady said,
I have an issue that you continue to not let women speak. You have invited women on this show, but then when a woman has a strong point, then you want to quickly invalidate it. I have an issue with this. Let her speak.
You're right.
That's why she said she has 3 strikes against her, because by society's standards, Latino, lesbian, woman, that's 3. She's right. You'll never, ever be able to relate to what it's like. And I used to say this to my ex, you don't understand leaving a house as a woman, just leaving the house. There's at least 5 men that want to jump my bones. And some of them will try it. I'm a victim just leaving the house. Whether I'm a woman and it's a man out there that want a piece of me, I'm black and there's that whole part of the society that don't want to mess with me because I'm black. But then on top of that, being a lesbian, that's a whole nother part of the society. So yeah, that's 3 strikes, and it just puzzles my mind that as a black man, you can't relate to some of that.
I just wanted to hear George's response to what Riri was saying, because I know you had some things on your mind hearing this lady speak.
I'm struggling with number one, I'm validating what Riri is saying. She's raising 2 children, a male, double minority, okay, and then she's raising a female double minority who was a lesbian. So she's already her children are already walking into society with strikes against them. So it is difficult when we have men that have played a role in producing these children, and it's easy for these men to walk away. Women can't walk away just as easily as men do. Women don't have a choice. Now they can turn their children over to adoption or whatever, but most women stick with their children. The men have walked away. And you all keep hanging on to this statistics talking about 80% of the women file for stop it. I really want you to leave that statistic in the trash where it belongs. So my point is that many women who have these children are not having children choosing to be single mothers. They're not. You have men who are simply saying, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to be in there. And so women
makes me think about, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It makes me think about my grandmother. At the beginning of this part of the conversation, I just kept thinking about my grandmother because unfortunately, growing up, and I've said this, I don't remember the men being around. It was my grandmother and my mother and her sisters. You know what I mean? The men were my mother's big brother, he was out in the street doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? And so the men that were the offspring of that, my cousins and my brother, they were all being raised by the women. And the patriarch, the matriarch of the family was my grandmother. Rest her soul. She died at 93 years old. But I remember her teaching me as a young 20-something-year-old, physically teaching me how to do things because she couldn't depend on a man. She had 7 kids, and at the end of the day, for whatever reasons, the fathers didn't stick around. You know, it began with her husband, my mother's father. They had 4 kids together. And unfortunately, he was out in the street doing his gangster gambling thing, and he got killed. Then she went on to the next father. You know what I mean? So it was like she literally told me that. Let me teach you how to do this. You need to do that for yourself. Don't depend on a man. So I know men hate when women have been taught that, but that was the reason. The men just weren't around.
Did you ever ask yourself why?
Well, some of the scenarios I know why. You know, like I said, my mother's father, which was her only husband, he was in the street. She married a man who loved to gamble. You know, back then in the 50s and 60s, they ran numbers and that kind of thing.
My mother was a numbers keeper. She kept the books for the mom. She kept the books
so he was just that dude. And that was just the life that he chose to live. But the crazy part about it is my mother's big brother, her oldest son, my grandmother's oldest son, he went the same route as his dad did. He didn't get killed, but he did 38 years in prison. So I don't know, you know, the women, they kind of have to, and then there's an emotional aspect to it too. Thinking about what Georgia said about the women have to do it, because even to this day, you know, a mother's just not, a father is more harsh. That movie Fences it gives me a good indication of how fathers are with their sons. A mother is never
true. I'm not gonna attest to that because I was never like that with my sons. But let me read this super chat because it applies. Let me read this super chat because it kind of applies to the situation that even I had proposed to one of my ex-wives. Georgia, there are a lot of men that would take their kids with them. Don't bus over men completely. Stats show kids do well with single fathers. So here's the thing. I tried to buy my kids off of my ex-wife. She wouldn't take the lump sum. I was trying to drop 20 grand on her to take my 3 sons from her. She refused. Then came back to me months later and said, I'll take the deal. It's too late.
And a lot of times what happens is a man wants to have his child. The issue is they have to deal with the woman. And sometimes they don't want to have to deal with the woman. So the woman makes it impossible.
Thank you, Judy, for the $5 super chat.
To get to have that child. It's like, if you can't have me, you can't have the child. And I am going to hurt you through the child.
With that child.
Sometimes when a man leaves, it isn't because he doesn't love his child. Because I've heard children say, why didn't you fight for me? And my response to men or women who say that, say, well, why did the man have to fight for his kids? It was his kids. What do you mean fight for them? It was his kids. To go back to the other thing is, I hate it when women say they have to be masculine, because you can be feminine and get so much more. When you say I got to be a father and a mother, that's not necessarily true, because I know women who were just women, who were mothers.
My mom was feminine and raised me and my brother and didn't have to act like no man.
You didn't have to act like a man. Be a woman. When you are a woman, a man sees that. I know y'all hate analogies, but this is the one I give. If you see a strong guy walking across the street with a little bit of groceries, no one coming in helping. If you see an old lady with a whole bunch of groceries, everybody wants to help. So to put that in perspective, when a woman says, I'm strong and I don't need you, men say, oh, okay, well, you don't need me, you're strong. When a woman, even if she, back in the day, you know how a woman used to get a man? She used to drop her handkerchief. Oops. Oh, let me get that for you, young lady. Y'all call it stupid, but what did a woman used to do? I don't I don't know how to put this
Even if
together.
she could, she acted like she couldn't.
Yes. And what does a man do? Because we are problem solvers. She's a damsel in distress as a problem solver. Last time you were on this show, Georgia, what did I show you? I showed you a woman whose car broke down, who was dressed masculine, looked like she could do it. No man stopped to help her. That same woman had on a dress and didn't look like she didn't know what she was doing. 10 guys stopped time after time after time. So when you are in your masculine and you're acting like a man, you're not going to get a man.
It's very easy for a man to say that, okay? How long is a woman supposed to stand around waiting for a man to take care of her and her children before she says, you know what, I can do this on my own?
But
So
see,
it's real.
Wait, let her finish.
It is very easy for you to sit back and say, well, you know, you're acting masculine, so a man doesn't want to be dealing with a masculine woman. That woman has tried time and time again to figure out, okay, how do I get a man? How do I have somebody come into this situation and help me with my children? How long is a woman supposed to stand there and wait for something to happen before she says, you know what, fuck it, I got to do it myself? So it's very easy for you.
But does she have to lose her femininity and doing it herself is the question. She does not have to lose her femininity in order to complete the task. She can stay effeminate.
Tell me Ronan, tell me what that looks like. Please tell me, enlighten me.
My mother did it, for instance. My mom was a nurse. My mom was a nurse. She went to work every day. We were latchkey kids. So she went to work every day as a OBGYN. We took care of ourselves we knew how to cook, like I told you before. So we were well prepared to take care of ourselves.
Okay, when did your stepfather come in the picture?
She got married 5 times. So every 3 to 5 years she was married.
Okay.
You know?
So how did that feminine work out for her?
It worked out well. It was the men that wound up losing.
She was married 5 times.
If the men do something wrong, what does that matter?
Stop.
I'm sitting there watching it. What do you mean? One was a musician. So you can imagine, listen, one was a musician. He moved us from upstate New York to Kansas. But he was a traveler. What do you think he was doing on the road? Now, the last marriage went 30 years. You going to falter for a 30-year marriage?
She was married 5 times to get it right.
Oh, and you're going to falter for that?
I'm just. But,
she didn't quit. See how women turn on other women? She was married 5 times. She got it right on the 5th time, but she didn't stop. She still tried.
You know how foolish that sounds.
Does it?
But why? Because you are working or doing something like that you have to lose your femininity. And I always say this, as a man, I don't become feminine if I raised a single daughter or a single son. At no point would I say, hey, I am the father and the mother. I would always just be the father, and I would always be in my masculinity.
A man is never going to say that, though.
Can I say something about this?
Sure. Yes.
Knowing the fact that I have 2 children, a boy and a girl, we women know that we cannot teach a boy how to become a man. We know that. And you men cannot teach women how to become a woman.
Agreed.
So that analogy is so fucking wrong.
What analogy?
Whatever you just said right now about we women cannot be masculine or whatever it is, men cannot be feminine. Men can be feminine. We're not asking you guys to be feminine, to act and walk like a woman and wear clothes like a woman or wear heels. We're not saying that.
No, what you're using the excuse for. No. Stop. Wait, no. This time I'm not. Because you're using the excuse that because you have to take care of 2 children, you have to become a man. If a man had 2, I got a brother in here. He's got his daughter. He's got a daughter. He's a Marine. And he takes care of her on his own, and he doesn't have to be feminine to do it.
Exactly.
So don't use that excuse. You got to be a masculine in order to take care of 2 children. My mother did it, and plenty of other people do it. You do not have to be a masculine female in order to take care of some children. You should be feminine.
What I'm saying is, we women understand that we cannot teach our boys how to become a man, and you men cannot
So
teach
get
our women.
mentors. Get
And cannot
mentors.
teach
Don't
our
make an
daughters,
excuse. Get
our
male
little
mentors.
girls,
Put them
how
in
to become a
football.
woman.
Put them in a sport. Stop making an
Now, Roman,
excuse.
come on now.
Come
Now,
on,
you just
Stop making excuses. You are
stop
making
not
excuses
making
for why you can't be
excuses.
productive.
how easy is it for a woman to go out there and say, you know what, man, you're a man. I want you to come into my home and teach my daughter what it means to be whatever. Stop.
Why not?
It
You
is
don't
not
have
let
any
me
uncles.
ask
Wait,
you
wait.
two.
You don't have
You
any
men,
men in your
okay.
family. You don't have a grandfather. You don't have any uncles. You don't have any brothers. You don't have anybody male influences in your family whatsoever. Do you have a church home? Do you have a pastor?
Let me ask you guys. I didn't say that the father of my children are not impressing. He is impressing, very involved.
So then that's an all made up scenario because your father is involved with the children.
I said my mother had to be the father and mother.
No, she just had to be your
me
mother.
and my brother.
Jesus.
To me and my brother. I said the father of my children is very involved.
So he's not teaching your son how to be a man.
Your children are very involved. That means, one second, if the father of your children are very involved in their lives, that means he is already taking on the fatherly role. Why is it that
I've never, excuse me, I've never have talking bad about my husband not being a father.
No, then
What
sounded like it
I
earlier.
got going on personally between me and him and the divorce or separation is totally different how I see him as a father. You will never hear from
I'm sorry. If I rolled this back about 15 minutes ago, it sounded like you were giving us a story about how you had to be masculine in order to take care of your two children.
I didn't say
Now we
masculine.
get
I said
How she was raised.
my mother,
She
how
talking
I
about
was
how
raised.
she was raised. What happened with her mother?
How
Good
I
Lord.
was raised.
So
You
your
were
mother
raised-
had to be masculine. So you're saying your mother had to be masculine
Exactly. My mother had
to
be
raise you
masculine
and your brother.
to my brother. Exactly.
Okay.
That's why I told the story about my grandmother, because she had to be masculine because there wasn't any masculinity around her children. Those were the masculine ones around. There weren't any men. There weren't any patriarchs.
I don't know where y'all grew up. I grew up from Baltimore, Maryland, and I never had a problem with having male mentorship around me at any given time. I don't know how y'all grew up. I'm 57.
I grew up in South Central LA, and there weren't any
There's
men
no way
around.
I didn't have family around me and somebody to help out my mother when it came to a male influence in my life. Take me fishing, take me camping, put me in a Christian Royal Rangers, which is like Boy Scouts for Christians. She always had an activity for me to do, even if she was working by herself.
That's awesome.
These are excuses and not going out and find programs for your mother to put you guys somewhere while she was working and doing the things she needed to do necessary.
With all the respect, my mother was an immigrant. We came from El Salvador in 1989. My mother came to this land not knowing the language. She worked, and the only thing we had, it was our clothes and our
Back then there wasn't programs like this now.
Are you gonna hear me out, or you just?
But when I'm saying that there wasn't programs for immigrants like that, yes,
Are you gonna hear me out?
I'm explaining some of the things as we go along. You can go long-winded. I'm saying back then immigrants didn't have a lot of programs like they do now. So it is a different situation when an immigrant came over here and tried to make it on their own, whether legal or illegal. There are a lot more programs now. All I'm explaining that. Now go ahead to your next point. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Riri.
Never mind.
No, go ahead.
It's pointless because you guys want to talk over when we have difference of opinion. You don't have to grow up how I grew up. And I started this conversation by saying I respect everybody's views. I started this conversation by saying that because not everybody grew up like I did. I didn't grow up like you guys did. I'm an immigrant.
Oh, I wish Kunal was on here right now.
Wait.
I've been here for 30 years in the United States.
Was she?
And
The
I'm
thing
proud
about
to be
what
here.
everybody is saying about the idea of you don't have to be masculine and you don't have to be feminine, the truth is we both exude both. We both have masculine and feminine energy. The issue is for a man, for some reason, for him to experience or to even express his feminine side is a problem for some reason. That's why men don't express themselves, their emotions. That's why men feel like they're so vulnerable when they cry, or like if a man hurts himself and he's like, damn, that really hurt my leg, another man is gonna call him a pussy, or you know what I'm saying? It's like when a man exudes any kind of weakness, the first thing another man wants to say is that he's a pussy,
So
which is one of the strongest things in the man.
So to your point,
the whole nation came out of a pussy, but you guys want to make it like it's so weak.
Tomasa, so to your point, who actually has it harder?
Who has it harder?
Yes.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said, so to your point, with all the negatives you said as a man that we have to go through, who really has it harder?
I think that we both have it hard for different reasons.
So you're not being honest.
Gee, I don't know. Well, I mean,
I think we both have it hard for different reasons.
So is there a system built around a structure to help and assist men versus women? Who get priority on help?
I don't think men go. I think it's there for men. I don't think they seek it. The average man is like, I'm the provider. I got to make the money. I'm telling you, I have gone to the grocery store with my ex and we're in the line. This is a true example. And I'm like, the bill, the groceries came up to like $100 and something. I'm like, babe, I got it. He like, no, you keep that. I'm like, I got it, babe. I got it. Cause he was having a little struggles with his job. And I was like, I got it. I'm good. And he was like, nah, you keep that. You keep that. In his pride, he didn't want me to pay for them groceries. It took it was 3 other guys in line after us. And they was like, dog, let her pay for the shit. Let her pay for it. And he was like, all right. It took them for him to just come out of his masculinity and let me pay for it.
Do you understand why that is, Tamasha?
I do, because I think a lot of things have embedded in all of us. But the point of I thought of this type of podcast is for us to try and change the narrative.
It is. It is. And for us to hear each other out. And the whole thing is, we are built with that pressure on us to provide. You guys can pick and choose when you want to. We got to always do it. Or
I know, but we got to change that. Y'all got to at some point.
So again, like I said, even though you guys feel like y'all are under pressure, who really has it harder?
Can I show you? Can I show you something real quick? Real quick, if I can get
something else to validate your narrative.
I don't want anybody. Let me read this $4.99 super chat from T-Back. CDC study shows that Black fathers are the most involved in the lives of their children, even if they are not with the mother. Women chooses mates.
I'm gonna have to go.
Pause. So when you guys are talking about exuding feminine energy, are you guys talking about someone like Lil Nas X or what? Because
I think that's the misconception. That's the misconception that a man feels like if he does cry, that he looks like a bitch or a pussy or he's soft or he's a simp, or you know what I'm saying? I really and that comes from y'all's childhood. I can think I have a brother and uncles and cousins. There's a lot of men that I grew up with, and that was the narrative.
And
Stop
what do they
crying.
teach little boys to do? Shut up. Be quiet.
Right.
You're not
Don't cry.
entitled
What you
to cry.
crying for?
You're not
Don't cry.
entitled
Well, I'm
Right.
hurt.
So here's the thing. I'm an advocate for veterans. Veterans alone. Do you understand how many of them die per day because they self-delete? 22. Men of service that have done so many great things for their country come back home and feel useless. And instead of having to feel like they're obligated or having somebody obligated to them, they choose to delete themselves. So you tell me, how many sisters are going out there deleting themselves just because they feel like they can't do anything for themselves?
A lot. As a therapist, I know that.
Tamasha, can I play this for you real quick? And I apologize. And yes, it is to validate a point, but this is a young lady that was saying that. I hope I can get right to it just to show this. This is a show that I did, and this is Gail King. So hopefully you'll be able to hear.
And I was really excited, very excited about it. We had gone out maybe 2 months, and then he said he really needed to talk to me. He wanted to have a private conversation. Okay, sure. What is it? Do you think you could lend me $4,000? And I'm like, oh God.
Hey, feminism. Y'all asked for it. What's fair is fair. Equal rights. 50-50. I mean, I've only asked for $1,000.
And to pay a payment on some furniture. And Oprah goes, oh God, this is just getting worse.
That brother said, I need to make my payments. Let me see if I can get to it.
And I said, okay.
Oh,
And he
wait.
said,
Okay. I do some things for you. I do some strange. But let me get to what happened so you understand. She was dating this guy for several months. The guy said it was on a Sunday. He said, look, I got to do this child support. I got to make this other payment. Now, he's been paying. They've been going on vacations, then everything else. He said, is it possible that I could borrow $4,000? I'll give it to you by Thursday. She's like, oh, man, you know. She gave him the money for the $4,000. You know what happened on Thursday? He paid her back. You know what happened by Sunday? She said, I didn't respect him anymore, and I left him. So Tamasha, when you say why that guy was so hesitant to take any money, it's because one of the rich women, the dude had been serving her for 7-8 months, doing everything. At the time that he needed her, she helped him, but lost respect for him. That's why it's so difficult for a guy to ask you for anything.
That's
A
her.
woman,
That's not all women.
it's not all women. You're right. It's never all women, but it is the majority of women that do that. A woman can ask a man for anything all the time, but the time a man needs, it's very difficult for him to ask because they say you're a provider. You should be like this. You shouldn't be like that. And Ronan is right. That's why there are more homeless men than women. That's why there's more men. There's no, when there's domestic violence, there's no shelter for men. When there's child support, like I said before, I've seen it where the man takes 50% of the child. He has 50% custody. 7 days he has it, 7 days she has it. And he's still responsible for the health and the child support. So it is difficult for us. Society is, y'all want to talk about the patriarchy. Yes, society has set it up. So it is very difficult for a man to ask for help for anything. Mental help, physical help, any of that. We have it hard. We suffer in silence. And I know we've been going long, Tamasha. I know that.
Jesus, yes, we have.
It's all good. It's a conversation that needs to be had. I just am ready to start talking about what we're gonna do to change it. It's up to us. We are our children's future. Like, what are we gonna do? I think about one time when I was with one of Georgia and I's old friends, and this was like 15 years ago. We were out in my car, and something happened to the tire. It was me, my friend, and her dude. And something happened to the tire. We get out the car, we thinking that, like, for me, I already knew how to change a tire, but it's always nice to
that dude didn't know how to change it. That dude didn't know how to change the tire? That guy didn't know how to change the tire?
This girl ragged on him. It was one of my homegirls. Her name is Keisha. She ragged on this dude.
Jordan done fell off the camera.
I'm telling you, he did not. She talked shit right there in front of him. She was like, what are you doing?
I would
She said, what are you doing? She kind of noticed that he was just kind of like watching me and her. I'm getting in the trunk, I'm getting the spare, and she getting the jack, and we ready to, do the thing. And he just was kind of standing off to the side, and she's like, what the hell are you doing?
Oh my
This
goodness.
is the hypocrisy we keep talking about. Y'all talk about feminism, then now when something happens, now the man has to be the man. See, this is what I'm talking about. There's so much hypocrisy.
The point
There's so
that I
much
was getting ready
hypocrisy.
to make, she didn't leave him alone.
Hey,
She
Melissa,
didn't
we
say,
can hear you.
"Oh,
There's
he's
a lot of wind in your house.
Sorry.
Huh?
Just hold on for a second, Melissa. Go ahead and finish your Tamasha. Go ahead, finish. Hold on,
I'm
Melissa.
just saying, like, she didn't, even though she was like disappointed that he didn't know what to do at the end of that whole situation, she and I taught him how to change the tires. She didn't leave him though. After that, they were together for many years after that. You know, she was so like, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping? She didn't know that he didn't know how to change a tire. But she didn't leave him alone after that. She didn't trash him. At the end of it all, like I said, we taught him what to do,
Y'all
and
just
he
taught
learned
him
how
what
to
to
change
do.
the tire that day.
Did he have a father figure in his house?
I want to take it in a different direction just for a second, because I know it's getting late. We really didn't want to have it this late. We always try to at least end with some type of solution. So I want to keep us on for about 10 more minutes if we could do a solution. And I want to ask that if in about a month or maybe, because our next session is going to really be about therapy, like sexual assault, things like we can really get more medically into it. I would like to have you guys come on in about 3 weeks or so. And really at that time, so this episode, we got all of it out. Everybody mad. We doing all of this. We're going to spend this next 10 minutes talking about solutions. But the next time we come on, we really want to dig into solutions, because we said all the problems and we just fighting at each other. But if we don't come to why there's a problem and why there's a solution, we're going to be doing this for the next generation, and we can always do that. So I'm going to step back. I want the women to tell us, what is the solution? You guys, I know that you guys may be happy but with the person you're with. But if you're looking at society and you see all this is going wrong, your niece is having problems. She can't go to school. Everybody want to get her draws. John can't get nobody. He's like, man, they want all this money. I got to take him to a steakhouse. You know, what is the solution? And so that's how we'll end. I'll let who would like to go first? Let's go youngest first. Just John. Let's go with the solution, sir.
Yeah.
So you mean the solution to what problem specifically? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Dating, male toxic, whatever. We got so many subjects, you can just hit one. Why men don't open up? Why women want to do this? Whatever subject you want to pick, you pick, and just talk on that, and we'll continue around. I know we can't hit them all. We just hitting one. Until the next time.
I'm gonna hit one, and I think this one's gonna be a good one, about why men don't approach.
Okay.
Because, and I'm one of those dudes that I used to approach, but I don't approach anymore, and I don't even try anymore. You know, it doesn't mean that I don't find women, I don't see attractive women out there. Does not mean that at all. I see beautiful women. Beautiful women are everywhere, you know, but I choose not to approach women anymore. And I don't even really, unless it's for business purposes, I try not to even talk with them. And it's not because I hate them, but it's because they made it so much more difficult nowadays to, to be able to connect on a more personal level. It's all of a sudden it's a problem when I ask for the number, because she wants to hit me with the Instagram, the Snapchat, and then filter me out that way. It's not this thing anymore where I can ask you to Starbucks, and then you slowly begin to filter someone like that, on the first date and then the second date, and et cetera, which is something that I got, in these other countries. When I was in Estonia, a coffee date, she paid for my coffee. So it was interesting, but yeah, she paid for my coffee date, and we were just talking. It didn't have to be, the first date didn't have to be a $150 plate, you know? So that, now in terms of solutions, I gotta be honest, I think we're so far into this sort of culture of like materialism, um, you know, women looking for the best option, which there's nothing wrong with that. I agree with them looking for the best option, but I think the hypergamy has gotten so far-winded that I don't think there's a solution to this, especially for people my age. I'm speaking about the men in my demographic. I can't speak about the older men, you know, but if someone like Fearless, who's making, over six figures, he's making over $200,000 a year.
Don't put me out there
If he
like
was
that,
making,
IRS.
if he,
Yeah, man, come on. Don't be throwing numbers out there. What's wrong with you? People
Well, he
listen
said
to
he said
these things.
it. Well, he said it in past
Calm
podcasts,
down,
so I
man.
thought it was kind of out there. But if Fearless was making that kind of money as a bus driver, all of you would overlook him. So it's just an example of how nowadays the status needed just to have some sort of to even begin to even talk to someone has just gotten so far winded. So me personally, I don't think there's a solution to this, and I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, going overseas, because it seems to be a solution that's working for me personally. So yeah.
Just John, I'm sorry. Can I ask a quick question? Where are you from, and then how did you find this podcast?
I'm from California.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say where. No, it's not in Los Angeles.
Mhm.
And I found this podcast because I met Ronan on a different podcast.
Okay.
But yeah.
So you feel like you've just given up on dating in the US?
100%.
Wow.
A lot of our audience they call them passport bros. So a lot of them have given up on the hypergamy here to go overseas to find more traditional type women.
Hypergamist, because it's still hypergamy overseas too.
Yes.
Wow.
I was going to have Melissa come up.
It's hypergamy overseas, but the expectation is not.
Exactly.
It's not Quavo level. It's not.
Exactly.
I don't gotta be. I mean, people knew about the whole. I mean, people know these people.
They're happy with the coffee date,
because
unlike other people.
exactly, man. Like because they'll gladly be with a guy that they know has a murder record, but as long as the guy has a 7-figure income, he's a rapper, he's really
Good point.
popular, because oh man, you look at someone like YG and stuff like that. He's flying women out talking about this, that. Women voluntarily go to him knowing that he's part of these gangs and stuff like that. So it's gotten to that level, and I don't want to deal with it, so
It's fair.
And then also, I know there's a guy that hates when I say this. There's a return on his investment, meaning the women are more apt to do something for him. Like, hey, you taking me out, maybe I can help you cook, or I could do some, something else. It doesn't have to be monetarily, but it's like, since you're doing something for me, I'm willing to show you my affection by cooking or cleaning or just or something of that nature. I think that's what the guys miss here, where I call it, there's a lot of memes, me.
No reciprocation. That's a word, reciprocation, that is not commonly used in the United States anymore.
So solution to Masha. All right. Woo, girl, come on now.
Stop it. I just feel like men should change the narrative of not being able to show your soft feminine side without feeling like somebody's going to look at you as being gay, because I know that's a big thing in America for especially Black men. They have the whole, I don't know if no Diddy is that saying, but there was a once another one, no homo, I think I heard Lil Wayne say. But I think that you guys are putting that pressure on yourselves. I said that to my ex. I'm like, cry. Nobody's. And then he's like, don't no woman want no man who all slobbing and crying and, this and that. And I'm like, well, it don't have to be like that, but at the same time, I don't want you to hide that you're hurting from me either. It's like, forget about what your fathers and your grandfathers went through and what they said, and it's like, we're in a new day and time. It's time for more feminine energy on the planet, period. So it's like,
if you think that men are not soft here, then you've never been to Latin America, you've never been to Africa, you've never been to these places, because they think American men are soft and weak.
Wait, haven't you heard of the drizzle culture now? It's the component to sprinkle, the drizzle culture.
We'll do a drizzle episode.
Yeah, we need to show them the next time they come back what a drizzle is.
But
No, I will look it up because no, I never heard that. But I just feel like
See all the
men
guys
need
in
to
the chat
start.
going drizzle, drizzle. That's because everything you just said, that's a drizzle, drizzle culture. So that's why everybody's doing drizzle, drizzle in the chat.
I think that more and Georgia can give us more confirmation on this, but I think that more, and I can only speak for Black men because that's what I'm around. That's what I was, that's what's in my family. I think that you all need to hang up your cape sometime. You know what I mean? Reach out for help. And honestly, most of us need therapy, but I think therapy is in order for a lot of African American men. Like truly. There's some traumatic experiences that Black men have had, you know what I mean? Just historically. And that shit is imprinted in our DNA, it's embedded in us. And it's time for us to purge that shit. And if therapy is what it's gonna take, then let's get in therapy. Even, it's necessary for the future of our children. So that would be my solution. At the end of the day, I would say like seek therapy, and it's okay to hang up your cape and sit and relax a little while. Yeah, I know you got to pay the bills and you have a family to support, but figure it out. We need y'all. We need y'all.
Tamasha, thank you so much. I use that same analogy of putting my cape up. I was told by a woman to do that. My last divorce. Put your cape up.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have a show.
She watched my whole marriage. And she said,
that's the second person that told me that. E40 was the first one that told me to hang the cape up.
Yeah.
Hang your cape up. We need y'all. We want y'all. We not only do we want y'all, we need y'all. So, but we need y'all whole. We don't need y'all angry and upset and bitter and working yourself to death and unhealthy and we need y'all.
Can y'all ladies start a podcast, please?
Been trying to get every Sunday she's supposed to call me and she don't call.
I know, and I thought about it this Sunday.
Y'all ladies need to get together and start a podcast for women's positivity and get ingrained in these communities with these women, with these closed fist feminists that don't want to give a man a half a chance.
Because the same way we trying to help out these young men and tell them to go up, y'all can get to these young women and say, girl, what you mean? You only 18. Who gonna take you to a $500 plate restaurant?
Right. Like we need to look at the bigger picture.
It's already happening.
Y'all need to do that. Let's see. I know George is running on time, so I want George to go. I know you've got a lot of solutions. I just need you to pick one, and please come back to the show. I promise I'll let you talk. I just got to get it got to be like what's his name?
I told him I was going to push this button. Y'all ain't heard this button yet, but this button is like damn near insulting if I push it.
Let me hear it.
Hold on. Here it is.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
We need that. Yes.
I almost pushed it on him. I almost.
Oh my God.
This was mine. Let's see. This is mine. No, y'all love this. Let's see. Maybe.
Yes,
Let's just
Fearless.
Y'all love this woman.
Let's just get to the point.
Really? So,
okay.
My solution is to get off social media. Stop this fantasy world that is going on. It's actually really sad listening to Just John and Akira, the younger generations. It's very sad to think that you have women who are so delusional to think that you're being in college or you're young and you can take anybody out on a $500 date. It's like, what have we come to that we are literally placing price tags on people's worth? It's mind-blowing to me. When I met my husband, and I'm not going to get into our personal business without asking him first, but my husband was not financially where he is now. I fell in love with my husband simply because of the conversation and just his core values. And I hit the jackpot, figuratively and literally. And I had no clue. I didn't, I knew he was driven. And he and I will be at 10 years next year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But if I would have gone out there with a shallow mindset of dating, I would have never met my husband. My husband is completely opposite of every man I have ever dated in life.
It's amazing how that works, huh?
It is. And I just can't. It's sad to think of the way that society is now, and how the shallowness and the delusional thinking of women who are, not in shape and not educated and got 4 baby daddies, but they want these high quality men. It's sad. It's very sad. You date in your circle. You date in your the people that you're around every day. That's who you date. You're not working at Wendy's expecting to meet a doctor over at Wellstar Hospital. Like, what are we doing? So I want people to date within their reality, as Kendra G says, and just be realistic. Be realistic about what you want and what you can offer. And so I just wish people would step back from social media and understand that social media is a fantasy. It is not
the
real.
devil.
It is.
But I will say this. Even when I said man wants sex, sandwich, and silence, I'll put it in the terms that you would know. Because you give him all of that. You just don't know that you give him that. What did I say when you were down here? You're like, oh, I know how to cook that brisket. So you cooking for him. I seen the basement. And what does he have in his basement? He got his motorcycles. He fixing his car. So that is his silence. When he wants to get away and he says, man, I need to unwind, he probably goes down there, gets on his motorcycle, fixes a car, does some mechanical things. I seen all the things he built in your house. That is his silence. When he says, I don't need to be bothered, I just need to go into my own world. So maybe I say it abruptly, or I say it, just really directly, but you just don't know. You are giving him exactly what every man is asking for. Man, she cooked for me. She let me have my little man cave. I can get away. When I was there, it was like he could just do his thing. He's like, hey, get in my car. We drive and we see him driving. Like, I'm gone. He doing this. So he has that outlet. And that's what a lot of men don't get a chance to have. They need that just to be a man. You say that he has his nights where he can go and be man night, his pool night. A lot of guys don't get that, where it's like, man, I just need to be around other men. There's nothing wrong with, I love my wife. I just need some male energy. I just need to do that. I'm not cheating. I want to have a drink and a cigar or whatever it is. And that's when I say that that's what men want. And I think a lot of women take that getting away or being in a man cave or being with other men as rejecting them. Not you. I'm just saying some women think that.
Right.
And that's not the case. It's just sometimes we need to. That's the only way we can get it out, because we do it in silence. So I think that's a great solution. So you're doing some things. We just say it in a different way. We're speaking at each other and not to each other.
I agree.
Mercy Justice, go ahead, brother. Take us home. And we ain't got all day now.
Giving up to God, Lord Savior. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mercy.
Yeah, I was gonna say for the younger guys, and I mean under 30, you in your 20s, bro, like Kevin Samuels says, get your money right, bro. Forget about the women. Get your money right. I'll tell you that right now. Because when you start having babies, you need to take care of your babies. That's what I was told when I was a teenager. My parents told me, make that money so you take care of your family. Real simple. And if you feel like you can't take care of a family, leave the women alone. I'm gonna say it again. If you can't raise a family and your money ain't right to raise a family, you know that, man, then leave them alone. And if she ain't willing to deal with you because you can't take her to a 5-star restaurant, then she ain't the right one, bro. Shit, that's a flag. That's a flag on the play for me. That's 10 yards. Okay, I already know she ain't the right one. So if she can't deal with you when you broke, you definitely don't want to deal with her when you got money. You definitely don't want that. So you being broke, this is the best time to vet. Cause if a girl like you when you broke, man, you might have something. you might have something.
See, that sounds nice on paper.
And the solution
sounds
is
nice on paper, but when it's every single, when it's the ratio is not there to really
so that's good.
support
And
that.
so that's good. So now you get your money right. So now, after you do that, the next step, which you've already done, I was gonna say step 2, get your passport. That's step 2. Get your passport. Get your money right and get your passport. And that's it.
He said, "That's it. Get your passport. Get out of town."
Well, young ladies, we greatly appreciate. I know we kept you up late. We try to go 2 hours. We greatly appreciate it, though. I think we had to get this out, like, family. We got to go ahead and argue, and then we can sit down and break bread and eat together. So we had to argue together, see where everybody stands, and we just want to make sure that when I do apologize. I did talk over some people. I apologize
a lot.
Oh,
Yes.
believe me, his wife's going to get on him later. She looks at the playback. Shut up.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Thank you, Mrs. Fearless, for putting him in his place.
Thank you for
Fearless might get the feminine energy out of him.
No. Next time I'm gonna step back, but now we know where we at, so I know the people can talk, and we're gonna get a subject together, and then I want you guys to tell us where we stand. Prove us wrong. I think a lot of things you did and said tonight helped. Gave us a lot of pushback. I want you guys to go back and look at some of the chat, because some things you were saying that men still just don't agree with, and they just can't see it. Like the guy here said, where was he at? He said, something about crying. He's like, if you listen to her, you will fail in life. Crying is not the solution. Worst advice ever. Listen to me. That's what you're doing.
It's actually the best advice. If
So
you
I'm
can't
just letting
cry
you
in
know.
front of your partner, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying be a cry baby, but if you can't cry in front of your girl, like, come on now, you human.
Nah, you soft. You a baby back bitch.
I'm gone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be on. I can't wait to do it again.
Oh, that's awesome, Tamasha.
Thanks
We're
for
happy
the
to
time,
see you.
guys. This was fun.
Get some beauty sleep. We'll have it again.
All right, thank you.
All right.
See you
No problem. Have a good one, guys.
Good night.
Well, brother, I think that was a good show. We had some fun. They had some great conversation. I can't wait to have them back again. I think we can.
Can we play that short that Drew G gave? He said this short is supposed to be like the bomb diggity. This one right here, and I highlight it. You can grab that real quick and see if you can play it.
I can't. Every time I try to grab it.
Oh, that's because you're grabbing it inside of the StreamYard and not on like.
Oh yeah.
Let me see if I can.
Put it in back chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it and put it in the back chat real quick. Hold on. I've been jumping around so much.
I think that was great, man. I like the women's perspective on a lot of the things. Some pushback. They said we kind of bitter, man. We got some issues that we need to.
What the hell?
Yeah.
They don't know who we are. Ain't none of this real. This is the internet. Don't you know? We got to play the ops. We ain't this bad off. We ain't bad off at all. You kidding me?
But I like that pushback. I think it's good. I just want to make sure that sometimes we aren't always playing the victim. And I hate that we always see ourselves as victims.
I can't, unfortunately, especially a female, come in and just run roughshod over woe was me type of situation when you have so many advantages. And she was speaking on her mother, not herself. So you speaking on something historically. I put it in the back chat if you couldn't see it.
Yes, I'm putting it up.
That she could have dealt with herself, and she said her kids' father ain't bad. He's active in their lives. So I'm like, what are you sitting here talking about for the last 15 minutes? You made us think like you were down in the damn ditches.
I'm gonna play this and then we'll call it a night. If anybody's watching us, go ahead and listen.
There's people watching still. What you mean? If anybody's watching,
I'm just saying,
bro, you had like 70 people in your room at one point.
I think all of them was coming to support.
By the way, I have to say, shout out to At Your Wife's House All Day, brother. It was the sponsor of the live. Jesus Christ, brother. 3,000 Thai baht. Appreciate you.
Opens up.
When
I was born. When the man opens up, when he really opens up,
this is it.
Don't you use what he said when he was open to
Thank
prove a point when you want to win an argument.
Hello.
You will never hear the full story from us ever again. And we'll start say stuff like this. How are you? Good. And let me tell you, if you make us feel unsafe, you'll never hear from us again.
Facts.
When the man opens up.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I gotta feel how that is. I guess maybe we've grown up in a different generation, and that generation, guys guys don't do that. It's no matter what the issue is, we gotta find a solution and gotta make it work. I don't know if maybe today's generation is different, but it was just.
But we were in a solution based. Look, look, when I was like 12 or 13, my mom used to do bowl cuts back in the day, right? She goes, well, you can afford to pay for your own haircut. You don't have to worry about me cutting it. That's all I need to fucking hear. I went and collected cans. I went and cut grass. I went and raked leaves. I did whatever the hell I needed to do to go get my own haircut, any style I wanted, to get my mother from cutting my own hair. We went out and made solutions. We didn't fucking whine about that shit.
I hate that we play victim, and I think one of the topics we got to bring out is because is this women thinking they have to be masculine and feminine?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Think that a woman, when she is feminine, she can get
so much more.
Yes,
And I'm not more bees with honey than what you know what I'm saying?
That damsel in distress. That hey, I don't know how to do this, because men are problem solvers. We always want to find that solution. How can we help you out? What can we do to make this better? But I do want to. So I'll say this, if any of them are listening, that I do not want to invalidate your point. It's just very difficult when you haven't had that experience to do it. So I do not want to invalidate your point. I do think that all the points were valid. And next time we'll take a step back. I think we were kind of proactive. I think we'll be a little more reactive. Take a step back.
You sure? I don't have to push the button next time because you can't.
We're gonna take a step back and let them talk.
No, let me get it out. No.
I hear that because I'm like, man, that's just not reality. Because if our reality we listen to when we hear this.
Yeah.
And I've shown you some texts that I've had with people writing stuff where they're like, well, I need this. Can you financially do this? I'm like, come on. So we know. I think what has happened is they're a part of a generation because they're 45 and older,
right?
That is different, and they're dealing with a different generation. But on that younger generation, it's completely different. It's a little different. It's harder out there, and what those people are seeing isn't really maybe what we are seeing and what's going on. But I do think it was still good. We just need to listen to them. We just need.
You sure?
Listen.
You sure about that?
Yeah. We're gonna engage. Man.
I gotta get that sound bite.
Which one?
You sure about that? The white guys can. You sure about that?
So we're gonna get to them. So I greatly appreciate them coming on. We got to do that maybe once every 3 weeks. And now that we know everybody's opinion and where they stand, we're going to talk about a subject and then just let them go at it. Tell us, if you ever watch The Usual Suspects.
I don't really get off in the crime things anymore.
Well,
is it a movie or a TV series?
Movie. Long story short, he asked the criminal. He said, "If this is true, convince me." And he tells a story that's out of this world. And so that's what I want to say then. Convince me. Yeah, T Mac, that was one hell of a movie, man. You got to watch that. Convince me. Because I think they see it from a point, and even with the, let me just go over three things. Gender roles. She said, everybody can have gender roles or don't have gender roles. I don't know about that. I mean, me, yes, I cook. Yes, I clean. Yes, I do those things. I don't think that there's anything wrong with a man doing that. But there's certain things that, I wouldn't want my, Kaiser Sose. Kaiser Sose. I wouldn't want my wife cutting the grass. I wouldn't want her building things in the house. So I think there may be specific gender roles. Now, does that mean a woman can't do that? No. Body count. Man, I don't know how they saying body count don't matter. That's different to me. That's a
Real quick, if y'all want to know about your lives, I know T Mac just noticed I had INFJ after my name. Click on that link I sent you guys in the chat. It's 16personalities.com. Take you about 15 minutes. It'll change your life if you actually do it and you answer the questions right. And then go and research who you are as a personality.
So we got a few subjects here. Body count, men crying, men being vulnerable. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard one. You remember old girl that was the MMA fighter? Had the boyfriend that was the MMA fighter? She saw her boyfriend getting knocked the fuck out and looking helpless. And totally changed her perception of him. Even though it was a legitimate fight.
This is what I say. I think a lot of women describe the man that they think they want, but that's not the man they want. When they say, "I want a man that does this and does this," and I think when they get that's man,
their fantasy man. That's not their reality man.
Yeah, but I think even when they get that fantasy man, that's not the man that they really desire. I just don't, and maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I don't know.
I think they project the type of men that they want, but they know down where they want some slick talking bad boy. If only he could be good.
And I think it. When it's older, I don't know. I don't know. Also, the mother and father role. Yeah, the Mike Tyson, masculine physically, but superior. He's right. This is true, Dan. They want Mike Tyson, masculine physically, but super feminine too. Oh man. And maybe I was wrong about your boy Chris, man. I don't see it. Here's the thing. Here's what pissed me off. They all said when I said, "Hey, would you date somebody that didn't do this?" And they were like, "Oh, they were defending Chris while the video was playing." Georgia was defending me. Oh, he's this good guy. He's, that's how it should be. Why is sex so important? And then when I asked them the question, did you make your man wait 7 months? No.
Oh, no.
Would you make him wait? What if you made him wait 7 months? Oh, that means I probably wouldn't like him. So what they said was fine for him is nothing that they actually did.
Right.
And that I listened to that. The man they described that man because it's like, oh, he didn't want sex. He's just been romantic. He's this. That was the fantasy guy. And then when you ask him in reality, well, did you let your husband wait? No. Did you tell your husband your body count? No. Is he crying in front of you? No. So it's different to describe a certain man, but
the guy that didn't know how to change the tire was hilarious to me.
Yes.
Oh, you know how many chicks would have just left him standing on the side of the road at this point? Like, call your own Uber. I gotta change my own tire. What you mean?
Exactly. Well, guys, I think we had a good one, and a lot of people asked for Georgia to come back, and for
Oh,
us
she
to
always
have
gonna come
a
back.
panel like that. I think that is good. I enjoyed it. It was real good. I think that was real good to have that. So, guys, we will do that more often. We're gonna have a serious conversation kind of soon here about another gentleman that we know, and but we like these conversations. I think it opens up us to thinking differently. No, that I can't even use that. No, that tether debate is not happening this week.
It's been postponed to next week. Yes.
Yeah, that'll be next week.
We're gonna have to come up with a topic tomorrow. See, god damn, bro. This has been a busy week for us.
You're right, Just John. They want a good dude, but they choose Tekashi 6ix9ine. That's right.
Facts.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Facts.
Well, guys, we wish you
5 hours and 11 minutes in.
Man, we were supposed to go 2 hours. We just got into it. Sometimes it goes like that, guys. We greatly appreciate you staying with us. So we appreciate it. It was fun. It was fun. With that said, we're gonna bid you adieu. So if you watched this long or even that, please like, comment, hit the notification button, share. And watch our
Yes.
next
Share it. Somebody needs to hear this that you know.
All right. Until next time, guys, stay fearless in everything you do and travel like you're Ronin dependent on.
We need to work on that.